Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to PEPAGANDA and a new week of this space. Glad to have you all here and hope you guys are ready for some little catch up on the news and just in general, nice little hang. But just really appreciate you guys being here. You guys know the deal. So if you guys could hit the like button on the way in, really helps out all us creators on this space. And I just appreciate you if you do. So if you guys want my appreciation, then you know what to do. All righty. Like I said, we do have some news to get to. We're going to be covering some breaking news with the UAE strikes and what's going on there. Got my opinions. Starting to think, I mean, dude, how much more obvious can this be realistically? So yesterday, Trump got news that the stock market is tanking. The stock futures were awful. And he got some word that most of the people that are trading, they're starting to worry. And you saw the outcome of that today with Pete Hegseth. I mean, I don't like overusing jokes, but holy crap, like this, of all the people in that administration that deserves it, him and Kash Patel are the two that it's like, yeah, don't let up. Yeah, Pete Hegseth comes out and he's just like, we're going to put out a red, white, and blue dome. Like that's what we're doing. Not even an iron dome. It's going to be a flag dome. And then telling it like, we also got two carriers out we got two oil tankers out. We're escorting people. The strait is open. The strait is open. And everybody else is just going, no, it doesn't really seem like that's the case. The mines are still there. And now that they have essentially violated the ceasefire, it looks like Iran is weighing what to do. Now, we'll see what happens. Like, this is the bitch about having two administrations or two regimes, let's just call it what they are, that just lie to the general public all the time. Now, Iran, they are obviously, they're not exactly what I would call honest. But it really is a weird thing where it's just like, well, I dare say that I'm going to listen to their media, take it for what it is, and then apply it to what you guys just said. But every single time, it seems like they're like, how are we worse at lying? Like, that's kind of the big thing that I'm starting to realize. But it's fun. So yeah, we're going to be covering that. We're also going to be covering a few other things. I have a few things on the Hassan stuff because Hassan has been getting attacked on Twitter. No way. Over his Nick Shirley takes, which if you guys don't know about the Nick Shirley thing, he's in Cuba trying to false flag us into taking over Cuba. Like I didn't know that our descent into fascism or just our overall collapse was going to be as stupid as it is. Now, everybody likes to say idiocracy. At least idiocracy had some decent writing and comedy. This is just stupid. This is just plainly stupid. There's not much funny about it. Outside of just, again, Trump out there saying naughty words and then having a bunch of people take it or like giving him credit for like, he tells it like it is, man. And this is why I like the president. I want people to tell it like it is. Which also kind of brings me to like, maybe ride some of that momentum. And, like Gavin Newsom was trying it for a little bit seems to have backed off a little bit because I'm guessing that some old biddies got up to him and just said, I really enjoy you and your politics, but I just don't like it when you stoop to the same level as Donald Trump. You don't have to use the naughty words. I really enjoy when there's decorum in politics, and I don't think I would be very keen on voting for somebody that is using such vulgarities. Realistically, and I'm not trying to be mean here, but it's like, okay, like if they're going to listen to that kind of nonsense while also ignoring the fact that like I'm not again, not trying to be mean, just being practical here. There's a good chance that she might not even make it to that election, kind of thing. And obviously, this is like a theoretical, but it applies because they really do tend to listen to like some of like the older people in their base because they have the money. Let's be real. They're boomers that completely fucked us over. You know, if you're an elder millennial, God, I've been like coming to terms with this where I'm just like, oh wait, I have it pretty bad. I have it nowhere near as good as my family did when they were my age, and then I'm realizing that the generation under me they have it even worse. It's just like, oh God, there really is no hope. And I kind of posited this yesterday about how this is purposeful. They want the job market to be good for a certain demographic so they can keep working, but they want the youth to be desperate. They want them to start clamoring for the military. Like they don't want to do a draft, so this is the next step. You make them desperate enough and then say, oh, well, we have this landing pad for you. We have all these programs sponsored by the military. We'll pay for your college. Guys, come on. It's a win-win. It's a win-win, win-win-win. Come on, guys. You want to join the military? It's not like I'm not doing boots on the ground yet. Ugh. It's not weird at all. Dude went to fake prom with his mom. I know, like that is crazy. Yeah, and I thought that was made up. I thought that people were just kind of, putting some fake news about Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley, great kid, totally not weird at all that his mom is obsessed with him and just uses him disingenuously to kind of push her own political agenda. He never thought for himself. I'm pretty sure that he's never gonna have a woman in his life because the only lady in his life is his mom. Very not Norman Batesy at all. I don't know. Yeah, no, totally normal in 2026. God, I hope not. Damn. That's an even sadder world than I was than I could expect there. Oh wait, I just realized I never did this. Did I? Okay, yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Well, if you're just joining us and you're coming over from Twitter, cool. I've been doing a little bit of tweeting and trying to get some promotion for this space out there. So yeah, hope that's working out. Alrighty, sorry about that. I did just get a notification, which I have never gotten before. Here, this is weird. Let's do. Okay, can I turn this off? Okay. Anyway, sorry. Also, yeah, I usually have music in the background that kind of negates when I'm having something like that happen. Right, I think I got it. Yeah. Woo. Crisis averted. I was like, oh God, I hope I don't have these Twitter notifications going off. That's another thing. Yeah. Actually integrated like Twitter to my computer. That wasn't the best move. I think I might actually delete it and just go back to using the website. Because yeah, dude, what the hell? All right. Yeah, I'm gonna just delete this. Give me 1 second. This is really screwing with me. Okay. And then pull this up in the web browser. We got X. Cool. All right. Anyway, I just want to welcome you guys in real quick. Hey, Pinkerbell, how's it going? Natch, what up? What up? Jet, Mitch, Johnny, how's everybody doing? Also, appreciate all your contributions to this space. Thank you guys for all the help with the modding and just overall kind of holding the channel down. I really, really appreciate it personally. You guys are, yeah, you're invaluable to what this space is trying to achieve. And also, just want to make a quick announcement. You guys will be able to catch some of the VODs for Pepaganda and our live shows here on this space where we're going to have them chopped up and available on the channel. So you guys will be able to get the full hour or two or how many ever some of us creators are doing. But yeah, I think that's pretty cool. We're also going to see a little influx of some shorts coming out, and gotta appreciate the contributions to that. So, alrighty, do we do the news? I'm doing the thing that I do on my other show, which you guys can follow me on my YouTube channel at Pep Talks TV. I have a show called High on Politics where I do some marathon streaming. I hate the fact that I even know what that term is, but yeah, I guess that's what I am. I stream for many hours and just kind of hang. Very chill vibe. Also, I have a little bit of riffraff in my chat. I brought this up yesterday. I seem to have like hate watchers that are very committed. I don't understand how that works. Like, I don't have the ability to hate. Like, I'm not sure if I have the ability to hate somebody that much and then also like seek it out. I don't get it. When I don't like something, I tend to, not follow it or just like ignore it. But hey, to each their own. I think that I have said this before. We watched a video yesterday that kind of said the same thing, but little secret, yeah, it helps. That kind of engagement helps when you get that chat rolling and you get a lot of angry people. Which I have also kind of figured out that if I'm making people angry on YouTube, I'm doing something right, I guess. Because I also seem to make a lot of y'all happy. So, hey, they are madsterbating. Actually, I had never heard that term, so that's kind of funny. Wait, scamography. There, ew. Even with like the funny term, it's like, it's still not great. But what up, Etch? How's it going, man? I hope you were here for my thank you to the mods. I really appreciate what you guys do, and you are part of that. So, has a hate orb. I really do. I really do. I don't get it. There's like 3 or 4 of these guys that they show up almost every stream, like that Teddy guy. I hate to even give him a shout out here, but this guy, he hates me something special to where it's like he likes, he follows, but then he's also just like, I don't like you, but I'm going to hang out for the majority of your stream. It's just odd, but whatever. As I said, to each their own. If this is what they want to do, it's what they want to do. Free country and all, whatever. They got a crush. I think, I don't know. I'm starting to notice like the ones that come in talking about my hair. Yeah, I think you guys kind of noticed that one. Troll Shield Welder, the mods. Hey, yeah, no, you guys do a real good job also on my channel. Thank you guys. All the contributors over on Pep Talks, because for real, because I welcome that kind of riffraff. Yeah, you guys definitely get to work out those muscles. But if the future of this space is anything like I think it's going to be, yeah, you know what? You're probably gonna have to work out some of them muscles on this here channel, because we're gonna grow this. We are gonna grow. We're getting out there, folks. Like, I am making it my mission to not only to take myself up there, but I'm pulling the rest of this space with me. I want to see this succeed so effing bad. Like, it's kind of like when I have like what do you call it? Like goals, or it's like my vision board. That's on my vision board. Literally just me. I even drew a little picture of me tugging this space with me. Just kidding. Am I? Do I actually have a picture of me on a vision board? I'll let you guys figure that one out. Anyway, hate watchers - fans are so weird. Yeah, dude. I there's got to be like, I want to know the psychology behind that. I'm not even kidding. Like, if I could find a video of the psychology behind hate watching, I would totally watch that, because holy shit, it is just what a waste of time on their end, you know? Like, it's kind of crazy. But anyway, when your vision board resembles a Charlie. it's, it's yeah. All of a sudden, you guys, it's like, wait, is Pep smoking? Like, smoking? Oh no, what's going on? It's just like, guys, it finally happened. Um, yeah, another guy that I share a name with that obviously has led to some inside jokes because yeah, I got some Charlie in me, if you know Always Sunny. All right. Kind of stuck locking here. So let's get to some news. All righty. This is the breaking news about the ceasefire being broken, and they're saying Hegseth is saying that the ceasefire is not over. Iran is saying that it is, and that we can prepare for all of the hostilities to resume. I don't know. Pep starts smoke. No, I would never. Now, I'll admit, like, if things, I'm not even sure if things could get that bad because, like, I've had pretty much like some of the worst things that it can really happen in anybody's life. I'm gonna be honest. Like, it was not easy to get through, but I didn't go back to smoking. You know, I'm gonna just say, like, I thought that for a moment there, especially after my mom passed, I thought that I would go and try. I was like, you know, but I didn't get the urge. I feel bad for anybody that still has cravings like 20 something years later though. I've talked to some of my friends that also quit and they're just like, yeah, dude, like daily I have this. It's just like, hey, oh, that sucks. I haven't had any of them cravings. I can also like stand around people, you know, in a circle, I guess, if you will. And yeah, if they are, I don't care. But what also sucks is like, yeah, I can smell it pretty hardcore where it's just immediately you're just, oh God. I don't know. I try not to be a dick about it though. Like I know some people that are like that. Like I was around people like that when they were quitting where they're just like, dude, can you just like not? It's like, okay, dude, yeah, you could also ask like by not freaking out. I understand that you're having like kind of like a crave attack, but I've never been so tempted to go back than I have in the last few years. Legit quit at the wrong time. Yeah, but props. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been 15 years since I touched one. I don't know. Like I always joke that if I reach 70, then I'll go back because at that point I kind of crossed like a theoretical finish line for myself where it's just like, hey, the rest of this is just on borrowed time. But I also should probably, I don't know, look at life a little bit differently because 70 really is not that young. Like after seeing Geraldo Rivera yesterday, I thought about her. I'm like, oh, maybe I should push this to 80 because 80, like he's proved that you can make it to your 80s and you know whatever the hell he did. Somebody posited like T and all that. Like he does like testosterone kind of stuff. It's like I don't know. But now I'm curious, which I never thought I would utter those words where I am curious about like how Geraldo Rivera has not only stayed alive so long, but he is vibrant, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Like he doesn't seem like he's 80. He's got that William Shatner thing. When you learn that William Shatner is like edging being 100 years old soon, it's insane. Especially when you look at the dude, you're like, what? How? But Pringle Man Geraldo, yes. Yeah, that was a pretty funny that was a banger joke yesterday. All right, so let's get to the UAE stuff. Sorry, guys. I'm in super stun lock mode today. But yeah, we'll break down some of this news as it comes in.
And Zaman, what's the latest with this new round of strikes?
So we're just getting within the last hour or so, Anna, that the UAE's Ministry of Defense are intercepting or trying to intercept a barrage of Iranian missiles and drones coming into the country for a second day in a row now. We're not exactly sure where the target is, which city or town Iran is specifically trying to target, whether the UAE is managing to intercept these missiles and drones before they land on UAE territory. But there's clearly, once again, military action taking place for a second day in a row. This was after yesterday the UAE said they intercepted 15.
Can we just, I don't know, are they trying to purposefully just make ceasefires not even matter? Like, it's the same thing with Israel. Like, what's the point of this?
Missiles.
Like, is it not broken the second that somebody starts attacking the other person? Or is it just like this, oh, no. Like, there's sanctioned strikes, and then there's the non-sanctioned ones, like from the real higher-ups, and then we have to kind of run interference for them.
And
like,
4 drones
ridiculous.
fired from Iran. This was the first time that Iran had attacked the UAE since the ceasefire started on the 8th of April, so just shy of a month ago.
That's almost like, I mean, it's a little odd that the UAE and Saudi Arabia were talking about how they wanted this war to continue.
There was one drone that set a large fire at the Fujairah Petroleum Industries zone, which had also wounded 3 people there, 3 Indian nationals, and that caused a huge concern because there was a large fire, smoke billowing out of this sector, which is essentially an energy site. And clearly Iran decided to go on the offensive yesterday and target that specific site. We'd also yesterday seen that Iran had...
Does anybody have any advice on what to do with a cat that is just, I don't know what's going on with him lately, but he is clawing everything that's made of leather. It
targeted a couple of
it is so infuriating.
UAE vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, one which was carrying oil from the UAE and trying to bypass the Strait of Hormuz just off the coast of the country. So there was an escalation from Iran yesterday. And I think the big question was whether we saw that as just a bit of a blip, whether it was just a kind of a one-time attack for Iran to just...
one attack. How is that not a breach of ceasefire? What world are we living in where words don't mean words?
Flex their military might to show the Gulf states, but also
for anything
to Israel and the US that they can very much still...
gave up on leather years ago.
Fire missiles and drones, that they can inflict pain and cause damage and cause disruption.
My pops actually just brought me his old couch, which is actually pretty nice, and it's made of leather.
In places like the UAE. But then last night we heard directly from the foreign minister of Iran as well, Anna, and he said that the events in Hormuz make clear that there's no military solution to a political crisis. As talks are making progress with Pakistan's gracious effort, the US should be wary of being dragged back into quagmire by ill wishes. So should the UAE. Project Freedom is Project Deadlock. That was a direct...
You can buy spray that makes cats not attracted to things. All right. I'm going to try the cat spray.
Towards
I haven't thought about that with him.
Marking their card, essentially, not to get involved in this conflict, or else you will see the consequences of it. But the latest here is that fighter jets have been scrambling over the last hour or so, and Iran continue their rocket fire into the UAE for a second day now.
Guys, I want to play more of what we heard from Secretary Hegseth this morning. Take a listen.
My animals are being really weird. I just had my second cat came down here. Surprise! I was about to be like, oh, hey, look, he's here. And then Stan chased him, and then the other cat chased Stan.
To be clear, this operation is separate and distinct from Operation Epic Fury. Project Freedom is defensive in nature, focused in scope, and temporary in duration, with one mission: protecting innocent commercial shipping from Iranian aggression.
God, I can't wait.
Barbara,
can we get back to the point where we have someone that's actually competent in charge of our military?
What do you make of the administration's effort to disconnect Project Freedom from Operation Epic Fury?
Well, I think they clearly want to do that so they can maintain their position that the ceasefire from major combat operations remains in effect. They don't want to get back into that. The president, well aware of public opinion about the war in the United States, and there's really no indication he wants to get back into major combat operations. So they're going to try and do that. But, you know, the reality is, I think, that if you are a service member in this region and Iran attacks where you are, doesn't really matter. You're under attack.
General Kane elaborated more on the ceasefire this morning. Let's watch that.
Since the ceasefire was announced, Iran has fired at commercial vessels 9 times and seized 2 container ships.
They're going to run out of faux patriotic grandstanding names.
Attacked U.S. forces more than 10 times, all below the threshold of restarting major combat operations at this point.
You heard the asterisk in her voice. Yeah.
General Clark, if U.S. forces getting attacked more than 10 times during the ceasefire doesn't meet that threshold to restart combat operations?
I don't know. After watching Amy Goodman and being reminded what real journalism is, it's getting harder to watch these types of reports and these idiots that pop up every fucking time.
What?
Like, realistically, none of these people know what the fuck they're talking about.
What?
Well, I think what the United States is doing is following what is the least worst strategy
Except for
you can
maybe this
follow
guy?
right now in this case of the Strait of Hormuz. That is to say, we're calling for an open strait. We're willing to guide vessels through, and the attack on those vessels, the onus is on Iran. They are the ones who are operating illegally. Now, that's the overall strategic picture that the United States is trying to paint, and that's what General Kane was attempting to show. The question is where this goes from here. So during this, obviously, we're collecting strategic and tactical intelligence on everything Iran's doing. We're looking for future targets. We probably have underwater reconnaissance going in. We're preparing to do more with force in the Strait of Hormuz if we have to. But we would like Iran to sort of gracefully back away during this period of negotiations. So it's still in play right now. Yes, it's a
excuse me, Miss Iran, can you please do this thing where you kind of just open the Strait of Hormuz while we just kind of, I don't know, we need to negotiate in your best interests. Can you just do that, please?
risk for our service members. And certainly it's wrong.
Meanwhile, we're going to bomb them. We're going to take them out.
UAE's been struck, and these innocent vessels have been hit. But we're moving through a period of diplomacy backed by force on both sides. But we've avoided general escalation thus far.
That was a lot of nothing. Did they pay you by the word?
And I just want to note that.
All right. Back to what I said before. They don't know shit.
As we're continuing
What
our
up, John?
discussion, we're also monitoring the president who's speaking in the Oval Office right now at some kind of fitness proclamation type event. And we'll be listening to see if he says anything about the Iran war situation. Arash, what are leaders in Iran thinking after hearing that Pentagon presser this morning and the latest narrative coming from the Trump administration?
I think they're happy that they have, done these attacks without the ceasefire being broken. It's clearly that, they sort of tested the limits a little bit. Their goal by targeting UAE is to drive a wedge between UAE and other countries in the region. There are already some rifts within UAE and its major partners like Saudi Arabia, and they want to basically warn the UAE, don't get too close to the Israelis, don't sort of agitate against Iran as it had in the previous days. All you will face.
You know what I think it was about? They heard about the pipeline thing and they were just like, just remember, guys.
An attack.
Just remember.
And frankly, it's somewhat worked so far. But I mean, if they target the UAE and the ceasefire is not broken, it looks like they were able to isolate UAE. Although Saudi Arabia has condemned the attacks, Pakistan has condemned the attacks, and all the countries have condemned the attacks. But nevertheless, Iran has sort of gotten away with targeting the UAE.
Yeah, and there's more incoming today, it sounds like, in Somalia.
God, Anna, you really are fucking so dumb. I can't, sometimes. They're just actors. God damn it.
Been reporting that as they're getting targeted, they're preparing a severe retaliatory response. What could that look like?
This is why people don't watch this shit anymore.
Look, it's difficult.
Honestly, this is why you're going to start seeing a lot less of this type of fucking coverage on even my channels and my shows. I'm noticing that I'm going to these a lot less.
To understand exactly what the response will be, even if there will be one. There's been huge amounts of condemnation. There's been a lot of anger as well, particularly from...
Oh, by the way, for all the spacers, I did have confirmation. Democracy Now! Is fair game. They actually make it part of their mission to share their story. I know that they were talking about like steal this story on Majority Report, so I looked into it. No, they are total fair use.
The UAE, look, they've had a very good success.
It's all scripted slop. It really is.
When it comes to their defense mechanism, actually stopping any of these missiles and drones hitting many of the targets. Yes, yesterday we saw, of course, that petroleum
Hot take, but I don't think that there should be any teleprompters in news studios.
site be struck, and we've seen a few other sites over the 2 months of this conflict being hit. However, the defense system has been very good. And on this point of trying to drive a wedge, Iran's trying to drive a wedge between the UAE and other Gulf nations. Well, the UAE's been very clear. It's doubled down on its relationship.
It's honestly been a crummy few weeks. I don't know what to do. I just need to be here amongst friends and in the Discord. It's tough and anxiety driving, fearing of failure, and being a burden. Oh, dude, you're fine. Well, I mean, you're fine being here. And yeah, dude, if you ever need
With Israel, the war
need anything, just reach out.
on Iran and Iran's
But
retaliatory
also, we're here for you, bud.
strikes into the Gulf countries has only made the US
Sorry that I'm adding to the anxiety by talking about the news. I mean, let's just put it this way. There is something a little bit funny where it's just like you're coming here to decompress, and here we're covering like, well, I mean, this is not great.
Israeli relationship a lot stronger. We've seen Israel has provided defense systems to the UAE over the last couple of months as well. And
Oh, dude, did you guys just see? Like, I just noticed this. Look at what number I was. Hey.
so the partnership between the two countries is very, very tight. And so I've not heard this directly, but there may well be some conversations between the UAE and with Israel, including the US, about what a proportionate response looks like, if that's something that they want to take. Yesterday, I was hearing that there will be some form of response, that there'll be revenge on Iran, but it's not entirely clear what that looks like. We haven't seen the US and Israel.
This is kind of the thing. When you've already hit them so hard, you've already taken out their strategic, positions as far as their navy and all that. I mean, at some point, the injured animal theory starts kind of coming into play, and also, there's this whole thing where it's like, yeah, they ain't as weak as we thought. It's almost like we do this all the effing time. We've been doing this since Vietnam. This is why I've always been so sick of American exceptionalism. It's all bullshit. We haven't won a fucking war since World War II, and you could argue that we didn't even do that.
Retaliate into Iran. There was some reports earlier.
So sick of these flag-waving assholes.
Today suggesting that there may have been strikes in Iran. That's not been confirmed or verified as of yet. But I think we're in a situation where, because it's so precarious, where the diplomacy is taking place on one side, and then this Iranian offensive took place yesterday, the big question is what risk does the US and Israel actually take here? Do they go full military action and reignite the hostilities of this conflict, or do we go down the path of diplomacy and try and get a conclusive ending to this war, which I think is what most sides truly want from this, Anna?
General Clark, Iran is clearly not backing down in this moment. Iran's parliament speaker says Iran sees.
By the way, John, real quick, I'm not sure, like, this helped me. I used to have like a profound fear of failure to the point where it stopped me from taking chances on things. This is also what prevented me from doing comedy for like longer than I would have. It's actually kind of what prevented me from doing this. The thing is, you learn a lot from failures. So you build so much character from that. So don't be afraid to fail. Just know that it's going to be a learning opportunity. Also, you're not a burden in the slightest, man.
This war as, quote, unbearable for the United States.
I'm not sure if you're talking about like in general feeling that way just with the world or whatever, but you're not, man. Like
adding that Iran has not even started yet. General, Iran has had weeks, of course, to
I've struggled with the same stuff. So if you ever need to talk, you can also reach out to me privately.
Build and restock amid this ceasefire.
Sorry.
Meantime, President Trump
back and
says
forth with this though.
Iran's navy has been obliterated. Just how much more aggressive can Iran get?
Well, they could fire more missiles and so forth. And the point is that you can't look at this as black or white diplomacy or gunboat fire. I mean, this is both simultaneously. And so it's a game of chicken. The United States is trying to get the strait open and force Iran into the position of being the
very strategic, you know, something that most kids kind of figure, like the game that most children figure out on the playground when we're what, 5, 6 years old.
Bad actor by keeping.
She can't be this stupid. She genuinely is. She genuinely is. Either that or she's just this is my point about journalists. Like journalists, they don't care about their stories. They have no connection to it. All she wants is to get paid. Read the script, get paid. Read the script, get paid. Actually, it's look pretty, read the script, get paid. At least Stephanie Rule, she actually has emotion and like you can tell that she cares about what she fucking is reporting on, even though she's getting paid too. But there's something nice when it's like, oh, hey, look, there's a semblance of emotion here instead of just, oh, we just got some more information. Is this the right information?
At the same time, there's diplomatic discussion.
But our regime says that it's not the right information. What's up with that?
Going on. So we have to understand the subtlety of what's happening here. This is not, you cannot say it's war or peace, ceasefire or not ceasefire. This is an operation to restore freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. At the same time, the United States and Iran are grappling with the larger issues. And the United States has said we're not going to wait for the larger issues to be resolved, which might take weeks or months before we demand that the strait be open. And we're not going to accept that Iran owns the strait. So that's we've already put down our first bargaining position.
You mean trying to go back to what it was before?
By
moving
the two destroyers.
I'm starting to figure out that our command, like the people that have been keeping us safe, are some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. Jesus Christ.
Yesterday.
Like I said, the flag waving bullshit. It's also the same shit that leads to us being like, oh, well, this guy's a general. He knows what he's talking about. I even did it at the beginning of this, but now I'm looking at this guy. It's like, you don't know shit about shit, apparently. You know just as much as any fucking kid playing, Call of Duty. What are you doing?
Getting a couple of ships through.
What are we doing?
What we do next on this. But it is a combination.
Like I said, I didn't think that the collapse would be this stupid.
Force and diplomacy.
And just, oh my God. MS Now really is getting, like, they're no different than any of the other networks. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. Like, they have maybe 1 or 2 people that are still there that kind of, I don't know, they care. They seem to care. I don't even know her name. It's the one lady that, this lady here. Let me add this to the stage. Jeez. Shock poll. Here we go. But speaking of, oh, MS Now is such bullshit. Here's another MS Now take. Trust me, it's not lost on me. All right, but yeah, this girl, this lady right here. You see her? Yeah, the one that's moving here, because you guys can't really see my cursor for some reason. That's odd. Huh. Showed it last time. Anyway, yeah, MAGA. How MAGA ends? Shock poll as GOP spurns Trump amid spiking prices, sputtering war, and bizarre ramblings.
Today, 6 months from the midterms, the sputtering economy and an unpopular war, they're dragging down Donald Trump. And I suppose, arguably, the rest of us with him. In the last few hours, the fragile month-long ceasefire between Iran and the U.S. has started to teeter. The Pentagon says it shot down Iranian missiles and drones aimed at American military and commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz, sinking 6 Iranian military boats. The U.S. says it will, quote, guide ships through the strait, and that 2 American ships have passed through. All this comes amid brutal new polling.
Weird. I'm starting to think that they actually did hit these boats, but I'm also starting to think that the U.S. that ship did get hit.
Numbers for Trump on the war.
I don't know. The fact that they also hid the fact that some of our bases got hit. It's almost like our military is hiding things and we can't trust them.
And
that's a
so
problem.
much more. Today, a new sign the Trump White House.
That's literally part of the plan, though.
The Washington Post reporting White House lawyers are prepping staff to deal with oversight from a new Democratic Congress as they, quote, brace for the likelihood of significant Democratic victories in the November midterm elections. A Republican operative telling Politico the warning signs are flashing. In a new Washington Post ABC poll, more Americans disapprove of the job Trump is doing than at any point in his second term, 62%. It's not just overall job performance where he's 25 points underwater. It's also cost of living, inflation, economy, taxes, immigration, the border, Iran. Trump has negative ratings on all of them. Gas prices are now approaching $4.50 per gallon, up almost $1.50.
Yo, did she just say that Republicans are telling the military to not listen to Democrats? Yeah.
Since the start of this war. Trump's Republican support also softening. His ratings among Republican-leaning independents have now reached a new low of 56%. As the Post notes, among independents overall, he's at a staggering 25%. Trump trying to rally his base by going to a retirement community in Florida. You can see the...
I forgot that's what they did at the oh my God. The Villages is literally a microcosm of everything wrong with our country.
Banner right there.
You realize that we're not like, they also by design kind of like, do you guys like, I'm going to go conspiracy hat time. Do you guys ever think it's weird that all of a sudden there's these massive spikes in youth cancers, but these motherfuckers get to live out their golden years with the multiple properties in the economy that they ruined for us? Notice how they have all these old fucks on these news programs. Nobody is an expert that, you know, is around the age of 40, which is weird considering that I remember growing up and like people that were 25 and balding, you know, in their fucking their suit jackets. Those were the ones that were starting to tell us things, you know, like Tucker Carlson. Like, you ever think about that too? Like how young Tucker Carlson was when he started on air and like how we don't have that anymore. Even fucking Anna Navarro is, I'm gonna just like, yeah, she's turkey necking out.
Behind him, golden age for your golden years. A sort of strange slogan to spotlight right now, inadvertently revealing a giant blind spot. As young voters and young parents couldn't be more clear right now. They're anxious about the job market. They're worried they don't
Gerontocracy has been forced on us.
Real wealth in the stock market. They're wondering if they're ever going to own their own homes, all while the president touts a golden age of tax.
Yeah, well, at least we also have, you know, healthcare premiums that have forced people off the market. So, you know, when we do get cancer, we're not going to be able to afford it.
Cuts designed to benefit the wealthy few. But 15 months into his second term, Trump...
Not like we can go get preventative measures done. It's like I'm just going to go on a limb and say that there's a majority of people in America that can't even see a doctor.
Trump is still trying to place the blame for all these problems on the Democrats.
Yeah, all the time. But the thing is, the Democrats aren't exactly great at selling a fucking alternative message, just saying, look at this ass. Like, honestly, for all the sitting on their hands and hoping that Trump would fail, they never actually do the thing like, yeah. It's full of shit.
You know, it's amazing. I come into
just as much as like some of the far left wants to focus on, you know, harping on libs and all that shit. I will admit that you got people like Hakeem Jeffries that are just like, oh, we don't need to even focus on you know, impeachment or any of that, which I hate to say that's the one thing I kind of agree with him on. But in general, he keeps doing this thing like, nah, don't scare them too much because then they won't come to the table.
Office, and I say, wow, look at how high these prices are. And the Democrats start screaming, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem.
No, I mean, you were also a pretty significant, you know, contributor to that, but fine. You know, that's another thing. Can we all just admit that they're all gaslighting the shit out of us?
Tell you one thing. They got one good line of that's one thing I'll say about it.
I said bullshit.
But if these polls are to be believed, then it's the voters who are calling BS. For months, they've been saying it's Trump's economy and they don't like it. Instead of addressing tariffs, taxes, or rising prices, top Trump officials are echoing Trump and blaming Biden.
This is just more of the mess we inherited from the Biden administration.
The last administration moving cattle, doing everything they could to basically eviscerate the cattle industry.
To be really clear, yeah, fuel prices have gone up. This story was not written because of the Iran war. This story was written years ago because of what Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg.
JetBlue came out and they even said that had they been strapped with Spirit Airlines, or like had that merger gone through, they'd be failing as well.
We continue to give
because they had $9 billion in debts.
Relief in other areas, cutting $6 trillion in regulation that the Biden administration put in place.
The hell is she looking at?
And joining me now is Jelani Cobb, Dean of the Columbia Journalism School and writer for The New Yorker magazine, and E.J. Dionne, Georgetown professor and New York Times opinion writer and
Grandpas will eat up what he's saying, though.
senior fellow
Absolutely.
at the Brookings.
Yeah, like every time that I think about like the median voter for Trump, I think of that Bob guy from the Necessary Conversation, which fuck that show. Necessary Conversation. You ever gonna tell your parents off, motherfuckers?
It is great to have
God, the shit that their parents have said to them, I immediately would be like, you're never seeing your grandkids.
both of you guys
Like,
with me tonight.
no. We got you. We're still, we're close. I love my mommy, even though she totally supports my father, who has literally said he'd be very okay with me getting arrested and possibly dying in a prison because of my political beliefs.
Jelani, I'll start with you, though.
Yeah, I have self-respect, and I cut off people that have told me that they'd rather see me dead.
Oh, I want to just
I had one in my own family kind of say as much.
Your basic reaction. I saw you out of the corner of my eye while I was ticking through some of those numbers. What strikes you the most here?
So, I mean, one of the things that strikes me about this is that, the word that hasn't popped up in this has been tariffs. That from the outset, when we started with the idea that the Biden economy, that Biden, his candidates.
Did this guy start looking like Uncle Phil and just all of a sudden was just like, might as well lean into it.
He was weighted down before he stepped down, was weighted down by inflation. Kamala Harris inherited some of that when she became the nominee.
Oh my God. He could do the funniest thing if he named his kid Carlton.
And we move into a new administration, which is theoretically supposed to tackle that question. Instead, they pivot to tariffs, which further the difficulty people are having with being able to afford basic food necessities and the like. And then we tack on a war on top of that, an optional war at that sends gas prices skyrocketing, and the ripple effect that has on all sorts of things.
My cousin, who I have done a lot for, as far as monetarily helping him, he was on hard times, just emotionally too, and I was there for him. When Charlie Kirk got kirked, I made a post showcasing what Charlie thought about it in his own words. And he proceeded to tell me that the wrong Charlie died.
Transportation, groceries.
That's where I kind of just said, you know what? Fuck you.
Being transported across the country, etc. We understand.
Knowing how miserable he is, knowing I'm gonna just out it. Like, my cousin he's a worthless piece of shit. He's milked every family member that he possibly can. And then when they cannot do what he wants them to do, he'll cut them off. His grandmother, who is my aunt, she loves him. Like, she's a great person. Honestly, she's one of my favorite people on the planet. Without her, I would not. She's helped me a lot, and that's why I took it upon myself to kind of put it out there for him, where I was just like, hey man, like, I'll be here for you. But yeah, that little shit just decided, he'd rather call me a loser for doing this and say that I'm spouting propaganda, and that the wrong Charlie died.
How these things are integrally connected in the economy. That is how we wind up here.
Yeah, fuck him.
It has nothing to do with being able to say, oh, this
can't hold a fucking job.
This was the previous, 15 months ago, this was the previous administration. They own this. And this is, what you're seeing is basic avoidance there.
Yeah, and they have tried and tried again to pin everything on Biden. But the one thing I would add to what you just
his best friend's a fucking Nepo baby.
Out there is it's not even
literally his dad owns a restaurant, and then he's just like, yeah, I'm second generation in this restaurant. His dad's still literally running the restaurant. He walks around acting like it's something he built. It's almost like, again, microcosm is the word of the day of everything wrong with fucking America and just in general the rich, where it's just like, this is how they act. Like, look at all these motherfuckers. Trump didn't do shit. If honest to God, without his parents and his legacy, he wouldn't be shit right now.
Like he introduced tariffs and it made things that were bad already worse. Things were actually starting to turn around.
Sure.
There was really like the beginning of an uplift, numbers improving that he could have frankly capitalized, taken all the credit.
You know what's funny?
for.
You say kitchen nightmares. My cousin, unironically, he was on an episode of Bar Rescue.
Right.
2, actually. He was on 2.
And then he sort of torpedoed his own free gift from the Biden
Loves that guy. He
administration.
looks up to those rich fucks. He's also actually, you know what? I'm gonna just stop short of of like really fucking up his life. But yeah, man. Like he also like he's used by a local like millionaire. He's driven cars to like this guy's house, and then he's just like, yeah. I'm like, did he put you up like at least in like one of his beach houses or something? He's like, no, he just paid for a hotel. I'm just like, oh, okay, yeah, he really cares about you.
Also, I think the way in which the tariffs were imposed was wildly
He's like, dude, I got to go to a Cubs game. I'm like, were you a chauffeur? He's like, yeah.
Hazard.
Like, oh, so you know that was their way of paying the help. Did you get a little pay boost for that? No, he really is a sad example of humanity.
Really based upon retribution for who he liked or didn't like at the moment.
Doesn't contribute anything of substance.
Imposed,
especially with his opinions.
Tariffs on allies. Imposed tariffs.
Trust me, it's not lost on me how he would literally turn those words to just be like,
on places that we have poor relationships with, and there was no kind of prevailing logic. And also, you know, there's the counter tariffs that come as a result of this. And so we wind up in a trade war that is, again, complete.
Dude, he failed as a car salesman. That should tell you everything that you need to know about him.
Completely optional. And none of that is part of the conversation. Nobody, Sean Duffy is not talking about that.
At a chain place, by the way. It wasn't even like an independent dealership.
When you talk about Spirit, you know, none of these things are coming up. That's not the conversation we're having. And it's interesting, but I don't think that voters are necessarily going to be that naive if the poll numbers are to be believed.
EJ, do you think that the voters can possibly buy any of this and buy that Democrats or Biden specifically is still to blame here? And I also want your thoughts just on that banner and what that may represent about the president's message right now, specifically going to retirees in Florida, golden age for your golden years at a time when so many people of every age range, they've been screaming about how this economy is not working for them.
Yeah, except for the villages, which, dude, if there's one fucking neighborhood that just needs to get swept up in a hurricane, it's that one.
I was really struck when you showed the clips.
I might actually change my belief in God if that happened. It's just like, and this just in, the villages has been hit by a Category 5 hurricane. It's just like,
the Trump folks blame Biden and all kinds of other Democrats. I'm surprised they didn't go back to John F. Kennedy, Harry Truman, or Franklin Roosevelt. It was all back there. And none of that is working. There was a very interesting poll that came out today from the Generation Lab, and it asked people, whom do you blame for the economy?
Entire area can just go underwater.
41% said Trump, another 9% said the Republican Congress.
Mont Poseidon, let's go.
3% said Joe Biden, and 3% said Democrats in Congress. Interestingly, a big whopping number, 31%, blame corporate greed. So what you have is a combination of blaming Trump, Republicans, and corporate greed, and nobody blaming the Democrats. This is Trump's economy now. And I think you really underscored something when you showed those golden years. I think one of the problems in this economy is you can have fabulous stock market numbers, which are particularly good for retirees who have money saved. But what you've got in the concentration of purchasing power is a lot of people at the top being able to spend a lot of money. Earlier this year, Moody's Analytics had a really powerful number that 20%, the top 20% of all earners accounted for 60%.
Dude, my auto exposure is really messed up today.
Of consumer spending. That means everybody else has a much, much smaller share to spend, and they can't afford the housing that's on offer. They can't afford the cars that are on offer. My friend Harold Meyerson had a great piece today. There are only 4 cars left that cost $25,000 and under. Things are priced for people with the money to pay for them at the top of the economy. Yeah, there are
Notice how now they're kind of complaining. They're just like, these losers can't buy our cars and our stuff.
quite a few people up there.
God, why can't they just stop being losers?
But a lot of people at the bottom, and especially young people, aren't
Increase the minimum wage. No way!
feeling it. And the frustration among the young and not being able to afford a house and entering a really difficult job market is enormous. And Trump has lost all the ground he gained among young people in the last election.
Can I add something to it?
Please.
EJ, the interesting point here as well is that, those people are not spending money on the same things. When you have all of that spending concentrated at the upper tier of the economy, they're buying luxury goods, they're buying second homes, they're buying, all those things. But when you talk about the things that really drive the economy, when you talk about, the whether people are buying necessities and buying food stock and those kinds of things, that's where you wind up getting compression. People are not buying, people are not shopping in those areas that are vital for the well-being of the mom and pop shop, the small businesses and all those things around that are really the lifeblood of many communities.
Jelani and EJ, you're both. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, EJ.
Oh, no, I think that's an extremely important point, and it really goes especially...
Yeah, it's almost like if you don't give people the means to live, they can't spend money for your profit, morons.
Communities that aren't that well off, that do count on that core...
This is why, honestly, I can only say this so much, but this is why Donald Trump, his failures don't surprise me, because I paid attention. For every shithead that was telling me that he's a good businessman, they never looked at his record. They never looked at how many bankruptcies, personal and business-wise, that he was in charge of. They don't get it. This is what he does, and this is what the rich do. They only care about their bonuses and what they can make in profits. Everything else be damned. And that's why they are going to rob us blind. Listen, if I was on Polymarket, I'd be betting that he's going to leave us in a depression and somehow, some way have us try to have us thank him for it.
Consumer spending.
They don't say thank you, sir. Every time I go out, sometimes I see people with some red hats and a second home saying, sir, thank you so much for making my life a little bit better.
That you're talking about.
But everybody else, they don't seem to be too happy with Trump. You know what? It's because they got TDS.
Those left out places helped build Donald Trump's majority. And now those left out places still feel very left out.
Yep. All right. God, how many MSNBC fucking stories did I pull up today? I pulled up a few. You know what? I'll bring that one up later. Let's do this. We got a breaking points thing that I wanted to watch with y'all. What's this one called? Iran strikes UAE. There we go. Yeah, sorry guys about my auto. I don't know why I'm apologizing, but yeah, my exposure is jaundiced. Oh shit. Didn't mean to take that down. My bad. All right, here we go. Let's get some more context to this UAE situation. Oh man, every time I'm not able to unsee or unhear the parody of this.
Good morning, everybody.
Not even tanned. I look straight up yellow.
Happy Tuesday. I have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. So yesterday, right after our show concluded, Iran struck the UAE. Are we headed back to full-on war? We will take a look at the indications. Also, Professor Pape is going to join us. There's a press conference that's
again, word of the day being microcosm. Because she used to work for MSNBC and she does have that legacy media training, she kind of does separate herself from these stories, but I'm starting to notice it, man. Her and Kyle are starting to talk more about what they can and can't afford, what they're noticing. It's almost like it's starting to affect their bottom lines.
Expected.
Also, I'm not sure like if this is hitting the actual, like breaking points.
This morning, so hopefully we'll have some
Seem to be
clips for him
growing,
to
but
react to and get his thoughts.
They don't really do memberships or anything like that. So I'm kind of confused on how they like make their revenue. Is it all ad based?
As well. Republicans are trying to woo John Fetterman to switch parties, complicating Democratic math. This comes in the wake of this Supreme Court decision, which changes the nature of the Voting Rights Act and opens the ability for Republicans to eliminate a lot of majority Black districts in the South, also making it much more difficult for Democrats.
By the way, Jet, it's kind of funny here. This is my meme, or like my symbol for Majority Report Chat.
Achieving a majority in the House. New numbers about how almost everyone loses money on,
because every time I pop in, it's morning.
Polymarket and Kalshi. Do not delude yourself otherwise. A comprehensive look at Trump corruption, something that has been sorely lacking because it is just so overwhelming, the number of schemes and crimes being committed by this administration. And we also are going to take a look at a pretty stunning speech that MTG gave at the Ron Paul Institute in Texas that is getting a lot of attention, where she spills some tea about her breakup with President Trump.
Yes, that's right. Shout out to MTG. Also, I'm really excited for.
No, you don't have to shout her out. You don't even have to go like, hey, I got to give her some credit. No, you don't.
Isaac, recently met him at a conference. He's such an interesting guy. Really did a good job on this story. Thank you to everybody who's been subscribing, supporting the show, breakingpoints.com. We had a fun AMA yesterday. And if you are watching this on YouTube, please just hit subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to this as a podcast, please share an episode with a friend. It really helps other people find the show.
It is crazy how, like, again, they have what, 2 million? Like this always, I talked about this yesterday about the like and subscribe thing.
But let's go ahead.
It's just like, yeah, sometimes I feel douchey when doing it, but for real, when these guys have to do it, you should realize that it does mean something.
Start with what happened in the UAE. Let's go ahead and start with this video. We'll put it up here on the screen so you can all see. This is in Fujairah. This is part of the UAE, an oil terminal where actually they're able to export oil by bypassing the Strait of Hormuz. It is the only oil terminal. Now, we do not know which is able to do that.
I called it. I fucking called it. I literally said this. They made the announcement. It was either a pipeline or I even said flying tankers, which apparently that is a thing. I was just like, oh, wow. Learn something just through
the UAE. We do not know the full extent of the damage. However, you can see that fires were raging and that there was smoke visible across the country. We also know, let's put A2 up there on the screen. This was from Dropsite News. This has footage of the alleged warning shots. This was released by the Iranian state media, so you can all see that. A couple of interesting and noteworthy parts whenever we start to break it down. Let's move on to A3, please, just so we can see this. The UAE air defenses engaged 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones. So this was not a small attack. This was a serious attack by Iran on the UAE. 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones. Obviously, I do think that it was a dual purpose attack by Iran. Number one, they're showing that not only do they still have ballistic and cruise missile capacity, mobile launchers that are able to evade U.S. detection, UAE detection, but also they have the drone threat. Now, some of those were able to collide, obviously, with the Fujairah plant and take at least some of that production that was offline. This was done in retaliation for the blockade by the United States that's currently happening and the announcement that we covered yesterday of Project Freedom. Project Freedom, as you will all recall, basically, Crystal, is a map to tankers saying, here's where all the mines are. Just go through this way. We're not going to escort you. Please go ahead and go that way. And they're like, yeah, no, I think we're good, actually, just in case.
But Pete Hegseth made it sound like, oh, well, we're already guiding them. God,
we might get shot up by, I don't know, a drone or an IRGC fast boat. So things went hot very, very quick. Trump is downplaying it for right now, but the attack nonetheless is very, very significant for proving their capacity and willingness to engage and to obviously now the ceasefire. So it's kind of been fake.
You know what? It's kind of crazy when Sagar's the one saying that this does prove that they have the capacity to do this.
But now it's definitely fake.
Yeah, well, Trump downplaying it is
this is why this show is actually valuable. As much as I think he's a weenie and he's the ultimate dweeb.
In development, he got asked, do you think the ceasefire is violated? And he tried to, get out
Project
of
Eagle Rocket.
directly to Iran.
Don't give them ideas, Carly, even though that would be pretty funny. If they pull that, I'm going to literally just have to be like, Carly!
Iran had violated the ceasefire and that they were headed back to war. What does that mean? Who knows? Time will tell, I suppose. But these strikes obviously incredibly significant. And I think from the Iranian perspective, they were trying to achieve a few things. First of all, they wanted to send a message to the U.S. of, no, we're not just going to sit here and take it and allow you to try to create some phony impression of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz or to violate our control of the Strait of Hormuz. It does appear that the U.S. was able to help assist 2 commercial vessels to get through the strait. Now, those are commercial vessels so that have sort of direct links to the U.S. government. Outside of those, we're going to play for Professor Pape, an Indian ship captain who's in the region. It's like, we're not going to just try our luck with the Strait of Hormuz. Our companies will not allow us to take on that level of risk. That is not happening. So in any case, number one, they wanted to send a message to the U.S. Number two, in terms of their choice of target, they increasingly view the UAE as an extension of Israel. We previously brought you the reporting that there are IDF soldiers which are stationed in the UAE. And in addition, Israel has provided them with Iron Dome defenses. And in fact, reporting is, and Israel is claiming, that it was those defenses provided by Israel that engaged these missiles and these drones as they were heading towards the UAE. So UAE is effectively seen as like a mini Israel, and it's a closer target, easier target for Iran to hit. It's very weak. There are some obviously strategic targets there, the Fujairah being a case in point. And then another goal here is to continue to divide the Gulf Arab states, Saudi from UAE in particular. But, the fact that UAE has got all in on this Greater Israel project effectively with Israel is not something that's looked too kindly upon by some other states in the region. So this serves that purpose as well. But the big picture here is Iran saying, no, we're not going to sit by and let you make some big announcement to the world and try to change the reality of our control of over the Strait of Hormuz. If we need to engage militarily, we are not afraid to do that. And your allies in the region continue to have severe vulnerabilities.
Yes, that's right. Let's put A5 up there on the screen. There's a lot of stuff that smells fishy, I think, here in the United States. So the commander of CENTCOM, Admiral Brad Cooper, did a briefing with reporters yesterday where he said more commercial ships are en route to travel, but was not able to give any information on what they were. As you said, 2 U.S. flags did travel out of the strait. Quote, when I asked how many ships had been hit by Iran, he declined to give a number. Don't tell the enemy you know what they've been able to achieve. So, okay.
What?
Anyway, there's that. We do know at least one of them. It was a South Korean ship. Let's put A6 up here on the screen.
So ridiculous.
Here is from the president. This was immediately after the shots were fired on the South Korean ship specifically. Trump has not really fully addressed the UAE attack now so far. He says Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with
shots fired.
Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission.
Where are you
We've
going?
shot down 7 small boats, or as they like to call them, fast boats. It's all they have left. Other than the South Korean ship, there has been, at this moment, no damage going through the strait. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the chairman of the Chiefs, Joint Chiefs Dan Kane, will have a news conference tomorrow morning. That's right now, and it's actually happening. I'm monitoring. Currently, we will have clips, which we will play later on for Professor Pape. I will just give you this gem. Pete Hegseth, as a direct gift from the U.S. to the world, we have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait.
Okay.
So,
I love Trump's truth there too. That's like, other than the damage that was done, there was no damage that was done. So, I'm sure that'll make people feel very confident at, transiting through. These are not soldiers. We're talking about regular, working class people of the world, truly, like from all over the world. And, and backed by large conglomerates and having to deal with insurance prices, et cetera. I don't think they're going to be too eager to risk their lives in a hot war zone when the U.S. is not committing any military assets to assisting with this process.
Well, they can't really. Let's put A7 up there on the screen. By the way, the number was actually 6, not 7, in terms of, see what I did there, of the small Iranian boats, as Trump warns regime could be blown off the face of the earth.
I do just want to add to the Iranians are claiming these were civilian boats. I don't know the veracity of what is the case, but in any case, that's the claim that's being made.
No one knows. I'm not sure I believe. I think in this
I don't believe anybody.
case, I actually don't believe.
You know what I think? I think that, yes, like I said, Iran did hit that warship. I think that we responded by taking out 6 small Iranian boats that were fitted with, some stuff. And yeah, you know what?
Believe the Iranians just
clear cut,
because that the fast boat is the primary reason that
we live in this new information age where it's just like we can't admit the failures because that would be a propaganda win for these people. We can't give them that.
They exist in the first place in the Straits of Hormuz. Those fast boats built by the IRGC, they have videos that they released before the war. It's honestly stunning. It's like huge tunnels and areas where they're able to go directly from the tunnel into the strait, and they're extremely cheap, basically just a motor, a couple of guys. They could either have mines, they would have shoulder fired missiles, like all kinds of different munitions, or even small arms in some cases where they're just able to go out.
Are you telling me that guerrilla warfare is actually kind of effective?
I mean, it's very, very...
That's crazy. It's almost like we didn't learn anything from Vietnam.
Difficult to detect. They're obviously moving rapidly. They can just go do a strike and then they can come back. Also, it's only like two people per ship or per boat in each of these cases, and so it's not a lot of risk whenever you're sending out, let's say 6, 7, if you will, of many of these boats that are out there, and then they have literally hundreds, if not thousands, that are in reserve. The U.S., remember, while the war was the hot part of the war initially was going on, was pounding the coastline to trying to take out a lot of these bunkers, but a lot of them were concrete. They were said to have been fortified. Obviously, they've also had a few weeks now, if they need to try and dig some of these out of the rubble. It just demonstrates the asymmetric problem that we're dealing with here. We did have Trump on the phone yesterday with Fox News' Trey Yingst. Let's take a listen to that.
And I spoke with President Trump for 20 minutes about the situation with Iran. He talked about Project Freedom and the U.S. efforts to guide vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, issuing a new warning to the Iranian regime, saying if the Iranians try to target U.S. ships in this area, they will be, quote, blown off the face of the earth. Remember, this was a project implemented by the Americans overnight to assist the hundreds of vessels that are currently trapped in the Persian Gulf. We're talking about more than 20,000 sailors. And the president told Fox he's doing this for humanity. Some of these sailors were running out of food and supplies on these vessels due to the Iranian threats that are ongoing in this area. And again, the president saying that if U.S. ships in the region are targeted, the Iranians will be blown off the face of the earth. Now, I also asked President Trump about the possibility of negotiations with Iran succeeding. He said the Iranians are being far more malleable than they were being in the past, showing flexibility given the U.S. pressure that continues.
Do you think they ever feel foolish for being cartoons of what we were before?
Part of the American blockade of Iran.
This is parody.
In ports, President Trump called that blockade
blown off the face of the earth. It's our fucking president, dude.
Military maneuver in history. As it relates to the combat preparations that continue across the region, President Trump understands there are two paths here. The Iranians either make a good faith deal or ultimately combat operations could resume. And President Trump told Fox News that right now they have bases all over the world. There are American preparations underway. He said they're all stocked with equipment and we can use all of that stuff. And if he needs it, he will use it.
So there you go. I will blow them off the face of the earth. I mean, I don't know how credible or all of that to take it, but it is important nonetheless. I will say that people, the war drums are beating hard again here in Washington. Let's put Lindsey Graham's tweet up here on the screen. Spot on, Mr. President. The combination of Iran's attacks against UAE's vital infrastructure and the continued attacks on international shipping, including a South Korean cargo ship, more than justifies a big, strong, short response to inflict further damage on Iran's
I don't know. Maybe vote vote anybody in but this douchebag
machine.
I think it's kind of time that he is not part of the government, but
fight,
whatever.
Doing everything that's being asked of them. Like what, by the way? By buying our weapons or shooting the weapons that we gave them already? I guess. Iran's recent brazen attack against the UAE tells me a lot about who's in charge in Iran and the chance of a diplomatic solution at any time. A forceful response on behalf of our ally UAE will reinforce that America is back as a reliable ally, helping to further wash away the damage caused by the Biden administration on this front. I will say, I couple this with a late night appearance by Lindsay last night on Fox News, where he actually seems to be backing away from this. By the way, this would be a humiliation for the U.S. Is like, oh, well, we can't respond.
You know what's bad when Sagar's making sense? Yep.
I'm saying in their framework.
1000%.
General Kane this morning just revealed that U.S. has been attacked 6 to 10 times by the Iranians since the ceasefire, like directly by Iran. And then he said, but that's below the threshold to resume major combat operations. So you know that these hawks, when they hear something like that, are going to go crazy because they're going to like, oh, we got to establish deterrence, which is what the Iranians are doing too. But last night on Sean Hannity's show, he said there's no need for boots on the ground in Iran. Instead, a Second Amendment solution stands a real chance of giving the Iranian people a genuine path back to freedom. So he's advocating for the Libya-Syria model, where he's like, he said, we already have thousands of boots on the ground. It's called the Iranian people. They just need guns. So he's like, let's flood the country with a bunch of guns. I actually do wonder how much of a talking point this will become, as it's clear that the direct engagement has totally failed, is that they will just adopt a maximum pressure sanctions blockade strategy and try to flood the country with as much weapons as possible. Now, obviously, because the Iranian regime still has some power and firepower, they're not just going to sit that, take it lightly, like Gaddafi or Assad basically did, or they just didn't have the capacity to. They're much stronger than they were. But I saw that and I was like, maybe that's the direction that things are going to go. Very much in the Libya and the Syria vein, where they know that Trump doesn't have the appetite. You know, the Wall Street Journal has this report. Every day, Trump is oscillating. Should I attack? Should I not attack?
Why can't the Eagles just fly over the Strait of Hormuz?
Don't want to engage, but I also want to...
Same reason they couldn't get to Mordor, duh.
Open the strait. He can see the gas coverage like anybody else. And, it's like... Look, it's a problem of his own creation. Yeah. He should have never done it.
Did we ever establish that the reason that the Eagles couldn't fly there was specifically because of the Eye of Sauron's magic?
In the first place. But seeing this...
It's Lord of the Rings, damn it. If that doesn't make sense to you, then none of the book should.
I could see it going down that road, but of course, it still has tremendous risk.
Well, and what they would do then is, allow more pressure to build, some other precipitating event, the next protest that, Mossad-backed protest with our weapons that is brutally repressed, then it's going to be, the regime is weak again, and we'll be back here, back here down the road. I think that's entirely possible. Also,
taking the oil to Isengard.
Because, the math in terms of interceptors, in terms of our own stockpiles, continues to be reality. There's been nothing in this brief quote-unquote ceasefire time that
my God, the way that the orcs are born, we must birth more orcs through the oil, sir.
Those dynamics. And
bring them to me.
And so it's hard to see any military solution that is going to fundamentally change the, what both sides would bring to the bargaining table. And so it's kind of a matter of time. Now, the thing on the other side of that is whether the Iranians would accept that. Because they may find that unacceptable. They're anxious to secure the gains that they have made through the war, through some sort of an actual peace deal, so that they're not continually threatened with war in the future. So, I don't know that they would accept that new status quo that, the Lindsey Grahams of the world, et cetera, may want to push. And, it is, we talked a little bit to Trita Parsi yesterday about FDD's involvement and how much their reasoning and quote unquote analysis is apparently influential in the White House. They are the ones that produced this analysis that was like, their oil wells are going to explode. And all you need is, 14 days of blockade to stop the spread or whatever. And apparently this was bought by Trump because he's desperate. So anything that he sees that even purports to give him a way out, he's going to grab onto, whether that is pure fantasy, which in this case, it's already clear that that was utter and pure fantasy that he's.
Yeah, but who's selling him on these fantasies? It's not just him. Listen, Trump is stupid. He really is. And he's very malleable, but there is somebody giving him this information and saying, Mr. President, if you take this off ramp here, then it'll actually Who the fuck is feeding him this information? That's what I want to know.
He's grabbing on.
It's not Pete Hegseth. There's no fucking way.
But it's been a very dangerous situation when it's Lindsey Graham, Mark Thiessen, who's a George W. Bush, like dyed in the wool neocon, exactly the kind of guy that Trump would have claimed he'd have nothing to do with in the past. Him, Lindsey Graham, and FDD. And now you've got an FDD guy who's on the negotiating team, which is insane.
Fleshlight.
I mean, that's an incredibly dire development. That not only do you have Witkoff, who's an idiot, Kushner, who's an Israeli asset, and then you've got this FDD guy who also would be almost definitionally, and at least a neocon, if not also an Israeli asset. So not looking good in terms of where things are heading right now.
No. Yeah. I mean, it's not just. Well, even when we talk about negotiation team for what? There's no negotiation.
Right.
That's currently. Well, I mean, in that part too, I always am. Look, the Iranians.
They need that to be like out there so they can manipulate the markets, though. Because on Friday, I guarantee, if it's not this Friday, next Friday, where it's like, yeah, we're sending Jared and Steve over there again. To Pakistan, we're gonna, you know what? I reinstated the fact that they can travel, they can go, and they can try and make a deal. They're gonna make a deal. Did the markets move? Did the markets move? Are the futures? Are they moving? Are they moving?
Keep trying to make clear that they are trying to negotiate. So
until the stock market legit does, like, I'm not sure if it's actually going to take somebody in public just to be like, no, fuck off. Enough manipulating the markets. Like, people are onto you now. Like, you need to stop.
Rachi put out a statement yesterday. He said, as negotiations are progressing, but he said negotiations with Pakistan. And so I think this mediation continues, but there's been formal response. They deliver to Pakistan. Pakistan sends it to us. Both sides are still very, very far apart now. I don't know. I mean, maybe things will just try and continue in this direction, but the war drums, as I said, they continue. Let's put A10 on the screen. Naftali Bennett, the United Arab Emirates. This is the former Israeli prime minister, also running now in the current election. The United Arab Emirates, our strategic ally, has just been attacked by Iran. This is, in effect, a declaration of the renewal of Iran's war against the allies of the United States and Israel across the region. This regional alliance is vital to our security and to the security of moderate partners in the Gulf and the Middle East. Iran continues to try and intimidate the region and poses a threat to global security. We stand with our ally. Trita Parsi also made the joke that many Iranian monarchists are now adding UAE flags to their bios, along with Israeli. So it's Israel, America, the monarchist flag, and now the UAE flag. I don't know. You see this. I did initially think that immediately that Trump would have to respond just because it's such a public thing. Like, it's not just an attack on the UAE. It is an attack on their most vital oil infrastructure, like the thing that is keeping them afloat at all in the country. And you're setting it on fire. And you're not just sending one drone. You're sending all these ballistic cruise missiles, drones. It's a serious thing. Multiple, I think, South Asian laborers were actually injured as a result of the attack. You even had some crazy drone attack that hit a apartment complex in Oman yesterday. So at first you're like, wow, like how could they possibly just sit there and take it? But I think Trump's response, where he basically said it's not a violation of the ceasefire, effectively, in one of these phone interviews. And this morning appears to have directed the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to say directly that this
he's needing them biscuits,
does not rise to the threshold of major combat operations. They're afraid of having to go back to war. They're honestly desperate to try to avoid it, but they're not desperate enough to actually cut a deal. So that's where things stand right now. Really does vindicate, I think, Professor Pape's framework about how Iran has turned itself into a regional power. So with that, let's get to it. Hey, if you like that video.
All right. Hey, if you liked that video, then... No. I'm going to just say I do appreciate Breaking Point's coverage of things. I may get annoyed by them sometimes, but overall, I do appreciate it. I wanted to watch this yesterday on my show, but I was not able to. So this video, the video that exposed Tucker Carlson in seconds, Philly D covered this yesterday, which, yeah, shout out Philip DeFranco, one of the OG, normie news guys who, honestly, I'm kind of glad to see that he finally got off that fence and started going, hey, you know what? Fuck it. I can't hide my politics anymore. Like, things are that bad. Like, and that's how I knew things were bad politically, when it was like, wait. You got Philip DeFranco to break his apolitical veneer. Holy crap. Like, that's how you know things are real bad. So yeah, he reported on this yesterday, and I have no idea what this is about. So let's find out together, shall we? Because I thought Tucker Carlson was like on track to be the next president, according to some people.
We have to talk about how Tucker Carlson just got exposed on Trump straight to his face and the fallout there. Why Iran's firing on U.S. ships after Trump announced Project Freedom with things just spiraling. And how Congress might actually be about to ban itself from betting on prediction markets, but we break down why that's still probably not going to be enough to stop insider trading on the war. First, I have an exciting announcement and update for you. We did our sold out live show in New York on Friday, and I'm still buzzing. I went in prepared, and I was hoping that it would be a good night, but it was honestly one of the best nights I've ever had on stage in like my 20 years of doing this. The energy in that room, right? The connection, the fact that I got to actually stand there after the show and meet y'all and hear people, talk about their connection.
I wish I could go see them.
To the show in real life, and it's not just numbers.
They're coming to Chicago.
On a screen, right? Not just some comment section, not an algorithmic ranked feed. It just in person. It was amazing. We had people that were, coming alone, making friends in line, couples making it a date night, people messaging us afterwards saying it was cathartic, it was fun, it was great. Some saying like it felt like a family gathering, but one you actually wanted to go to. The one thing that actually makes me more excited is that I get to do this with even more of y'all in 12 different cities at 12 different dates. Ships through the Strait of But with that said, there's a lot we've got to dive into today, starting with this. Donald Trump is now
like, oh, I'm watching the
military
promo.
to guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran, they may once again be targeting U.S. troops, commercial ships, and other countries in the region. But also at the same time, according to the White House, the war actually ended way back on April 8th, or at least that's what Trump told lawmakers on Friday to argue that he didn't need their permission to continue
Jesus Christ.
said war, despite it being the 60th.
Now he can retroactively just be like, it was, wasn't a war, still not a war, and it wasn't then, and technically, if it was a war, we ended it then.
A day since he formally notified Congress of strikes against Iran, which, according to the War Powers Resolution of 1973, is generally the longest American forces
Look
can
at that
remain
millennial audience we grew up affiliating.
hostilities without
we did.
congressional authorization. But again, Trump said that the conflict had been terminated since the ceasefire.
I've been watching him on and off for over 10 years.
In fact, on April 8th, even though his blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which is an act of war under international law, remains in place. Not to mention the fact that just a few hours after he said that the U.S. wasn't at war with Iran, you had him saying to supporters in Florida,
we're in a war because I think you would agree we cannot let lunatics have a nuclear weapon.
And so, of course, you again have many experts saying that the administration's legal argument, it doesn't hold up. And even actually several Republicans are growing increasingly skeptical. Though also many experts and lawmakers have argued that this war was illegal from the very beginning. And now, as it was then, there's nothing actually stopping Trump from doing what he wants, including setting the country's terms for a deal. Right? And with that, you had him writing on social media on Saturday that he would soon be reviewing a new proposal from Iran and adding, I can't imagine that it would be acceptable in that they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. And the proposal that he was reportedly looking at was a 14-point plan rehashing Iran's earlier demands, including by calling for the U.S. to withdraw its forces from near Iran's borders, end its naval blockade of Iranian ports, accept Iranian involvement in the management of the Strait of Hormuz, and include Lebanon in the ceasefire and any subsequent peace deal. And actually,
this is different than a comedian coming
on that
to
last
town.
point, they reportedly demanded that a final agreement be reached within 30 days. But maybe most notably, according to Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, there were absolutely no details regarding the country's nuclear issues in the proposal. So on Sunday, you had Trump telling an Israeli media outlet that, as he predicted, the proposal wasn't acceptable to him, reportedly saying, the Iranians want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with what they've offered, saying there are things I can't agree to. But you also had Iran's foreign ministry saying that it's reviewing a U.S. response to its proposal. And while the administration, they haven't confirmed that they've sent a response, either way, it appears that a deal right now, it just kind of remains out of reach. And in the meantime, there have been more attacks threatening the ceasefire. Yesterday, for example, you had the first reported attacks on ships in or near the strait since April 22nd. You had a cargo ship claiming it had been attacked by multiple small boats, while another vessel said that it had been hit by unknown projectiles. And then you had Trump announcing his latest effort to reopen the Strait of Hormuz on social media, with Trump presenting it as a humanitarian effort to be undertaken on behalf of the rest of the world, seemingly including nations that he's previously criticized for not doing something about the strait themselves. But he claimed that countries from all over the world, which he described as neutral and innocent bystanders that had done nothing wrong, had asked the U.S. for help, writing, for the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so they can freely and ably get on with their business. And he said that this process, dubbed Project Freedom, would begin Monday morning Middle East time, which is not a time zone. But, you get what he was going for, maybe. And he also claimed that his representatives were
Sammy Obed,
very positive discussions with Iran before finally adding, if in any way this humanitarian process is interfered with, That
Hey, Big
interference
Jerry.
will unfortunately have
How's
to
it going? Welcome to the show.
be dealt with forcefully. And with that, you also had U.S. Central Command saying in a statement that its forces would begin supporting Project Freedom and adding, U.S. military support to Project Freedom will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 service members. But also with this, very notably, the military reportedly will not actually be escorting ships through the strait. That is, at least for now. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper did reportedly present a plan for that last week, but then at the very last minute, Trump opted for a more cautious approach, which will instead have the military advising ships on how to avoid mines while passing through the strait and standing ready to intervene if Iran attacks them. And so with that, you had one administration official telling Axios that the rules of engagement for American forces in the region, they've changed, with troops now authorized to strike immediate threats against ships that cross the strait, including IRGC fast boats or Iranian missile positions. And then you had another official reportedly telling the outlet that Trump decided on this option after becoming fed up with the no deal, no war stalemate in Iran, saying the president wants action. He doesn't want.
I'm assuming that there's got to be like sanctioned fishing zones, at least, like in the northern part of the strait, or is there just like no fishing in the strait at all?
To sit still. He wants pressure. He wants a deal. And you also had a source described as being close to the president, claiming this is the beginning of a process that could lead to a confrontation with the Iranians. Right, and saying that this so-called humanitarian mission to free ships stranded in the strait means if the Iranians do something, they will be the bad guys and we will have the legitimacy to act, which could also honestly kind of make it sound like these civilian-run commercial vessels are being used as bait. Because even as the U.S. military, they've been.
I was about to say, apparently there's grouper and snapper in the Strait of Hormuz, and they're, because of like the way that it is a strait.
To enter the strait, the U.S.-led Joint Maritime Information Center, they reportedly advised commercial ships today
calm water
to cross the waterway while sticking in the territorial waters of Oman, right? Saying it had set up an enhanced security area. And you have the organization also warning ships to stay away from the usual shipping lanes, which, quote, should be considered extremely hazardous due to the presence of mines that have not been fully surveyed and mitigated. But also, understand, it may ultimately be hazardous almost anywhere as Iran responds. Or you have one senior official claiming that any interference in the strait would be seen as a ceasefire violation. And you have the IRGC Navy issuing a new map of the Strait of Hormuz, which it said showed the area under its control, with also a top military commander telling commercial ships and oil tankers not to pass through without coordinating with Iran's armed forces and adding, we warn that any foreign armed force, especially the aggressive U.S. military, if they intend to approach or enter the Strait of Hormuz, will be targeted and attacked. Right, and then with all this, early today, you had the Iranian government claiming to have stopped a U.S. destroyer from entering the strait. So the semi-official Iranian news agency even reporting that 2 missiles hit a U.S. ship sailing through the strait after ignoring a warning from Iran's Navy. Though then, Iranian outlets later claimed that the military had only fired warning shots against U.S. ships that had attempted to approach the strait. And then also you had CENTCOM firmly denying that any American naval vessels had been struck. And even later reporting that U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers were actually operating in the Persian Gulf after
I'm seeing like official information. I'm just kind of like,
transiting the Strait of Hormuz and dadding. As a first step, 2 U.S. flagged merchant vessels have successfully transited through the Strait of Hormuz and are safely headed on their journey. Now, Iran responded by issuing a statement claiming that no commercial vessels or tankers have traversed the waterway over the past few hours, saying claims by U.S. officials are baseless and complete lies. But whatever the case may be there, it now appears that Iran's following through on their threats with new attacks on ships in the strait and energy facilities in the region. Right? CENTCOM, for example, saying that the Navy had shot down Iranian cruise missiles and drones fired at ships and commercial vessels in the strait. Also reporting that Army helicopters destroyed 6 Iranian military speedboats that had threatened the vessels. You also had the UAE issuing its first missile alert since the ceasefire began. Right, saying that it downed 3 missiles fired from Iran over its territorial waters, with a 4th one crashing into the sea. The country's largest port and oil storage area, it was reportedly attacked by an Iranian drone, sparking a major fire. But the foreign ministry then issuing a statement saying they reserve the right to respond to Iranian attacks. Also, you had Oman State News Agency reporting that a residential building housing company employees was targeted in an attack. You even had a South Korean cargo ship catching fire after an explosion in the news. So that one might have actually been an accident, with authorities saying that the blast originated on the port side of the ship's engine room. But that said, it still led to Trump writing on social media, perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. So ultimately, at least for now, this kind of appears to be the most intense exchange of fire that we've seen since the ceasefire began. And so as a result, oil and gas prices are likely to keep rising. Right, and for now, we're going to have to wait to see if any of this changes anything for either side. Or does it lead to a deal? Does it just lead to more continued fighting? What's going to happen? Though also, right, with the other ceasefire connected to this whole situation, or the one between Israel and Lebanon, the fighting's never really stopped. In fact, you have many experts saying that Israel is doing what it did to Gaza to southern Lebanon, continuing to order evacuations, occupying the territory, and destroying homes and buildings while continuing to launch new strikes with massive loss of life. So you have the Israeli military claiming that they're just targeting infrastructure and positions belonging to Hezbollah, which according to the Israeli military has launched hundreds of drones, rockets, and anti-tank missiles at Israel and has killed at least 17 Israeli soldiers since early March. So then on the other side, just since last Thursday, Israeli strikes have killed 77 in Lebanon, according to the country's health ministry. With it,
these ceasefires don't mean shit when they get to constantly attack the the side that is, kind of the victim.
Total death toll now being around.
I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of this. Like, it was literally like the word ceasefire ceased to have meaning with Israel and Gaza. And now, like, it's insane. And again, moving the markets with like just fucking saying the word.
European countries have somewhat spoken out against Israel. There are also those who think that Netanyahu may be emboldened by the unflinching support from the United States, especially under Trump, who many see as a president who finally listened to Netanyahu's arguments for starting a war with Iran. Arguments that you now have Obama telling the New Yorker that he also heard when he was in the Oval Office. And now you're also seeing more and more people on the right leaning into this idea that Trump basically got tricked into launching the war by Israel. Or with, for example, Tucker Carlson giving an interview to the New York Times in which he claimed that Trump is being held hostage by Netanyahu and had no choice in starting the war. And in this, he described a conversation that he supposedly had with Trump shortly before the war began, in which the president said,
he said, it's going to be all right. And he said, do you know how I know that? And I said, no. He said, because it always is.
You and Tucker stressing, albeit without getting into details, that most of the pressure for war it came from outside of the White House, and that
it always works out for me. Everything's coming up Trump.
People on the inside were just too cowardly to resist it. In fact, in one of the wackier, we'll call it, moments of the interview, he said that Trump turns people into cowards with his supernatural powers.
And there is a kind of quality that he has that's spellbinding. And I think it probably literally is a spell. And the effect is to weaken people around him and make them more compliant and more confused. And I've experienced this myself. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting, very interesting. And there may be a supernatural component to it. I'm not a theologian, but it's real. And anyone who's been around him can tell you it's real.
Now, unfortunately, Lulu Garcia Navarro didn't press him on specifically which kind of spell casting this was. Right away, talking like Harry Potter style, maybe more something like Lord of the Ringsy, or perhaps more of a Macbeth witchcraft kind of situation. Because of course, the public has a right to know what kind of sorcery their president's engaged in. Though really, it actually seems more likely that Tucker is pointing to something more Christian in flavor, or rather anti-Christian. And when Garcia Navarro brought this idea up, she fact-checked him right there on the spot.
You've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist?
Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows?
I don't know.
Next here, that's unclear. And it's one that we have to keep eyes on because, it really could determine the future of reproductive care access in this country. But then from that, the final thing that I want to talk about today is all this news around prediction markets. Starting with the fact that a few days ago, the Senate...
Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what the hell just happened there.
One argument that some people are making is that his statements about Trump, they have been at least as though probably more inflammatory than former FBI Director James Comey's seashell post. Right, with that being the Instagram photo that he posted where seashells are arranged to read 8647, which much of the right interpreted, or at least are saying they interpret it as code for advocating for Trump's murder. Though many others say that is a reach, noting that 86 is a restaurant term, that people have been calling for impeachments this way. But regardless, you had Comey taking it down the very same day, and he apologized. But that did not get Trump off of Comey's ass, and in fact, Comey ended up getting charged by Trump's DOJ recently. So then bringing all this together, you had CNN's Jake Tapper bring on U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, and he played the same clip of Tucker suggesting that Trump might be the Antichrist.
Whatever Tucker Carlson says is not relevant to me right now. I really don't care about what he says. I'm really not here as a political pundit anymore. I'm here as a prosecutor. My job is to not talk about talking heads and what they say.
Meanwhile, you had Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche doing an interview with NBC, and they also made a similar point, noting that dozens of products on Amazon contain the numbers 8647, but only Comey has been charged.
That's posted constantly. That phrase is used constantly. There are constantly men and women.
This guy is such a weak, feckless person. I do not understand when this guy's talking about central casting. How in the fuck did he put this guy in charge? At least Bondi, you could kind of I don't know. She kind of had some fight in her, I guess, even though it didn't work out for her.
Women who choose to make.
Look at this guy. He's such he's like a little
threatening statements against President Trump. Every one of those statements do not result in indictments, of course. There are facts, there are circumstances, there are investigations that have to take place.
And so you now have critics here in both of those answers going, okay, yeah, that's meaningless bullshit. And really the only difference is that Comey is Trump's political enemy. And Blanche, he keeps vaguely suggesting that there's other evidence beside the seashells that incriminates Comey, but neither he nor the indictment itself have actually hinted at what that might be. But also, with everything that we've said, as unhinged as...
But that goes against certain, oh my God, So that would require another indictment, because if you're filing like for an investigation into something else, you could start this is where I barely know the fucking law, but this is where any defense attorney would be able to just be like, so why didn't they bring that up in the first indictment?
A number of the people that we have heard from there is at least one thing Tucker said that I think we can all agree on.
If you were to sit across from Ted Cruz, there's something about him. It's just like repulsive. I mean, it's like disgusting. Like if you entered a men's room and Ted Cruz was there, you would be like, I can hold it. I'm leaving.
And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank a sponsor and say, you ever feel
I'm starting to think that Tucker Carlson is a fucking moron. That's okay. Alrighty. Sorry. Bring this up. Here we go. When was this published? 4 hours ago. Okay, perfect. Let's get away from American media for a second for some of the Iran updates, because I gotta be honest. Even with the BBC being kind of like, state-owned and all that, they tend to kind of keep to facts for the most part. I'm trying here. I'm trying. Because at some point, it does kind of make you like go to the MAGA thing where it's like, mainstream media, you can't trust anything. I only trust I only trust myself. Lego mainstream media. Yeah.
The fragile US-Iran ceasefire is under new strain after the two sides exchanged fire on Monday as they wrestle for control of the blockaded Strait of Hormuz. Posting on social media, the Speaker of Iran's parliament and their chief negotiator says the US has violated the ceasefire. And
the thing is, this one, there's no obvious power structure that is just saying hey, you cannot report on this. So there is, I don't know, there's merit to, still going to the BBC's reporting. Same with Al Jazeera. Well, again, Al Jazeera being literal Doha state media.
Jeopardize the security of shipping and energy transit through the critical waterway. He writes,
all of it has. Name one news organization that we can just trust outside of Democracy Now!
We know full well that the continuation of the status quo is intolerable for America, while we have not even begun yet. His comments come after the US military began an operation to guide stranded cargo ships out of the Key Channel. The US says 2 American guided missile destroyers and 2 US-flagged merchant ships successfully sailed through the strait, while 6 Iranian small boats were attacked and destroyed. Elsewhere in the Gulf, the United Arab Emirates blamed Iran for an attack that caused a fire at the largest oil storage facility in the country. The strike on the port of Fujairah is the first on the UAE since a ceasefire was agreed between Iran and the US at the beginning of April. In a moment, we'll hear from our Middle East correspondent. But first, David Willis has our top story.
Smoke rising over the UAE's biggest oil port. This, the first strike on the Emirates since a ceasefire in the conflict came into place a month ago, and some believe a potentially ominous sign of things to come. President Trump is calling the operation to break Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz Project Freedom, and continues to insist the war effort is going entirely to plan.
It's working out very nicely. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force.
You have been saying that for over a month now, dude.
No anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar. They have no nothing. They have no leaders, actually.
They have no anti-aircraft equipment. You don't remember that thing that just happened like a month ago? Don't even talk about it.
The effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz has sent petrol prices skyrocketing around the world. And with elections only months away, President Trump has grown frustrated by the current stalemate. Project Freedom will see U.S. cruise missile destroyers, helicopters, drones, and fighter jets deployed to help ships pass safely through the Gulf, a move that has already antagonized Iran, whose foreign minister Abbas Araghchi tweeted, "Events in Hormuz make clear there's no military solution to a political crisis. Project Freedom is Project Deadlock."
Yeah, dude.
Iranian state TV.
Yeah, great for negotiations.
Said its navy had fired warning shots at American warships, but claims that it had hit an American.
This is going to be a forever war, guys.
The Navy destroyer have been denied by
I'm just
the
laughing
US.
because it's like they keep saying, nah.
The United States says 2 of its guided missile destroyers and 2 merchant ships have made it through the Strait of Hormuz. The shipping company Maersk told the BBC that the US-registered Alliance Fairfax had passed through the strait under military protection, but hundreds of other vessels remain stranded. Donald Trump has called the operation to restore freedom of navigation in the area and humanitarian gesture, but with it comes the very real threat of a return to war. David Willis, BBC News.
Former UK ambassador to Iran, Nicholas Hopton, gave us his assessment of where we are in this conflict.
Before this conflict, the Strait of Hormuz was not a part of the negotiations taking place between the US and Iran. They were focused on Iran's nuclear threat and, from Iran's perspective, on the possibility of raising the sanctions on them. Now it's all about the Strait of Hormuz because one of the unintended
because Iran is winning.
The consequence of this.
Can we enough with the fucking mincing words? Trump fucked up. He bet like that again that they were going to have this uprising and that they would not close the strait. Then, of course, because they didn't have the strait before, now they do. So it's almost like they gained a major foothold, which I was told that they don't have a navy, they don't have an air force, they're almost completely obliterated.
This war has been that Iran has demonstrated that it controls.
Thus bringing us right back to this is why we can't even trust our own government on this shit.
De facto.
Like, not like you could before. Like, it wasn't perfect, but at least they weren't so brazen with the just being like, okay, there's no way they could fact check this.
The narrow waterway, which serves a large part of the global economy.
Thank you, Jet.
Economy, and we've seen the devastating consequences and the potential for much worse.
If I don't see my show, I will catch you on PEPAGANDA tomorrow.
By Iran controlling those straits.
Oh, shit. I just realized I might not be live tomorrow.
Closing those straits, and then the US imposing a further blockade on top of that. So we're at a messy stalemate where the war has ended in an inconclusive fashion. There is a ceasefire, formally at least, which has been violated regularly by both sides, it seems. And the President of the United States, it would appear, has grown frustrated by this and feeling that he needs to be seen to be doing something to unblock the situation, has launched Project Freedom, which looks on the face of it.
Can't even save it for something that, I don't know, man. Like
unsustainable given the amount of military resources it will require. And also
for a mission that might succeed. I mean, it's kind of on the nose. Project Freedom failing.
Highly unlikely to free up the Strait of Hormuz for maritime traffic in the long term. Certainly not to return it to as it was before the 28th of February. So it looks, I'm afraid, it looks like another gamble from the White House. And the hope is that it doesn't lead to a new...
This is the refreshing speak from why we're watching the BBC report here.
Escalation of the war.
Behind the scenes, though, what's going on, do you believe, in terms of efforts to resolve this diplomatically?
Man, I really like that.
Well, certainly there's a huge amount of diplomacy going on behind the scenes, not that directly, it seems, between the two main parties, US and Iran, but with many mediators, particularly the Pakistanis, but others also trying to help bring the sides together to the point where they might rejoin talks and then move towards more meaningful discussions and even negotiations for a settlement. And the shape of that settlement is not hard to detect, but it would involve significant compromises on both sides, particularly from the White House, from its position at the moment. And the two sides do seem a long way apart. So I think behind all the confusion and noise we're hearing around Project Freedom in the last 24 hours, the reality is that the fundamentals haven't changed significantly. There is no return to major war at this point. The ceasefire is worth something. It is still holding to an extent, but the Iranians control the Strait of Hormuz effectively. There are many, many ships and thousands of sailors trapped in the Gulf at the moment, and the global economy is suffering as a result. So it will take a return to the diplomatic track in a more meaningful way to find a stable long-term solution.
Former UK Ambassador to Iran, Nicholas Hopton.
All right. Like I said, I do appreciate the fact that they were even able to voice that, because it seems like even like on opposition media to the Trump regime, they're not going to voice any of this. It's crazy, man, how quickly it happened, where our press is not free anymore. They're all too scared to fucking say anything that will piss off the regime, out of fear that they're going to get sued, which, again, there used to be protections for that kind of thing. All righty. Damn it. I don't want to fucking watch this whole thing. This dipshit here. What do we got? Oh. Actually do have a... All right, let's cover this real quick because I barely care about it. I'll be completely real. The only reason that I do kind of care is because of the broader implications that will come from it. So here's Nick Shirley. So Nick Shirley's in Cuba, right? Now, you guys remember how like there was all that fake right-wing outrage about the hotel that Hassan was staying in? Well, it turns out that Nick Shirley just kind of broke that rule that kind of put Hassan there. So yes, the Hotel National de Cuba is a sanctioned entity explicitly included on the U.S. Department of State's Cuba prohibited accommodations list. U.S. citizens are generally prohibited from staying at this hotel as it is considered government owned, and direct financial transactions are restricted. Is on the list of prohibited properties, impacted U.S. travelers. According to TripAdvisor, U.S. travelers who adhere to the Treasury Department regulations cannot legally lodge or pay for this hotel. The U.S. government restricts direct financial transactions with these entities. Funny enough, Nick Shirley contributing to the Cuban government more than Hassan, which, you'd think the right wing would care about. So yeah, Nick Shirley violated OFAC sanctions in Cuba.
We are trying to plan our escape route. We have a few options. The main one is to leave here and then go play taxi tag, as far as hopping in another taxi to make sure we aren't getting trailed by them, and then make our way to the embassy.
Why would you say this online, you dip? This is how you know it's fake. This is all performance.
And then,
like, anybody that has even a fucking modicum of thought process could just see, like, hey, why would you tell people this before you did it? You fucking idiot.
From the embassy by our...
God, he really... this is where I am kind of shocked that just know that, like, everything going on, like, with ICE in the Somali population in Minnesota. Like, this guy has done so much harm just by being a fucking dolt of a human being. Like, he is genuinely one of the stupidest people on the fucking planet. And this is who the right is just like, yeah, he's a real journalist. He's going out and he is proving that there's so much corruption. We need to go invade Cuba because he found so much corruption. Oh my God. Fucking infuriating. All right, yeah, Hassan. He had a response. Here we go. All right, Hassan says, I obviously don't believe this even a little bit, but it's ominous that this medically stupid dickhead is going to Cuba to manufacture propaganda for what I assume is to be additional U.S. intervention. And then, we got Destiny actually chiming in and agreeing with Hassan. Weird, right? This cognitively impaired child being the face of the modern MAGA movement is honestly just perfect, to be honest. Cognitively impaired is putting it lightly. I'd utilize another word to describe Shirley, except that miraculously he's highly effective. Yeah, that's what's weird. Hassan is the face of the liberal movement is honestly just perfect, to be honest. Oh, there it is. There it is. God, I was waiting for it. It's just like, who's going to claim superiority on the left as far as being the face of the left? Because I mean, you got one section of, I guess, like what I would call the Reddit left that thinks, Hassan is. Then you got the DGGers that are still. I don't get it. I genuinely do not understand how Destiny has so many people still supporting him after all of the sex pest shit. Like, I'm just like, okay, man, like, damn. And he was so unapologetic about it that it was like, okay, that should have been enough for you to just be like, nah, like the victim blaming, all of it. But whatever. Definitely not a fan of the sex pestiny here. I think that you guys know that. Alrighty. Well, we actually got through everything. We did it. Little behind the a little behind the scenes here. I haven't gotten through every segment that I had prepared for specifically Pepaganda. I think ever. Because it's a little different with my High on Politics show. Because I do a little bit more time there. So I'll, get through my stuff and then we'll go to like sovereign citizen videos. Obviously, I'll have the fun half. But yeah, this was the first time that I've gotten through everything. So that's pretty freaking cool. As I had just mentioned, yes, I do have another show. If you guys are new here, come and check out my channel at Pep Talks TV. I do a long form show. Come and enjoy the stream, man. Just talking slow motion to fill the time. Oof. No, that's okay. Hey, I got this. Actually, this is going to be nice because I can have a clean wrap on the show, then intro the next show that's coming on, which I know you guys are going to enjoy, even though it's some syndicated content. The syndicated content is also important. And if you haven't seen it, then definitely stick around. If you guys are new to this space, this space is a working class collaborative where we are all of this of a similar ilk as far as tax bracket wise, and we're also what I would call activists as far as this corner of the stream of Streamland, I guess. But yeah, we are. We have a really, really good group of people here. What I like is that most of the creators that are on this space, we're all different. We all offer something different and different expertise and all of that. Like I really, really appreciate that blue collar of the internet. It really is. We are the popped blue collar of the internet because we got that Riz. You know what's up? As I said, I know what I offer. Some cheesy jokes and the everyday idiot's account of how politics is affecting them. Is again, without saying too much, I am out there dealing with the average person a lot. This is how I can say, even though it is a bit anecdotal, that yes, people from MAGA are the ones that voted for Trump this specific term. Man, they are not having it. They're not listening to his bullshit. I do have when we hear the propaganda, I hope you guys understand that it's not really breaking through to the base as much. You have the old people, obviously. That's why they're still focusing so hard on them, is because they're like, we really need you to come out for us because God damn it, we don't have any of the youth. They're doing so poorly with the youth. And like I had brought up earlier, if you guys were not here, I was saying about how they are trying to disenfranchise the age group from 18 to 25 specifically, so they have nowhere else to go but the military. That's why I don't have a lot of faith in this not being a forever war. Just because it seems like they're not doing a lot to improve our lives. And realistically, it comes down to if once his friends stop making profits or they're in danger of being hurt by us being hurt, then he'll probably start being like, okay guys, we gotta wrap this up now. I actually mean it this time. The people out there, I guess they're hurting. You can tell by, they didn't have as much profits, and my one friend, he didn't get his bonus the way that he thought he would. God, we live in such a just toxic, freaking parasitic environment. But real quick, I do want to preview what I have going on. So today on High on Politics, I'm going to be doing something a little bit different. I learned something that I didn't know about. For all the theory and all the political, like poli-sci stuff that I've been privy to, I never learned about the iron law of oligarchy. So at 4 p.m., come and join me to learn about the iron law of oligarchy. And obviously, we're going to be doing our news breakdowns and everything else. But I do want to have a pretty extensive conversation about this. So hope you guys can join us. Like I said, at Pep Talks TV on YouTube and Twitch. Follow me on Twitch if you guys don't already. Also, follow me on my socials, guys. If you guys are on X, come and join me at Pep Talks TV. I did pretty well on trying to get all my handles. So boo, homework. Hey, you're not getting homework. As I said, I'm going to put my teaching cap on and learn my learning and teaching cap, because every teacher's still learning. Don't you know? Like his little buddy Diddy saying, can't stop, won't stop. Well, all right. With that, I do appreciate you guys hanging out today. Stick around for the Valley Labor Report coming up next, and I will catch you guys on the next edition of PEPAGANDA tomorrow. And then see you guys next week as well. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
If we stand together and fight back, we've won in the past, we've continued to win over the past year, and I'm very optimistic in the DoD workers in Redstone, Arsenal, and everywhere else. We're not going to let this agency and not let this administration roll over us.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
We have on the line Dave Cann. Dave Cann is the National Organizing Director for the American Federation of Government Employees. AFGE is the largest federal employees union, representing hundreds of thousands of workers nationwide at dozens of federal agencies, including right here in Huntsville. Dave, welcome back to the program. It's great to talk to you.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
We got an echo. I think that's probably on our end. Not sure what's up with that, but DoD workers in Huntsville and across the country got emails from their managers last week saying that they don't have a union anymore. Can you tell us why they got those emails last week?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like to start by saying that they absolutely do. There is nothing that the agency or management can ever do to take away your union, whether you're a federal employee or not. But a bit of background on what's going on. 1.3 million employees in the federal service have been told similar things, and none of it is true. And we've been knocking it down agency by agency in their efforts to union bust. But a little bit about the background on it is this administration started promising a war on federal employees. They said that most federal work was fraud, waste, or abuse, and that they were going to start a special department called the Department of Government Efficiency to attack federal workers and the missions that they engage in. And early on, our union and other federal sector labor unions stood firm, saying that federal workers do important work, serving folks all over the country, and that it needed to be protected. And so from even before the second term for Trump began, we were engaged in a fight regarding the importance of federal workers and the protecting the terms and conditions of their work. And so the administration realized that we would be a bulwark against efforts to get rid of federal employees. And in their efforts to attack folks, they looked at a relatively infrequently used portion of the Civil Service Reform Act, which is a statute that gives federal employees the right to organize and have labor unions, which says that the executive can decide that any worker is engaged primarily in national security, and as a result of that, isn't entitled to have labor representation. It hasn't been used very often in the past 47 years that the statute's been around. I think every president looks at it and discusses whether or not certain groups in the margins apply. I remember in the Obama administration, they talked about whether or not IT workers who work in cybersecurity were engaged primarily in national security. But in an effort to take away the voice that folks had as they were defending their jobs against attacks from DOJ, they said 1.3 million workers were engaged primarily in national security. So people at the CDC that study allergies are engaged primarily in national security. People that work in the grocery stores on Army bases are engaged primarily in national security. The cleaning staff in VA hospitals are engaged primarily in national security. And in that, they said that folks aren't allowed to have labor union, and have tried to wipe away their rights. We've been fighting it in the courts, on the Hill, in the streets, and we've had a ton of success. They said TSA workers weren't allowed to have a union, and right now they, because of injunctive action that we've gotten in the courts, their contract is back in place. The VA, 315,000 workers, their contract is back in place. And we're optimistic the same will be true for the DoD. But significantly, I think the administration misunderstands what a labor union is and whether or not they're able to strike away what the union rights and get rid of them. Because at its core, our union is all of the workers and their ability to fight back against these actions. And I don't think they're going to be able to get people to stand down and stop protecting their jobs and stop standing shoulder to shoulder just because they tell folks that the union is gone, no matter what union busting they engage in. So that's a bit of background on what's happened so far, but I'm happy to get more into detail.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned the mechanism that they're using to try to do this is one small piece of the Civil Service Reform Act, which or the Civil Service legislation from the 70s, that there's one small line, like you said, that gives the president authority to exclude people who primarily do national security work from collective bargaining. And, you know, what they're arguing is basically like it is at the president's sole discretion. There's no kind of fact of the matter question that can be arbitrated in the courts. This is the administration's position. Their position is if the president says that a worker primarily engages in national security issues and collective bargaining would hurt it, then the president gets to take away collective bargaining. And that seems to me to be, you know, I know you're not a lawyer. We've had the general counsel on before, and maybe, you know, we can get him on again later. But that seems to me to just be a totally not sensical argument because, you know, there has to be a fact of the matter. Presumably, the Congress, when they enacted this legislation, they had something in mind as to what constituted a worker who primarily worked in national security. Otherwise, they would have just given the president sole discretion to exclude people from collective bargaining for any reason at all. Because that's what the administration is arguing in effect, is that for any reason, I can just declare that a worker primarily works in national security, and then I can take away their collective bargaining rights. And that just does not seem to me to make sense, especially when you combine it with the history of the fact that, like you said, all other presidential administrations post this legislation being enacted in the 70s have basically all DOD employees have had collective bargaining rights. It's always been small units at the margins. It's never been, oh, the whole DOD is primarily national security and collective bargaining would be a detriment. And so I don't, not that I have any confidence in this Supreme Court, but I just don't see how you can make a good faith argument that this is what the framers of this legislation intended when they passed the Civil Service Reform Act.
Well, there's an interesting wrinkle to that, and don't tell anybody I am a lay ruler, but I like to be an organizer first.
Sure.
Is let's assume, and they're not, but let's assume that the administration's position is correct, and that they can do it for a good reason, a bad reason, or no reason at all. They're still not allowed to exclude people for an illegal reason. So let's use an analogy. Let's say I work at a non-unionized gas station. My boss, if I'm an at-will employee, can fire me for a good reason. Let's say I steal. They can fire me for a bad reason. Let's say they don't want people who are bald. That's not a protected class. They're allowed to fire me for that reason. They can fire me for an incorrect reason. They can say that I'm late all the time, even if I'm not. But they can't fire me for an illegal reason. So they can't fire me because I'm disabled or because of my race or my religion or my gender. The same thing would be true even if the Trump administration was allowed to decide unilaterally that people were engaged primarily in national security. So let's pretend that they say everybody in the DOD, everyone in the VA, everyone in NIH and CDC, they're all engaged primarily in national security. Now we know that's wrong, but let's say that they're allowed to. The administration has admitted quite often in the public record that the reason they're saying that all of these folks are excluded and all these folks are engaged primarily in national security is because they're mad that their unions have fought back against the attempts to erode and cut out federal service jobs. So what they're admitting constantly is that this is an action they're taking in retaliation for people's First Amendment protected activity. And I don't just mean the fact that being in a labor union is protected right to association. I mean speech. And so looking at the facts as they're applied, this is on its face illegal because it's retaliation for protected First Amendment speech. And so even if that we were to grant, which we don't, that they had unilateral power to carve folks out without any review, they're doing it for illegal reasons. And so when we've brought this to court, that's been one of the main arguments that we've had that's had some success in our moves for injunctive relief. So it's interesting that you bring that up. There's actually a pretty good hook to hang it on if we want to argue that they're not allowed to do this stuff based on their whims and caprices.
Right. And, we've talked about this on the program before, but I mean, one of the things that y'all are pointing to is the White House put out an FAQ or a fact sheet or something. Literally, the purpose of this document that they put out on the World Wide Web was, this is why we're doing it. And they listed, these unions have been obstinate in obstructing the president's agenda, and that's all right. We can do that if we want, and that's the First Amendment. And you don't have a right to tell us that we have to be in our thoughts and actions approving of everything the administration does. Like, that's not something that you can tell us to do, and that's not something that you can punish us for not doing. Just right there in 4K, as the kids say. And so, AFG is fighting this in the courts, and they've been very successful so far in doing that. And we actually, you mentioned that collective bargaining rights are back at the VA. Somebody in the chat said that they have a friend who's a steward at the VA that said that she's already back in her offices, the union offices at the VA. So definitely there's reason to believe, good reason to believe that AFG is going to be successful arguing the same thing for the DOD, and the DOD workers will have their kind of their legally recognized rights back, and their supervisors and the department will be made to acquiesce to that and to treat the union like they exist. But even in the event that the courts don't side with AFGE, the AFGE's position is that whether that happens or not, workers still have a union, and there's still a benefit to having and being a part of a union. Can you lay some of that out? Like, why would it be, if I'm a worker on Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville and the union has no legal right to collective bargaining, or our contract has been ripped up, why should I be a part of a union and participate in that if the union doesn't have those legally recognized rights?
So glad you asked that question. There are two parts to it, and I'll start with some of the more basic ones that I think people will recognize on a day-to-day level. Then I'll go to the more urgent one, and then I'll get to the core of it. On a basic level, people are still being represented and people are still having their needs met every day. In the federal sector, folks have grievance and arbitration rights from the contract, but they can also get represented if there's an adverse action, if they get written up or if they get suspended or the agency tries to terminate them. What's called the Merit Systems Protections Board. So the union is still representing people if the agency tries to treat them unfairly on a day-to-day basis. Same as always. With the Merit Systems Protections Board, if people need workers' comp assistance, if people need EEOC representation, their union's still there fighting for them, same as always. So the union's not going anywhere. And folks may remember during the last Trump administration, they tried to get rid of get rid of us in a number of agencies, and we continued representing folks during the entire administration and wound up getting full restitution for the things that were taken away at the end of it, including having folks get paid back for the time they took off on leave to represent folks when the agency wouldn't recognize the union. So we have full expectation the same thing will happen again. At the core of it, the real reason folks need to stay in the union, and the real reason people should stay in the union, is if you work in the federal government, but in DOD in particular, this administration doesn't want you to have your job at the end of these 3 years. They want that work either gone because they don't believe it should be getting done by the federal government at all, and it shouldn't be done by anyone, or they want that work privatized. They want one of the rich buddies of the administration to be getting a piece of the money and sending that work to contractors instead of federal employees. And I talk to DOD employees every day. And I talk to folks that say, we've got contractors working right next to us doing the same work who don't have any protections on the job, who don't have any retirement benefits, who don't have health insurance, and they're doing the same work. And this administration has not been shy about admitting the fact their plan is to privatize all the work they can.
Right.
And the fact of the matter is nobody cares about whether or not that work is done by federal employees or contractors, except for federal employees and the people we bring into the fight with us. So right now, if folks want to have a job at the end of these 3 years, they need to be a part of the fight to fight against it. And we've been successful in fights to protect jobs with or without contracts over the past year. They tried to lay off 75,000 VA employees when they weren't recognized their contract. We stopped them from doing that. They tried to shut down 250 Social Security offices. We stopped them from doing that. They tried to shut down whole agencies where they weren't recognizing the contract, and we stopped them from doing that. And we did that because of worker power. It's not just court actions. It's folks acting like a labor union. And this comes back to the final piece of why it doesn't really matter at its core for the fight to protect our jobs, whether or not they're recognizing our union. Literally 100 years ago, in 1926, there was nobody in the United States who had a legally recognized labor union.
Mm-hmm.
But people were acting like unions all over the place. And factories weren't factorying, railroads weren't railroading, mines weren't mining, because people were standing up and demanding that they get treated fairly. And worker power was so great, so enormous, it created such a disruption that the people who were in charge said, we need to figure out a way to manage it, to control it. So they created an entire legal framework for railway workers, for federal workers, for private sector workers, where they said, take all this worker power that we can't control and channel it into contracts, into grievances, into arbitrations, into administrative proceedings for the NLRB or the FLRA, because we can't control worker power. And this administration has made the mistake of thinking that if they brush away that legal framework, they're getting rid of worker power, but they're not.
Mm-hmm.
They're not. They're wiping away the ways that it gets channeled through lawyers and staff like me, who exercise it on behalf of workers and saying, show us what you can really do. And we've used that muscle to fight back against all of these attacks on federal workers, because it's not staff in litigation that's getting it done alone. It's workers standing shoulder to shoulder, realizing that they have the power. The only thing that can stand in our way is if we believe agency misinformation when they say the union is gone, and we willingly lay down and let them roll over us. Because if that does happen at the end of these 3 years, none of us will have jobs.
Right.
But if we stand together and fight back, we've won in the past. We've continued to win over the past year, and I'd very optimistic, and the DoD workers in Redstone Arsenal and everywhere else, that we're not going to let this agency and not let this administration roll over us.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
You know, you mentioned a couple of things that the union is still doing. You know, there are still, as much as the administration hates it, there are still some civil service protections that are that federal employees have had outside of even non-union federal employees have civil service protections at the Merit Systems Protection Board. They're protected by the EEO. They're protected by the ADA, and the union, which has unique expertise in arguing these cases outside of a collective bargaining agreement. The union, AFGE, or whatever federal employee union, IFPTE, NIFI, they all have they have unique expertise in arguing for workers in these proceedings, and they have a unique, there's a unique impetus for their advocacy on behalf of those workers, unlike, say, your human capital in the agency. I know HR employees, I know human capital employees, and they're great and they want to do good, but ultimately they are there for the agency, just like human resources in a private sector company are there for the company. Ultimately, they're not there for you. The union is there for you. The union is literally funded by you. The union would not exist but for its members. And so there's a real, the whole existence of the union is meant to protect employees. And so there's still legal frameworks that workers can be protected by, and the union has unique expertise and reason to help workers, but also even above and apart and beyond the collective bargaining agreements or legal merit systems protections or EEO protections or ADA protections that workers have. The power that people have when they come together. It wasn't a law that said, they can't close these Social Security offices. It was political pressure from Social Security workers and the public on behalf of Social Security workers and Social Security recipients that got the administration to pull back from that. Same thing for the VA RIFs. It is technically within the administration's purview to RIF employees. They have to do it properly. There are processes, and the administration doesn't want to follow those processes, and that's one of the reasons why their RIFs have been so unsuccessful so far. But they can RIF employees. They decided not to do that because of the advocacy of the unions and the people. Union members having rallies in front of VA offices, union members having petitions and letter writing campaigns to congressional, to people in Congress to make them feel the pressure to try to get the administration to bend on that issue, right? And that is fundamentally, like you said, where the power of the union comes from. It's from people coming together and demonstrating their power. It's not from, the legal recognition or even the merit systems or the ADA or the EEO policies. It's from the number of people that we can get on our side fighting back against these draconian policies.
That's 100% correct. And I think you've encapsulated even better than I could have. One of the things that I think is important for folks to recognize, and I want to really drill down on what you were talking about there, is let's look at, you mentioned Redstone Arsenal. Let's look at these DoD jobs. There's a ton of research that says that for every federal job, there are 6 other jobs in the community that flow from it. And so when we talk about cutting away these services, whether it's a VA, whether it's Social Security, whether it's DoD, communities realize that they're impacted very negatively by seeing the federal work go away. Mm-hmm. And there are people that rely on these jobs on top of that. There are veterans that rely on VA services. There are Social Security recipients that rely on it. Everybody's family, everybody's community is touched by it in different ways. And so, I'm in Washington, D.C. There are rallies and protests and efforts here every day, and it doesn't make a dent. It doesn't make a difference. But federal employees are in every community around the country. And when folks stand up and push back and bring their community into the fight and talk about how it will impact the people that rely on the work that we do and the communities that we're a part of, we have the power to stop almost anything because we are everywhere. And the work we do is so fundamentally important and so deeply woven into the fabric of this country. And so when federal employees find their voice and push back against these initiatives, whether they're layoffs, whether they're privatizations, whether they're all of the attacks that are coming, we can defeat all of them as long as we act like a union. Because, as you said, the union is not the legal rights that are granted to us based on the goodwill of the administration or the government. The union is the people that work in the job shoulder to shoulder together. And as long as they realize they have that power and won't let it be taken from them, we can only give it up willingly, it can't be taken, then we can protect our jobs and all the things that are important about them. So I'm confident not only that we will win in the courts, even though as unfortunately we've had to say recently, the law isn't worse what it used to be. And my guess is we'll win and we'll lose and we'll win and we'll lose. We'll go back and forth. Everybody talks about the shadow docket the Supreme Court has, how they grant stays for injunctive relief. I think that's possible. That could happen. We could get whipsawed back and forth. But we're going to wind up winning the bigger fight about protecting our work and protecting the important mission that we do by standing together as a union.
So we've talked about, the mechanism that they're using to try to take away union rights. We've talked about the rights that federal workers do still have outside of union rights that your union can still help you enforce. And then we've talked about broadly that the power of the union comes from the members and their willingness to act. And so, if you're, if I'm a worker on Redstone Arsenal, a federal employee who has gotten this email, but who is interested in seeing the union maintain a presence on Redstone Arsenal and build and even get stronger than it was before, even in absence of recognition from the agency, what are some of the first steps that you would recommend those DoD workers do to start building a stronger union?
Another question I'm really glad you asked. I think the first thing that folks need to do is ask themselves why the agency is so interested in telling you that the union is gone. And they're not just telling people that the union is gone, but they're telling people that they should drop their union membership.
Right.
And I think the question folks should ask themselves is, why does the agency care? Because, we may spend our money at Bass Pro Shop or, at, Save the Whales or we spend our money a million different ways, even from payroll dues deduction. And the agency doesn't care. So if the union is gone, why are they worried that we're wasting money on dues? The reason that they're worried is because that money is funding the fight against the government's effort to get rid of our jobs. And so I think every time somebody looks at one of those emails, they should think to themselves, why is the agency so invested in telling me that there's no union, that I should leave the union that I'm a part of? And the answer is because they're afraid of you, and they're afraid of you standing up and defending your job against their efforts to take away your work. And I think every time you see it, instead of getting scared or confused or despairing, should piss you off, should make you really mad, because the agency is lying to you and trying to trick you into laying down and letting them fire you. That's what this is about. Right. And the fact of the matter is, there are thousands of us, hundreds of thousands of us across federal agencies, but thousands at Redstone Arsenal, who may not be listening to this radio show, who may not be hearing from their local union, who may not be talking to their stewards. And the fact of the matter is, the people that we each trust vary because we have our own friendship groups, our own social networks. And so if you're hearing this, there are people who trust you and care about what you have to say more than they care about what I have to say or what your local president has to say. And you are the best messenger to let them know that the reason the agency is trying to get rid of your union is because they want to privatize your work and fire you. And they need to hear that. They need to hear that message. And if they haven't been a part of the union, they need to join now, because the fight is picking up. Because getting rid of the union is, in the agency's mind, in the administration's mind, the first step towards privatizing the work. And so as this fight picks up, everybody needs to union up and stand together and be a part of watching and being vigilant for those efforts so that we can fight back against it. The same thing has happened. And I'll take a step aside and say, when they tried to cancel the contract for TSA, they made an effort to begin privatizing airports that had not been privatized. Right. This is a playbook. They have a plan, and the plan is to get rid of our work as federal employees. And so if you want to keep that work, you need to make sure that you're talking to folks and getting them involved and getting them to join. And again, as you mentioned, it's the rallies and the political outreach and the community outreach in each of our communities. The smaller, the more granular, the more impact it has. Because your congressional representative who can speak up for you or not speak up for you doesn't care what it says in the New York Times or the Washington Post, but does care what it says in the local paper and does care what's on the evening news. And so if you rally with the folks that are a part of our community and push back against it, the likelihood that you'll succeed against privatization efforts or efforts to lay us off or riff us go up exponentially. It's how we win the fight. And so your job as a federal employee who's hearing this message is not only to stay in the union and to get more involved, but to talk to your coworkers and the people that trust you and care about your opinion and tell them that they need to stay as well. Because ultimately it is those connections and those conversations, those one-on-one conversations that strengthen the union and make our power what it is. So I would say that's critical. I would also say you should go, if you're a member of Redstone Arsenal or a member of AFGE, and you mentioned there are a lot of other federal sector labor unions, any group that represents workers is doing the important work. So this is not exclusive to AFG, but if you're a member of AFG, go to AFG Solidarity Center, and there are a lot of organizing resources to teach you how to have those conversations and to help be able to speak to your coworkers and understand the things that matter to them and help tie their concerns and the issues they care about to the fact that standing up and having a voice as an individual, as a part of a group, is the way that we reach those solutions. So I'm really glad you asked.
Dave Cann is the National Organizing Director for the American Federation of Government Employees. You can also go to afge.org/join to become a member if you're not. Dave, thank you so much for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're only in the 4th month of this year, and we've filed almost 1,000 complaints against union busters just this year.
Wow.
In 2026.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
We have on the line Bob Funk, founder and executive director of Labor Lab, an employer watchdog organization. Bob, welcome back to the Valley Labor Report. Really excited to have you on.
Thanks so much for having me, Jacob. It's always great to be on this show. You all do amazing work.
It's great to have you, and same to you. Folks who aren't familiar with Labor Lab, you definitely need to go check them out, laborlab.us. And, really understand that they're in the same way that we try to be a resource to unions across the country, particularly in the South, but across the country. We want to elevate union campaigns and have workers on the program as often as possible. And Labor Lab also wants to be a resource for people. So particularly their specialty is tracking union busting consultants. And so if you have people or you anticipate people coming in during a union or a contract campaign and you want more information about the people that your employer has bought to come and propagandize your fellow workers, you should reach out to them, laborlab.us. But Bob, how did you found Labor? Like, what was the impetus for the founding of Labor Lab? And can you talk a little bit more about what y'all do?
Yeah, the genesis of Labor Lab, like so much in this moment, really came out of the pandemic. We saw obviously an increased interest in organizing. It just amplified what already was the case. The fact of the matter is that more than half of Americans want to belong to unions, but a shrinking number of Americans do. So there's clearly a disconnect here. And the disconnect is that it is incredibly difficult in this country to start a union. So we wanted to do what we could to support workers, not just on the organizing front, but actually responding to the millions, if not billions of dollars that are spent every year to repress workers. Because the only way we're going to get union density up to where it should be is if we hold corporations, their consultants, their attorneys accountable to the rights that American workers are supposed to enjoy. And the fact of the matter is that there wasn't much of a spotlight being shined on most of the members of the industry, the consultants, the attorneys. So a lot of the times workers launch a campaign and there's kind of a black ops team that comes in and does everything in their power to deflate, demoralize, and defeat the union. And unfortunately, a lot of workers, we were fighting blind, and a group of us realized that there is a lot of information out there that can be utilized to empower workers during campaigns by exposing the union busting tactics and the funding sources and the true identities of who a lot of these busters are.
And so much of this, they're at least supposed to be reported and very public. And a lot of the information, to be fair to them, is out there, but it takes a little bit of digging. And that's like a really big part of kind of the value that y'all provide to union campaigns.
Yeah, I mean, a union election is an election. It's supposed to be transparent. You're supposed to have all the facts before you cast your ballot. And the fact of the matter is that the vast majority of union busting consultants and attorneys do not play by the rules, specifically transparency and disclosure rules. And why do they not play by those rules? Because they know that if workers find out why they're actually there or how much they're getting paid, and we're talking thousands of dollars a day per consultant, they're going to lose credibility. So it is in the interest of the union busting industry to remain in the shadows as much as possible. Unfortunately, that interest flies in the face of federal law that says that you are supposed to be transparent about these agreements. Unfortunately, we have a massive compliance gap in this country. While unions play by the rules overwhelmingly when it comes to disclosure and transparency laws, the exact opposite is true for employers and union busters. And unfortunately, lawmakers and rule makers have allowed this disparity in transparency to go on for 6-7 decades since these transparency laws were put in place. And that really puts workers at a disadvantage. I mean, we have documented instances of union busters arriving and straight up lying to workers about who they are. They'll say that they are experts from the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, simply there to answer their questions about a union election. But the truth is their contract says that they're there to defeat the union. And unfortunately, a lot of workers don't have access to that information for a wide array of reasons. And we simply want to make sure that the information that workers are entitled to is in their hands before they go and vote, or even during the organizing process, so that they know the real names of the people that are talking to them and how much they're getting paid and what they're getting paid to do and what the tactics are that they will be utilizing against them. Unfortunately, as you know, Jacob, like labor law in this country is not very well enforced. It's not very well written, unfortunately. So a lot of the power does end up having to be in the grassroots, in the hands of workers, because that is the only way that we hold these folks accountable, because the folks in DC are not coming to the rescue.
You mentioned that there's a huge compliance gap, meaning that unions overwhelmingly proactively comply. It's not like they break the law on accident or on purpose and then they comply. You know, unions just typically, as a matter of course, follow the law with respect to compliance and reporting. What are some of those things that unions have to be transparent about? And can you contrast kind of the level of transparency that's required, even on paper, between the employers and the unions?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me first start by saying that transparency matters. As a union member myself, I care about transparency within my union. The fact of the matter is that my union is transparent. Unions are transparent, and what they have to file are massive reports on how they spend every dime, who gets paid what, the process the money goes out. I mean, the Department of Labor has some guidance up on their website about how much time it takes a union to fill out one of these disclosures, and we're talking hundreds of hours. And that's because the finances of a union are gone through with a fine-tooth comb and submitted to the Department of Labor. And unions overwhelmingly comply with that law, and they comply with it on time. And it is down to, I mean, it's just a slight exaggeration that it's down to the kind of Kleenex that you buy for the office, right? Now, on the other side, employers are supposed to disclose how much they spent on labor relations and union busting every year. If you want to know how many do, it is a vast minority of employers. The same thing with the union busters. Unfortunately, the union busting is even more important in these disclosure laws, which is the Labor Management Relations and Disclosure Act. All of these are annual disclosures, except for one form, and that is a form that a union buster is supposed to submit to the Department of Labor within 30 days of being hired for union busting. First, that is way too long. It's 2026. Right. Anyone can fill out one of these forms, and literally the Department of Labor's guidance says like half an hour or something like that. There's no way that in the 2026, this shouldn't be done within 48 hours so that workers have that information. But even with that 30-day timeline, the vast majority, again, of these disclosures are late, and it looks intentional that many of them come out after the election so that the information is useless to workers. Hopefully they win their election and that information is useful when they get to the bargaining table. But if they don't win their election, there's almost no recourse and nothing is being done about this. This is vital information that the U.S. Congress said workers are supposed to have access to this information before they vote. And that this simple form can't even be submitted. And it has to be intentional. Because these people call themselves labor relations experts. So if they don't know about their obligations under labor relations law, either they're incompetent or they're intentionally trying to hide their activities because they know that they have a better chance of defeating a union if they stay in the shadows.
Right. And that's where Labor Lab comes in. You know, if people can get the names of these consultants, then you can go back and see reports that they filed on previous campaigns and give people like a picture of who these people are, how much they typically make, even if you don't have the current contract they're working on right now. You can give, you also search through like NLRB case files and stuff and find instances where these people have been found to have violated the law in the past. And so Labor Lab is a super useful tool. If people are in campaigns or they think that there's a union buster like on their site and they want more information, how can people reach out to you?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to follow up on what you're saying real quick, Jacob, part of the reason we collect all of this information is because we know that the union busters aren't going to play by the rules. So we're going to build the profiles that workers are entitled to. So if you think you have a union buster on your site and even if you don't know how to find the filing, we're happy to look for it, but then also get you the information that you're entitled to. To get in contact with us, just shoot us an email at contact@laborlab.us, and me or someone from our team will get right to making sure you have that information that you are entitled to, and make sure that the union buster and employer are playing by the rules as well. I mean, we're only in the 4th month of this year, and we've filed almost 1,000 complaints against union busters just this year.
Wow! In 2026.
Yeah.
Wow.
In 2026. Yeah. This is how overwhelming the disrespect for labor rights is within the union busting industry.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tblr.fm/donate. You know, speaking of kind of the state of the law, this is a bit of an old story, but you went to D.C., to the Capitol, and you were a witness on during a House, some sort of House session about labor law reform. And so you were called to be one of the witnesses. And can you tell us a little bit about that experience and what the proposals on the table were and what some of the proposals are that Labor Lab has that you think would be valuable and help tilt the scales a little bit towards transparency and towards workers being able to see kind of what's going on?
Yeah, thanks so much for that opportunity. Going and testifying in D.C. was an amazing opportunity to raise the temperature on this compliance problem. The subcommittee Republicans majority were considering some labor reforms, specifically creating more burdens through the LMRDA on unions. And you can have a debate on some of the merits of some of the proposals, but the issue isn't necessarily the proposals, it is the list of priorities. The fact of the matter is that it was very easy for me to go before Congress and tell them that we had a compliance problem, because all I had to do was refer to the last time they did a report on this, which was in 1984, and literally we're 40 years later and the same problems exist. The same people that sat in the chairs as those members of Congress said, what is the Department of Labor doing? We have made it so clear that workers are entitled to this information. This law doesn't just apply to unions, it applies to employers and union busters as well. Why doesn't the Department of Labor act like it? That was in 1984. Then in 2024, an inspector general report from the Department of Labor found the exact same thing. So nothing is being done. While the majority wants to focus on union compliance, which again is overwhelmingly on time and accurate, they want to, it's almost creating a red herring, right? Where you are focusing on this while the real problem, as I said during my testimony, you're focusing on the teeth and ignoring the cancer in the body. And the fact of the matter is that millions of workers are being denied information they're entitled to every single year. When is this committee going to step up and demand the Department of Labor actually start implementing the law the way it's meant to be? A number of members of Congress were in complete agreement, did not realize how disparate the compliance was and how much an industry was being allowed to operate in the darkness. So that was a really good opportunity. We're hopeful that Congress will consider some major reforms to the LMRDA, either through legislation or rulemaking. Some of those key examples, some of them are really easy, like what we were talking about earlier, when a union buster needs to file within 48 hours, not 30 days. Second, we need to start going after the non-compliers. The Department of Labor has a solicitor general that can issue subpoenas. During the Biden administration, the Department of Labor actually did, for what I believe was the first time, subpoenaed Starbucks to find out how much they were spending on their, commando strike force that they were flying all over the country to union bust every small shop that had an organizing drive. The tools exist in the Department of Labor to increase compliance. It's just the will to act, and it's very easy. Subpoenas will get the job done. Additionally, when a union fills out their disclosures, they cannot submit it if everything isn't entered correctly. There is no such standard for the union busting industry. And that's a really easy fix. You just make it like any other tech tool out there where you can't press submit if you leave fields blank. For example, a lot of these union busters use fake names. And we need to be making their tax identification numbers, their employer identification numbers mandatory, because that's the only way we can actually verify if Tom and Joe are the same people, right? Some of these fixes are incredibly easy. They just need the pressure to get done, and there's just a lack of will, which I think is so indicative of how Washington D.C. operates, right? The interests of workers always take a back seat to the interests of corporate priorities, and the Department of Labor has demonstrated this over and over again when it comes to transparency around union elections. Lastly, the NLRB and Department of Labor need to be cooperating more so that every time there's a union election, the Department of Labor zeroes in on it to make sure that everyone is playing by the rules. Because a lot of people make the mistake of thinking that the NLRB is the only agency that exists to protect our labor rights. The Department of Labor should be involved when an NLRB election gets filed to make sure that the workers have the information they need. And another example that we'd love to see is if you hire a union buster, you have to put up a public notice in your workplace because workers are entitled to that information. I don't know how many workers you know that, like, when they get off their shift, they go to the Department of Labor's website and start searching through financial disclosures. No, because people have like real lives and families to be with. So you cannot expect that information to get in the hands of workers without being proactive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just it. And the DOL website and the NLRB web, they're all so old and difficult to kind of maneuver through, even for people that know what they're doing. It's not an enjoyable website to try to crawl through.
No, I will tell you that later, hopefully in May, but at least sometime this summer, we will be launching our own database that should be a little more intuitive and user friendly to access all of this information, at least to give you a jumping off point for looking more into these guys.
Great. Well, yeah, we'll look forward to being able to share that on our program. And, you know, given how interested the Republican Party and the Trump administration is in being perceived as, you know, the party of workers, a government for working people, you know, you would think that they would be jumping on these things, because and you're not even talking about like the sort of union election reforms that the labor movement has been pushing for years, like card check or, you know, enforced neutrality or positive neutrality or anything like that. You're just talking about, okay, everything that's happening now, everybody just has to know about it. You just, you just have to know about it. So this seems like a really easy ball for the Republicans to pick up. And so I'm assuming that you're working with, you know, James Comer or somebody like really high up in the Republican House leadership to get a bill on the floor, right?
Oh, yeah. There's such an appetite for that, for sure. We may be being told a story that's different from the facts here when it comes to where their priorities are on workers. I mean, you're right. I mean,
you're telling me for the first time.
I am a major supporter of the PRO Act. We have to get that done. We are talking about the lowest hanging fruit. We're talking about the current law being enforced. You know, just the current law. Do I think union busting industry should even exist? No. But there are minimum standards that we're asking for. And also, you know, as a Republican, this is a party that is constantly talking about responsible use of tax dollars. Now, is that genuine? We can have a debate about that. But so many union busters, let's take Amazon, for example, receive millions of dollars in federal contracts, right? Are they using that money for union busting while 70% of American taxpayers support unions? That 70% of Americans, maybe even more than that, are not happy if any of their taxpayer dollars from federal contractors are then turning around and busting workers. That is another huge misuse of our taxpayer dollars. And even if they're not specifically using federal dollars for that, why are we subsidizing industries that union bust in the face of public opinion and sentiment?
Yeah, I mean, Amazon itself just in 2025 spent, I think it was $26 million on union busters.
Just on the consultants. That doesn't even count the attorneys. That doesn't include their labor relations team. That doesn't include HR. That doesn't include how much they spent for on advertising and communication. I mean, that is a sliver of the pie. And obviously, like, we pay a lot of attention to that. We are also doing a lot of work to expose how much the rest of this costs as well. And the $26 million is just a handful of firms getting paid millions of dollars. I mean, we have one consultant who made $7 million just union busting for Amazon last year. And you have people dying in warehouses.
Right. Yeah, well, and you know, and Amazon is a huge employer, and you know, hundreds of thousands, maybe a million people. I don't know, lots of employees in the country. But even small employers. I mean, we just talked earlier in the program to the business manager for the operating engineers in North Alabama. They've got a unit in Decatur where they're trying to get a contract. They won a union election about a year ago. A 12-person unit. There are 12 people in this bargaining unit, and they are spending $600 an hour on an attorney
And they've got multiple union busting consultants who, by the way, have not, filed the required forms. And so we don't know how much they're getting paid. But, the lawyer that they're negotiating, that they're paying to negotiate with the union, $600 an hour is his rate. And then they've got multiple union busters for 12 people. Amazon, at least you can say that potentially for them, maybe it makes business sense to do it because there are so many people. And so if unions got a foothold, like maybe, in the crudest, most evil sort of calculations, we can exploit people a little bit more. But for a 12-person bargaining unit, you're paying thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, potentially tens of thousands. You just pay the workers, just give them a good contract, and you're done. It's crazy.
We actually just did a big report on this with a number of nursing homes in Minnesota. And a member of our team was at the state legislature testifying on this. We're talking about instances where they were spending, we're talking like tens of thousands of dollars per worker per vote, right? And what you're talking about is not uncommon. We see small employers doing this all the time, where they get a union election and then they immediately hire one of these folks where literally it would have been cheaper for them to give everyone a 25% raise and they would have kept their workforce, right? Instead, they're going to rip it apart and probably spend more money and reputational harm as well. Let's be honest, people do not like finding out that their local business or AT&T are union busting. It doesn't matter either way. It's really, really bad. You see it on like social media. There's like this one place in a coffee shop in Portland, Owl Cafe, who hired union busters. And like social media is like, what are you guys doing? You're a local coffee shop. You have like 6 baristas. Why are you spending money on this? Why? I guess that's where my like $10 latte goes. Is to paying for these union busters.
It's so crazy. I really can't understand the mindset that you have to be in, and it really, in my opinion, goes to show how much American employer antipathy towards unions is really about power and control over the strict kind of financial calculations that come along with your workers being represented by a union. No doubt that's part of it. They don't want to make a little bit less profits and their workers make a little bit more money, but so much of it really is about, I want to be able to do whatever I want to the people who work for me. And it doesn't matter if you've worked for this, it doesn't matter if you've worked for this company for decades. I'm the owner and I'm special and I get to do kind of whatever I want with your life and you don't get a say. And that's so much of it is really motivated by that.
Yeah. First, just one quick thing, because I don't know if there's an Owl Cafe in Portland, and I do not want to besmirch their reputation. It's Holy Donut. That's the name of the place in Portland, Maine. So, but absolutely, Jacob, there is a culture in this country that is really unique here. The rest of the industrialized world, even the union busters I've met from other countries, from the UK, Germany, Canada, even, they don't understand why there's just such a knee-jerk reaction against unions. And this culture has been fermented throughout the entire history of our country, and it has permeated down to even the smallest business owner, that if they allowed didn't fight their workers, they'd the fact of the matter is workers that are organized are more productive, better retention, better outcomes for services that you provide. So it's not about your bottom line. It's not about your business. It is about power, and it's about control, and it's about ego.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the reason that I wanted to get you on the program today is that y'all have a conference coming up that looks really exciting. Can you tell people about it? When is it going to be? How can they sign up? And what are the things that y'all are going to be talking about?
Yeah, thanks so much. So Labor Lab actually turns 5 years old on May 1st. So in that, we wanted to have this summit be online instead of in person so that we could actually open it up to more people. You know, really what we want is to get this information in the hands of organizing workers and researchers and strategists on the ground that may not necessarily have the travel budget or something like that. So our summit is May 6th and May 7th. They're 2 half days to hopefully make it more accessible to working people instead of asking for an entire day off. You can register for it if you go to laborlab.us/summit, but also if you just go to laborlab.us, you'll see a big 2026 summit at the top. It's going to be, first off, I'm really excited about our keynote. Jennifer Abruzzo, former general counsel to the NLRB, probably one of the most important powerhouses in this country when it comes to standing up for workers' rights and combating the union busting industry. But we've got 2 days of really exciting workshops and panels from organizers on the ground, the people behind salting Starbucks, to compliance and tracking the union busting industry, to changes in recent policy, tactics, how to use media when you're facing a union buster. It's a really global and very well-rounded summit that we're really, really excited about. And I think anyone that attends, and registration's going great, so please come and join us. You'll be able to connect with a lot of people as well. But you know, our sentiment behind it is like, we need to organize against the union busting industry. And this is really our first attempt to start that larger conversation within the movement of how do we collectively go against this industry. And it's free to attend. Again, just go to laborlab.us. You can register there. Please send it to your coworkers, colleagues, family, union members. If you're business managers, really appreciate you sending that out to your membership, because the more people we have there, the better. It's cliche, but it's true. Knowledge is power. And these 2 days are going to be, you're going to walk away with a lot of knowledge, a lot of tools, and a new network to combat union busting against your union or in your community. So we're really excited about it.
I'm really excited for Abruzzo. Her speech, she was great. Best general counsel that we've had at the NLRB probably since, you know, it was founded. I don't know. I'm not a scholar on NLRB general counsels, but she was great. So really excited to be able to hear her. And Bob Funk is the executive director and founder of Labor Lab. Is there anything else that you wanted to talk to people about with this conference, or anything else that y'all are doing before we let you go?
I'll just reiterate something from earlier in our conversation. If you are facing union busting, we want to help. We want to make sure that you get the information you need. Again, the best email is contact@laborlab.us. Want me or a member of our team will start working with you to make sure that you have everything you're legally entitled to. And then just really always appreciate being on the show. You guys are doing such amazing work.
All right, Bob, thanks for coming on. Appreciate what y'all do. You just saw a clip from the Valley Labor Report. We are live every Saturday morning from 9:30 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. And we pride ourselves on keeping all of our content free to everybody so that we can talk to as many working folks as possible. If you support the work that we're doing, you think that it's important, you think that it's good, then consider making a monthly contribution to the project, and you can do that on our website, tvlr.fm.
Which side are you on?
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIV-LP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade at our brand new exciting time, Mondays at 10 a.m. Joining us today, we have the man, the myth, the legend, the doctor, Mark Allen Derry. What is up, my brother? Welcome back.
Thank you. I just want to I want you to tell the story of the text she sent me on Monday a.m. Monday at 9:03 Central a.m.
Oh,
tell
yeah.
the story. Tell the story
Okay.
of the text message you sent me.
So I got to wind it up. So I had a guest on. It was her first time ever on the radio. It's if you actually listen back to our last episode, it is with she's actually an amazing blind artist and retired cosplayer, and now she's a content creator. Her name is Lisa. Lisa is learning on Twitch. If ever want to follow her, I highly recommend it. She's like a real sweetheart. She's a blind artist who is like she does a lot of digital art these days. And she does political commentary on Twitch. But anyway, I did not know that we were getting moved on Saturday. So like I'm telling her to listen to and by the way, Saturday
was it Saturday? It was Saturday. It wasn't on Monday?
So the story starts on Saturday.
Okay.
Saturday was her birthday. And it was supposed to be her debut on the radio. So I'm like, oh, yes, you can tune in on Saturday and it's going to be your birthday and all this stuff. And so like so she's tuning in live on her stream on Twitch and it's like something else.
On the WH. So she's doing a live Twitch stream so she tunes into WHIV.
Yeah. And so like I'm like texting with you and I'm texting with Kyle and it's like, oh, you got moved to Mondays. And she was a really great sport about it. She was like, okay, we'll just tune in on Monday. So like
which is something that I announced on this show like 6 months ago when I was like,
but it didn't happen until literally forever. Right, yeah, it didn't happen until like the week where I'm like, listen to yourself on the radio this day on your birthday. So anyway, so Monday rolls around. And I live in Virginia now, right? So things are a little bit different. It was supposed to be 10 o'clock.
Like the time zones.
Yes. It's the Eastern time zone. So I call Mark. I text Mark Allen because I said, hey, tune in at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Tune in. And so like I'm listening myself. I didn't even tell her to tune in. Like I was gonna wait until I confirmed that she was on the air before. And so at like 9:03, I'm like texting Mark Allen. I was like, what the hell, man? Like, why are we not on the radio? What's going on? And he's like, bro, it's 9 o'clock. And I'm like, oh no.
I'm like, dude, it's 10 Eastern. You're on at 10 Central. And I'm like in the middle, like I'm like sitting, like I've got patient charts in front of me. Like I'm in the hospital. I'm like in deep, serious, like I'm concentrating. And I get a text from Jeff, and he's like, "Dude, how come my show's not on?" And I'm like,
and I was not trying to be a jerk about it.
No, of course you weren't. Of course, and I did not mean to imply that you were. But I was like deep in like hospital doctor.
You were in doctor mode.
I was in super doctor mode, and all of a sudden I'm like looking at my phone, and I'm trying to process, and I'm like, "What?" And I'm like, oh, he probably thinks that. I'm like, let me just see if that's what it is. So I just typed out, dude, it's, you're on, it's 9 a.m. Central. You're on at 10 a.m. Central. Mm-hmm. And then I didn't hear back. And then you were like, oh, duh, whatever.
Silly me. I said, silly me.
So, and then I didn't hear back. So at like 10:04, I checked my text messages and I realized I didn't hear back from you. So I haven't, we're doing this live, so I don't know.
We'll do it live. It worked. Yes.
I'm assuming it went.
It went. It did. It was perfect. It went fine, and it was fun. But she actually said, and this is super cute, that her mom listened to it, and that her mom said she did great on the radio.
That's great. That's great. That's great. I'm sure she has a great voice for radio, and I'm sure she has great.
And again, like if you're interested in tuning into her content, you can find her on Twitch. twitch.tv / Lisa is Learning. She's a lot of fun. She's also, you can look at her old cosplays as well, which she was very prolific as a cosplayer.
Again,
she like dressed up as like characters from like cartoons and video games and stuff, comic books.
Right, got it. Yeah,
that's
like super uber nerd stuff, right?
Yeah, but Lisa, look her up, Lisa Lou Who on Instagram.
All right, I'll definitely check it out.
Anyway, welcome to the show, Mark Gallandary. How are you doing today?
Yes, I'm okay. I'm okay. I just finished 8 days straight in the hospital. It's very, very brutal.
You weren't in the hospital in the bed. You were being a doctor.
Right. I was on the other side of the bed. I was, Jeff, there's a lot to talk about. I don't even know where to start. I mean, I know that we're talking about Imperial Health Boomerang today, but as a segue into it, let me just also say, as I'm, you and I, just as kind of for people who know or don't know, WHIV was a station that I started 11 years ago. You've been a DJ, or you've had a show on WHIV for like 9 years.
7 years. We make 7 years this month.
7 years this month. Congratulations. And thank you for all that you've done for WHIV. We're rearranging things. We're moving things around.
My pleasure, dude. It has been such a great experience being at WHIV the entire time, like for real.
I have to say, and this is something that Liana reminds me about, my wife, who's the co-founder of WHIV, reminds me. And we use you as an example, Jenny Yanez, who's a local activist, an example, is that WHIV has birthed these activist careers of people that we just liked, and we were like, here's a show on an FM radio station. Oh, what? You've never done radio before? Perfect. You're the one that we want. That's exactly what we want. And, it's been wonderful to kind of see these kind of side careers, these side hustles that people have been able to make for themselves that have been so prolific. And you've been definitely one of those people. So it's been great having you as part of our WHIV family. So I guess the first place to start is just like how busy the hospitals are right now. And what I want to remind people is that if you're a young, and by young, I mean 28, 29, 30, 31-year-old physician, right? I'm 58, okay? But if you're a young 30-year-old physician, let's say, who just finished residency, let's say in internal medicine, in surgery or whatever, pediatrics, why would you move yourself and your family? Like, what physician would move herself and her family down to a state or states that don't allow for her to have her own reproductive choices, right? Why would she move her family down here? And now you can take a physician and just use that as an avatar for attorney. What young attorney is going to move herself and her family down to Louisiana, to New Orleans? If she looks at the state house that Jeff can attest to, at the grotesque whiteness of these fat old white dudes who basically run the state, despite the state having far more diversity in terms of gender, of color, of religion, of party affiliation. It's 30%, 30%, 30% Republican, Democrat, and independents, but it's like 80 or 90% Republican due to laws and suppression and all that. But all of this to say is that as a physician and as a senior physician in this state, it's really hard because we are not seeing new doctors moving down here. And it's part of this overall brain drain. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe you know this, or maybe you shared this with me, I don't know, but maybe 6 months ago, weren't we sharing something with one each other? Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm making this up, that Louisiana had the biggest brain drain in the union in the past year or so. Does that sound vaguely familiar?
Yeah, it does sound familiar. I don't have specifics sort of in the breach for that, but I mean, I didn't leave because I left because of a certain specific job myself, but I was a school teacher here, and school teachers.
I mean, I don't want to say you're an example of it, but you kind of are.
Well, whatever. That's not as important as the sort of broader perspective of there are. I mean, historically speaking, I guess you could say push and pull migration factors that have existed throughout the entirety of history. And I would say that some of the dynamics that you just mentioned, the ability for somebody, or the inability for somebody to even have the basic autonomy over their lives and their own bodies, would be a significant push factor, I suppose, for a lot of people, not for everybody, but
And also, if you care about civil rights and social justice, do you want to talk about the Supreme Court ruling that came down today? That was Louisiana, and Louisiana is going to be the imprint of this for the rest of the states. If you want to explain it, please.
Let me set this up really quickly, because it's sort of funny that this is happening in both Virginia, which is the state that I currently live in, and in Louisiana, the state that I grew up in for 30, almost 40 years of my life. So in Virginia, there was just an election for the redistricting of the maps to have them be sort of redrawn in a fairly partisan way that would benefit Democrats, I guess you could say, which is something that is not uncommon for Republicans to do. This is something that the Republicans have been doing for a generation. And this is the Democrats' first opportunity I've ever seen for them to push back. And it had to be this happened on Tuesday of last week. That would be the 21st of April, 2026, the year of our Lord, 2026. Anni Domini, common era, as some people might say. But by Wednesday, there was already a ruling by I want to say state court, to stop the implementation of those new districts. Pause right there. That's
because the amendment or whatever it was won. It was a tight. It was 52 to 48, but it won. The idea was they voted. The people of Virginia voted to redistrict. To gerrymander, really more than anything else. This is what it's called. The state, so that there would be more seats, thereby offsetting the gerrymandering that happened in Texas, essentially.
Correct. Which is happening in other states. Fast forward literally 1 week, and I find out this literally from you. When I wake up this morning, I get a text from you.
Really? Was it?
And
from
you're
me?
like, yeah. You broke the news to me about the Supreme Court, and this is the headline from The Guardian. U.S. Supreme Court, quote, demolishes Voting Rights Act, gutting provision that prevented racial discrimination. Now, I do want to say this, and this is the stuff that really is gonna drive me crazy when the Democrats could do their half measure to stop it. So they didn't officially repeal the Voting Rights Act. They just repealed all the no. They're not going to do that. They just repealed all the stuff in the Voting Rights Act that means anything, that protects anything, that does anything. But technically, I guess in terms of the letter of the law, law nerds can say the Voting Rights Act still exists or whatever. So now what we're going to get, and this is essentially the ruling before I get into that. The ruling is essentially that they're going to redraw the districts in Louisiana again to eliminate districts that have been more differently demographically represented, that were spoken out, literally articulated in the Voting Rights Act.
So right, okay. So let me just kind of
because racism is over. By the way, that's why they're
right. Nikki Haley. Remember, Nikki Haley said there was no racism in the U.S.
There's only one kind of racism, and it's racism against white people. Apparently.
Of course, let me, if you don't mind, let me just kind of add a little to that.
Go for it.
What happened was the original law was that a state, and again, for lawyer nerds, whatever, forgive me, I will get deep.
He's a doctor. Medical. He's not a lawyer.
Right.
Okay.
I'm going to get deep. I'm going to get deep into medicine here in a moment. So, let me be wrong or inaccurate. But there was a law.
He's doing his best. Okay, he's doing his best.
There was a law, whatever, an amendment, something in the state of Louisiana that made it seem as though, or that the idea was that there was one district of like, I think 7 that we have here, in which was black.
Second district.
And it was coded. And if you look at it, it's this crazy line that goes from New Orleans to Baton Rouge, and it captures these river districts where is mostly populated by African American. And it just basically, if you look at where black people live in Louisiana, that's the circle that they made between New Orleans and Baton Rouge. It is the most awkward looking district, but it put a person of color into, and they have for decades put people of color into the that district has been represented by people of color.
You know what's funny is about this too, by the way, is that like I hate Cedric Richmond. And I hate like most of these corporate Democrats that end up
all they are. They're
occupying this seat. But like at the same time, like it exists in that way for a reason. You know,
right. Well,
I think,
in the end, it's safe for Republicans because they're just going to put a corporate Democrat there anyway.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, I guess what my point is that like it's Troy Carter now that occupies that seat. He's a relatively, I guess, by the standards of like most of people in Congress, I guess, fairly, at least in terms of lip service, pro-labor Democrat, heavy scare quotes and asterisks all the way down it, but he's a corporate Democrat, right? So like he's not even my favorite, but he is somebody who is at least representative of a part of the state. And that's what I'm trying to make clear here, is that like you can't even have that. You can't even have a black corporate Democrat.
Right. Okay. So what happened was
you need to have a white.
Right. So what happened was that there was a group of voters who were kind of they consisted of a black constituency that actually sued the state, or I'm sure they sued. And what came from it was that they wanted a second district drawn that would allow for more black representation in short from the state of Louisiana.
The terminology they typically use is a second majority minority district is what they use technically.
So forgive my
No.
I'm a bull in a China shop. So
that's it. I'm just talking about how the nerds talk about it.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Okay. So a second majority minority district, is that how you said?
That's how they say it, yes.
Okay. So it got challenged after the law, and they actually the lawmakers actually went and redrew the maps, and it would have been significant for the 2020, I think the 2020 election, right? 2020. Where are we? We're 2020.
It's 2020. It's 2026 right now.
It's 2020. So I think it would have been relevant for the 2024 election, right? It would have been relevant for the 2024 election, and it got stayed immediately as soon as it passed. It was challenged and it was stayed. In other words, they said you can't do anything, and it got bumped up to the Supreme Court in the 2025 year, and then it got booted. That's something that's never heard, where they said we're not gonna comment on this. We're gonna push this to next year. And again, for my attorney lawyer nerds, forgive me for kind of bluntly describing this. Essentially, what the Supreme Court essentially said was, we want you to go back, relitigate this in the next cycle, but we want you to focus specifically on these elements of the Voting Rights Act. And they did. And the people who did that were I don't know how they would phrase themselves. Jeff, help me out. They were the non-minority. Essentially, it was just like the black voters and the white voters, right? And that
I don't think there's a better way to put. I don't think there's a cleaner way to put it than
right.
that.
And it was the white voters who were like, and and Jeff was telegraphing this a moment ago. These MFers were like, oh, we feel like we are being put upon. We feel like racism is acting on us, and we should not. These are the guys that made the maps to begin with, that carved out that one black section, and they were like, oh, what are we going to do? We feel as though that this is being made up and it's excluding white people, and we don't think that should be the case. And it was that the Supreme Court ruled upon today. And ultimately, I think what Jeff was saying. I think this is going to ultimately gut the Voting Rights Act.
Well,
and I guess what you were saying. Sorry, let me just finish off with this.
Yeah, finish
and it's just gonna be called the VRA in name only. It's not going to have any teeth whatsoever.
Not just that. And this is the thing that's going to like make me lose my mind, because like I'm sure that there is something that is remaining in this sort of like corpse of tremendously impactful legislation that took place in the midst of like what was probably the closest thing that we've had to a social revolution in this country's in the last since the Civil War, I guess you could say, right? The Voting Rights Act was something that was so transformational that it changed the political map and realigned like most people in like the way that politics is done in the United States. For the better or for worse is, take your pick. But it gave people who did not have a voice prior to this moment a voice. And what I think is going to happen, because I know the Democrats and I know how they operate, and obviously I'm not going to be like a Jimmy Dore and be like, this is why you got to get Trump to win or whatever, or get more. This is why we need to support Tucker Carlson or any kind of thing crazy like that. But the way that Democrats are going to talk about this is that whatever husk that is remaining of this Voting Rights Act, which was just completely and utterly destroyed, the cadaver of the Voting Rights Act, they're going to essentially say that if you don't vote for Gavin Newsom or Pete Buttigieg or some like corporate POS Democrat or whatever it is, then you don't care about the Voting Rights Act or anything it ever stood for at any point. And that's how they're going to essentially try to discipline and get away from any kind of, dude, I'm so ticked off at Democrats right now. Like I am thinking of like a couple of weeks ago when Donald Trump is saying that, hey, we're going to glass Iran in, primetime television. We're going to destroy an entire civilization. And you have United States senators like Alyssa Slotkin from Michigan saying like, oh, you know what? We got to do something about this Hassan Piker, who is who is like being kind of anti-Semitic, don't you think? Like just today. And I'm sorry, I'm like going like way afield on this. This is how pathetic Democrats are. The Voting Rights Act was cut today. There was a Democrat, Josh Gottheimer, and Mike Lawler, who is like a super racist Republican, who basically
in New York, right?
They both introduced bipartisan legislation today, or a resolution for the Congress to denounce Hassan Piker and Candace Owens. It's the craziest thing on the day the Voting Rights Act got, and not just that. This is why I feel like I'm an insane person talking about this. They scuttled a war powers resolution, a way to essentially check the United States, like the executive branch and their imperial war in Iran that they just dropped on everybody like a month ago. And they said, you know what? We could pass that, kick that can down the road. What we have to really address right here is not the war that is happening in Iran that we started for no reason, that is making your gas prices over $4 right now. We need to denounce Hassan Piker.
No, listen.
Like, I feel like I'm a crazy person saying this. You know what I mean? The fact that it's real.
No, 100%. So a couple things. One is, and I really do want to talk about measles. Like measles. We'll get to the measles. Measles is so much more important. Okay, because it actually is just predictable, right? So a couple things. These these people are basically they're bought and sold. Yeah. I mean, that's it. They just basically are told what to do by their corporate, or their donors. And that's what it comes down to. It's just that we need to get money out of politics, and nothing says more. I mean, when the Democrats are like, we need our own Joe Rogan, and here's a Hassan Piker who's able to speak truth to power and reach out to hundreds of thousands of millions of people like what, the number one Twitch streamer? Like the number
one left political Twitch streamer, I guess you could say. He has 30,000 people in his chat every single day,
right?
Which is crazy.
And so
that's like a football stadium,
right? So when they say they want a Joe Rogan, let's be clear. The Joe Rogan they want is the Joe Rogan who aligns perfectly with their political donors, right? So that means AIPAC. Like you can't say anything about Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot say anything about Gaza and a genocide. You cannot be talking about these sorts of things, without any sort of political repercussion. And this is what's happening.
I don't know, Mark Allen, you're sounding kind of anti-Semitic right now. You sound like Hassan Piker. I know.
And you know what they're going to call me? They're going to call myself, what do they call, like,
self-hating Jew or whatever?
Self-hating Jew. There you go. I'm a self-hating Jew, right? Like, it's Jesus. Oh yeah. Anyway,
let's use this as our opportunity to segue it.
Okay.
The virus, the disease is what?
Well, I mean,
money in politics.
Yes, it's money. There's no
capitalism is the disease.
No,
baby.
what
Capitalism
it
is the disease.
Like, I mean, like, look how. It's so funny. Like, because now I've been watching corporate. Like, I've been watching corporate news, just because I was getting so to the left, and like I was just like, I need a little bit of. By corporate news, I'm just talking about MS now, right? Like, I'm not talking
or like CNN or whatever,
right, or Fox or anything. So, like the furthest right I will go will be to MSN every once in a while, right?
Which is terrible, by the way, which is awful.
Of course it is. Okay, of course it is. But it's so funny when they talk about, this money that's going to the wars, and we're spending 1.5 billion or blah 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 per day or whatever, whereas that money could be used otherwise. I'm like, really? Like, really? Like, you tell me, bitch, please. Like, you tell me how all of a sudden we're going to stop spending money on war, and what? We're going to expand Medicaid? Or like all of a sudden Medicare for all? Or all of a sudden we're going to start like pumping money into schools and paying teachers what they're worth? Like,
Social Security
really?
is secure forever.
Medicaid,
Medicare.
Right. Like, and these and listen, these are well-meaning, privileged journalists and
definitely
privileged journalists, and there are those that like care and they have a heart, whatever, but they found themselves in their world and they're going to protect their status and all that stuff, and I recognize that. But when they talk about this idea
of all the people that wouldn't curse on the radio, I'd hope it would be you.
I was close.
I love you, brother.
I was hoping you didn't hear that. Speaking of which,
well, I have to hear it because I got to clean it up for the airwaves.
Oh, good. So I could drop S words then, and then you'll go back and edit it out.
I mean, if you want to give me more work, and I'll make it an obnoxious sound, like a big staticky sound.
I will not do that.
What station are we on? And
you are. If you are tuning in, you are tuned in to 102.3 WHIVLP FM in New Orleans. We are community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice. WHIVFM.org, Human Rights and Social Justice Radio. We are not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with a radio station, and that is to end all wars.
Yeah, so that's why I bring you on the show more than any other reason, is because you do that better than me.
So, all right. So let's use that as a segue. So I reached out to you last week because I actually had two publications. I gave you the first editorial. I didn't give you the second one, and we'll get into that in just a second if you don't mind. And so the first editorial that I wrote 6 months ago. The other one I wrote was 3 years ago. It took me 3 years to get an editorial published, but I'll explain to you why. It's because I was challenging the medical system. And you know what the medical system doesn't like? Is
being
when
challenged.
And I submitted it to a major medical journal who made me go through dozens of editorials. Anyway,
They put you through the ringer.
They put me through the ringer, and they kept saying, tone it down. And every time I saw tone it down, I specifically said to them, I specifically said to them, I'm going to tone it up. And I did. And I will tell you, what I submitted what I submitted 3 years ago and what was published this past weekend was way more toned up because I will tell you this, the main editor who was refereeing me, I know he wanted to see it published, and I know I don't want to give anyway. All right. So
we like this guy, whoever he is.
The first article that I did was something called the Imperial Health Boomerang. And
which we have discussed on this program, by the way. We have discussed
right. So we've talked about this thing that I have kind of I've phrased or so. Let me first tell you about the Imperial Boomerang, and then let's get into the Imperial Health Boomerang. So, and then let's talk about what it has to do with this article, which is what we're going to see with Medicaid cuts coming down the line. Okay. So the Imperial, all right, let me just personalize this and say, I went to UC Santa Cruz. So I started at UC Santa Cruz in 1986. I was a
Banana Slug.
Before it was Banana Slugs, they were the California Sea Lions, and we came in as the California Sea Lions. But while we were there, they changed. They were like, "Hey guys, the California Sea Lions is very muscular. How about if we go to the Banana Slugs?" And all of us were like, "Yes,
you nerds! I love it."
So at that time, UCSC was 3,000 people, just to give you an idea. Now it's like 20,000 or 25,000. Yeah. But it was a very, very small university at the time. It was a great intellectual. It was a great place for me to go. There was no grades. There was no frats. There was no athletics. There was no nothing. It was real nerds. There was no calling your professors by professor or doctor. They all went by their first names. We all had our classes outside. I swear to God, it was like it was awesome. California dreaming. Like for a boy who grew up in Los Angeles, I needed UC Santa Cruz, right? Anyway, so everybody would walk around with these books by Hannah Arendt or Michel Foucault, right? And they were basically
postmodern.
Right. So they were all these and like in UC Santa Cruz, if you were walking around with a Michel Foucault or like a Hannah Arendt, like the Hannah Arendt book, that meant that you understood
life. It'll get you laid.
Right. Well, I didn't want to say that, but anyway. So all right. So anyway, so Michel Foucault and Hannah Arendt were basically proteges, or at least intellectual proteges of God bless it. I just had it in my head right now. The person who first came up with this idea of an Imperial Boomerang, he was I think Saint Martinican, Caribbean gentleman, intellectual. His name just popped right out of my head. Jeff, if you're looking it up, I appreciate it. And so, Césaire, right. Émile Césaire. Thank you. Émile Césaire. And so an intellectual, and what he did is he kind of came up with this notion of countries that colonize, so imperial countries that colonize other countries, the military or the very aggressive tactics that occur in those countries will eventually boomerang back to the so-called motherland. And he quoted this idea of something called the Imperial Boomerang. And what happened was that Michel Foucault and Hannah Arendt went on to kind of use examples of Césaire's kind of ideas. And so the best example I can give you is when you look at what happened with René Good or Alex Prédé, right? Alex Prédé in Minneapolis. What you see are examples of an imperial boomerang. You could see things like that happening.
Which essentially is just sorry to cut you off. It's essentially military tactics that are used in countries that your country is actively colonizing, and then as a way to stamp down on dissent internally, those exact same tactics are applied to your own people, to that country's own people. So it basically comes to the point where the imperial forces come sort of like an identity upon themselves, where they essentially apply the same tactics on their colonial subjects to their
citizens,
their own citizens. Yes,
right, to their own citizens, 100%. So that's referred to as the imperial boomerang, and this is something again. that I learned about when I was in college and had a vague understanding of as a college student would, but then went off to medical school and residency and whatever, and I didn't really think much about it, right? And then what happened was we when Trump V2 took place, and what we saw was the so-called Doge and Elon Musk that went through and started to do these very, very drastic cuts. And the first cuts that he did internationally was with USAID and PEPFAR. Just for everybody to recognize, USAID was this incredible yet flawed. I know this show, i.e. one other host, had a lot of criticisms about USAID that were appropriate, because a lot of USAID was used for soft power. And Robert has a very disciplined kind of vision of this is stuff that manipulates other countries to do stuff that the US wants, and we shouldn't be using healthcare as a mechanism for that. And I 100% agree with him. There's no question about it. But the bottom line was that USAID did save millions of lives and had saved millions and millions and millions and millions of lives. And
which, by the way, I don't think Robert would argue with you on that point either.
I don't think he would either. We were basically taking two approaches.
You were exploring the concept of USAID and from multiple perspectives, which I think is a complete conversation. Which is
as a physician, as an infectious disease doctor, and as somebody who does international health, USAID is the boat that I float in. Like that's
exactly
that. Like I have done work for other countries using other countries' government services. And let me just be clear about that. All industrialized countries have a version of USAID. It's true that the USAID's was a very strong one and did provide a lot of quote unquote soft power. Now, PEPFAR, which was the George Bush version of providing HIV access around the world, especially to resource poor countries, was, and given the situation we're in right now, doesn't Bush just seem so like you almost want to
don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
You just want to
okay. First off, okay, no. They tortured some folks. Those paintings, by the way, are terrible.
I know.
Those paintings, I think, actually, probably George Bush's greatest war crime. You can take it down. Quote me later. His greatest war crime are those paintings. They're terrible.
But what he did do was establish a line of credit for monies that went to people living with HIV.
Correct.
And as difficult, and I've long since swallowed this difficult pill, bitter pill, to admit, and I do this publicly all the time, that one of the greatest presidents in the United States for HIV was George Bush. Now, I think it was a happy accident.
No, regardless.
I don't think he was like, one day he's like, I'm going to help the people of Africa and Thailand. I think it was just a happy effing accident. That's all it was.
And quite frankly, it doesn't matter what his intentions were. And contradictions, and this is something that I've gotten myself to be comfortable with over time, contradictions are all over this world, and they surround every single part of every single thing that we consume and we live with, through, and around every single day. So multiple things can be true. George Bush can be Satan himself, and also he could have been unwell for HIV. You know what I mean?
Also, these Republicans drive me crazy sometimes, because they are some of the worst people in the world. But then all of a sudden, 10 years later, another horrible worse Satan appears, and then they're like, look, my reputation has been cleansed now.
Yeah.
Because there's somebody's worse than me, right?
You didn't realize that there was an even greater Satan out there, was there?
Right. Yeah.
You got you.
The people in the addiction always say there's always a low below the low that you know, right? There's always a low below the low that you know. Anyway, okay. So what happened was that the evil Satan himself, disgusting human being, excuse for a carbon bag, Elon Musk, goes through and without any justification completely creates these cuts in USAID and PEPFAR. And what we are seeing now are, and the projection in 2030 is something like 20 million deaths. Probably 2/3 of that are going to be children. Like what the lives that and the pain that we are already seeing. There's a New York Times. I'm not a big New York Times person, blah, 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 whatever. But there's a journalist there named Christoph, and I can't remember his last
New York
name.
Times, the failing New York
Yeah,
Times.
failing New York Times, terrible ratings, New York Times. Anyway, he's documenting his articles are very hard to read. But the idea is that what we are seeing internationally is brutal. They're very, very hard articles to read. We're seeing a lot of now women are being less protected as a result of loss of USAID PEPFAR monies. And so we're seeing more sexual violence. Of course, we're seeing HIV transmission because people's viral loads are not undetectable. And of course, everything that USAID, malaria, it's been horrible. Okay. And so what I then went ahead and did after the so-called big beautiful bill was passed was write this article about what I referred to as the imperial health boomerang. And it's this notion, and in the article that I wrote, and please reach out to reach out to info@whivfm.org. Again, info@whivfm.org if you're interested, and I will be happy to send you the link for this article, or maybe you can put it in the show notes as well.
I can definitely do that.
And so what I did was I opened up the article about a patient that I've taken care of for about 20 years. His name was Ramon. Ramon is a Honduran man. And as Jeff can tell you better than anybody else can, that the links between New Orleans and Honduras is very, very strong. Done by the banana boats, what was it, Dole?
Yeah.
And before Dole, it was the Imperial Banana Colonizing Honduran Company. I don't know what it was called.
Well, not just that, like even like in the modern days, like when I was a school teacher, I would have, and this was, I mean, again, I would have a kid in my class. I would have kids in my class from Honduras and El Salvador. I would have Garifuna kids. And I would have
which is a big deal. There's
a strong population of Garifuna kids in Kenner. And like, I've actually felt like I was overwhelmed a lot of times with some of these guys because like one of them who speaks like English, Spanish, and Garifuna, but he was dyslexic, so he had like trouble reading, and he felt like he was somehow inadequate or stupid or whatever because he couldn't read or something like. Bro, you speak 3 languages. I speak one.
Of them,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, one of them is likely to be extinct, which is the Garifuna language.
I hope not.
Hope not. This is the Eastern. These are Hondurans.
It's an indigenous culture. They're in their fabulous culture. Like all of the folks that I've ever
with the highest rates of HIV. They have the highest rates of HIV there.
I'm not surprised, but they were so tight and so cool, and they're so resilient and awesome. Like I know it sounds like I'm being condescending white guy or whatever, and I'm not trying to do like the romanticism, but like I don't know, like they had things that we kind of don't have in like modern mainstream culture. And I'm not even gonna say like white culture or whatever, but like they actually understand family and community much more than is happening here, just because of the atomization that is sort of like prevalent in the mainstream culture. Sorry to like get on my soapbox for half a second, but we need to get to our station identification. Mark Allen.
You are listening to 102.3 WHIV-FM LP in New Orleans, Louisiana. We are community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice. WHIVFM.org. We honor independent voices. This is not a radio station with a mission. This is a mission with a radio station, and that is to end all wars. Thank you for tuning in. This is Good Morning Comrades. Your host is over there, Jeff, who took a swig of beer, while my name is Mark Allen Derry. Thank you for having me.
This is apple juice.
Let me finish. Oh, right, it's apple juice. I forgot. Yeah, we're on air. So let me finish what we were saying. So there's a very strong connection between Honduras and New Orleans.
Sister cities. Or sister country city.
Right. So Tegucigalpa and New Orleans are sister cities. So anyway, so long story short is that Ramon was thrown off of a roof. I was an ER doc at the time. I was also an infectious disease doctor because there were tensions were running high amongst undocumented people. Long story short, Ramon ends up in my ER, and just by habit, I just test everybody for HIV because I'm an HIV doctor, and he tested positive. So now Ramon's been my patient for some 20 years, and I've had a pleasure of seeing him grow his family, now having grandchildren. And the whole story kind of revolves around Ramon's experience as an undocumented individual, living in New Orleans, being a very hard construction worker, being a person who's raised a family here. He's raised children. Their children are raising children now. Obviously, his children and their grandchildren are citizens of the U.S., but he's not. And he's a person who's living with HIV. Now, one of the well-kept secrets in our medical society or history or whatever is that HIV care, when the law was passed in the early 90s that we were going to start covering for HIV as a kind of, I'm sorry that Reagan effed up so much in the 80s, let's make it right in the 90s and still up into 2020s, is this law called Ryan White law, which is basically protects people living with HIV and gives them full access to medications and labs and doctor's appointments or whatever.
Which by the way, I'm sorry, which by the way is a check on the spread of these things. Like, it's not even necessarily coming from anybody's heart.
100%. We would see way more HIV. We have been stuck at 1.2 million people having HIV in the US for about 20, 30 years. That number would be much higher if we allowed people to basically live their lives with fully unvetted viral loads. In other words, they have viral loads, they're not being checked by medications, and they would just be doing what humans do. You know what humans do? Humans have sex, and people would have sex, they would be transmitting HIV, and we would have more than 1.2 million cases. So yes, 100%. Now, what's going on now is that Medicaid cuts are going to come as a result of the One Big Beautiful Bill. And once Medicaid cuts happen, a lot of people got moved off Ryan White once Medicaid expanded. So if you were a state like in Louisiana that expanded Medicaid, you got moved off Ryan White and you got given, and you were enrolled into Medicaid. What's going to happen?
By the way, sorry, I hate to do it again. This is another giving the devil his due, but shout out to John Bel Edwards on that one. I hate John Bel Edwards for a lot of reasons. One of the best things he ever did as governor. Because Bobby Jindal refused to do so.
Listen, I mean, Bobby Jindal thought he was going to be president. He was tanned, rested, and ready. Peace out.
The most
he was ready to go.
He was also cringe.
Most cringe.
Beyond all.
You guys are listening to this. Just look up Bobby Jindal. What a cringe dude he was. I mean, the fact that he was the governor of the state of Louisiana and whitened his Louisiana portrait. He's a person of Asian Indian descent.
Mm-hmm.
And he took if you look at him and look at his portrait, he whitened himself. Anyway, John Bel Edwards came in on day one, said I'm expanding Medicaid. And you know what? He did. He totally did. Anyway, so once Medicaid was expanded in states like Louisiana, we were able to move people off of Ryan White, and they were able to get all their health care through Medicaid, and that worked beautifully. So for people that were undocumented who are unable to get Medicaid, they still had Ryan White to lean on. So the problem is this now, is that now once we are going to see the elimination of Medicaid for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people after these cuts happen after 2026. Oh, look how convenient it was. It was after the 2026 elections. I wonder why. Like, they were worried that it was the big, beautiful bill that was going to do them in. No, it was everything else. Epstein files, Iran war, everything else that's making, Trump unpopular. But after these cuts actually take effect, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be off Medicaid, and they're going to have to come back onto Ryan White. And since then, there have been laws that have been made that are restricting people who are undocumented to be able to access these monies. So we are likely going to be losing a lot of undocumented peoples. And so in the article that I wrote, I talk about a conversation. Now I'm having to do telemedicine with a lot of my undocumented people, especially over the course of the last couple months when ICE was in New Orleans. We're not seeing much of ICE, I think, right now, but now everybody's just kind of moved over to telemedicine because obviously they're not going to leave their houses if they don't have to, especially to come to downtown New Orleans to come to my clinic. And so in one of these visits, when he asked me about this big, beautiful bill, how it was going to be affecting him, if Ryan White was going to be available to him, I said, no, it's unlikely, but we don't know. And when he asked how much his medication is, and I told him, he gasped because it was a tremendous amount of money. It's largely because the U.S. government refuses to negotiate with big pharma, right? If they negotiate with big pharma and got decent prices like the rest of the world did, instead the U.S. government pays full price for these medications.
I would even say that it's an inflated price because they will subsidize, but they won't negotiate. So, that's a whole different episode,
a whole
of this
different
show.
Conversation. Yes,
but I would say that I would just say specifically, and again, I'm going to repeat myself. We pay more than what the full price would be because we subsidize without negotiating, which means we will spend money to pay these exorbitant prices without saying you need to keep these prices at a certain level. And I think that causes the price to go up.
100%. So the whole idea of the imperial health boomerang is leaning on Emile Cesaire's idea of what the imperial boomerang was. He was looking at it in the terms of physical violence, and I'm looking at it from the perspective of health violence. And that is what, and in this article, what I'm trying to tell other physicians is this, is you may not be an HIV doctor. We're going to be a low-hanging fruit. Like that's the first to go. Okay. Mm-hmm. But once other doctors start to see and it starts to affect them, right, that they need to recognize that the imperial health boomerang predicts what our colleagues saw in Africa, in Asia, and South America, how their programs were immediately cut by that evil Satan named Elon Musk. They were cut immediately. And once those programs were cut, all of a sudden, patients, people, clients did not have access to their health care like they ordinarily would. And my colleagues all of a sudden did not have jobs, right? And so once PEPFAR and USAID got cut, that was it. People came back to the U.S., they had to leave their posts, and the people that were there are now having to fend for themselves. The governments are now having to fend for themselves. The imperial health boomerang predicts that we're going to see the same thing here. And so I am asking physicians and public health practitioners and colleagues and nurses and anybody who's in the health field,
or anybody who cares about the medical system,
anybody
in the United
who
States.
cares, is that you need to start going through the grieving process now. You need to start going and not
and just do something. We got to do something about it.
Right, Kubler-Ross's, like there is, because you need to, like, for me, the grieving process vacillates between anger, right? Not disbelief. I predicted this early on. In fact, I wrote this article to predict what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. So it's anger and finally coming to terms with it. I haven't come to terms with it. And as you could see, I'm still very, very angry because we as physicians are going to see unprecedented pain. And it's that pain, it's that the early deaths. We grew up in a country, we grew up in a world, right, that either between philosophy or religions or whatever it is, all right? Somebody who grew up in a very Jewish home who's now proudly atheist, right? Anti-Zionist, proudly atheist, who believes in the sanctity.
You can be, by the way, there are Zionist atheists and there are anti-Zionist Jews out there as well. Just to
I'm an anti-Zionist Jew atheist. Or no, hang on.
There are religious Jews that are anti-Zionist as well. You know, I
know. I'm
not trying to check you or whatever, but I'm just throwing it out there.
Anti-Zionist Jew-theist. There you go. I'm an anti-Zionist Jew-theist, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the point that I'm making, all right?
Yeah,
As
absolutely.
an anti-Zionist Jew-theist, right?
Jew-theist.
Religion doesn't mean anything to me. Jewish culture does. Anti-Zionist
course,
Jewish
yeah.
culture does, of course. That's what I grew up in. But here's the point that I'm making. It doesn't matter where you come from, right? It doesn't matter. People come to me all the time. They're like, oh, you're an atheist? How do you have your morality? I'm like, I don't know, dude. I'm a human being, right? Like, I care about humans, right? But the point is that the thing that we care most about, or at least we're taught to care the most about, the lessons that I got growing up in life is that we care about the sanctity of human life. That's why for a second I could give the anti-abortionist at least 20, 30, 40 years ago, I could hear possibly where obviously now we know it's all about control and it's not about human life.
That ship has sailed. Like if you're anti-abortion, then you're like you cannot be for like being anti-abortion for other people. It's a personal thing.
Right. So the point here is this: is that if you truly care about the sanctity of life, you would care about these cuts that are coming down the line.
You would be anti-war as well, by the way.
You'd be anti-war as well, of course. I mean, what, 160 some odd girls, children that we did a double tap on
the first day, on the very first
day. On day one, and they were like, oh my, well, how did we do this? You know, oh, we need another $1.5 trillion to, we can't even pass an audit. So ultimately what I'm getting to, Jeff, is that we as people of conscience, but particularly doctors, physicians, healthcare workers, public health practitioners, however you see yourselves, because it doesn't matter what field you're in. As Jeff will tell you, somebody who's a teacher and now who's a labor worker, like they're going to come after. There's Jenga buildings. They have Jenga. Every segment is society, every sector of society, be it finance, be it banking, be it education, be it labor, be it real estate, doesn't matter. Be it health, be it public health, be it medicine, doesn't matter. There's a Jenga building, and all they're doing is they're pulling out the blocks. They're pulling out the blocks. They're pulling out the blocks that ultimately will lead to a collapse.
Yeah, well, we got to land the ship, Mark Allen. So first off, thank you as always for joining us on.
We didn't even get to measles.
You know what? We got to talk again real soon.
I guess you're gonna have to come. Let me come back, dude. There's so much.
Buddy, you are always welcome on the show. You are so always welcome on the show anytime you want. Like you've texted me and told me that you felt bad about inviting yourself on or whatever. I'm just like, dude, I want you to do that.
No, you invite me on. I don't invite myself on. No.
All right. Jeff, well, you're permanently invited 100%. But we got to land the ship.
I know. I let me just say, and let me come back to this, okay? And I know we need to end. Two very significant things happened in the public health world last week, and we could talk about it the next time. One is that the CDC was found to be hiding positive data on vaccines, and two, the state of Utah is now vaccinating kids for measles at earlier ages. The sweet spot is 12 months, but the spot that they're doing it now at 6 months, they're giving them MMRs, and the reason why they're doing that is that the outbreaks are so bad in Utah, they have to change the recommendations that are consistent with resource poor countries. So we are now following recommendations in the US that resource poor countries have to do because measles is so endemic in their countries.
Yeah, so you're going to have to stay tuned for part 2 for that one. So join us next week when we talk to Mark Allen about that. In the meantime, you have been listening to Good Morning Comrade on WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. Check us out every Monday morning at 10 a.m.
Central
Time, not Eastern Time. WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. We love you. Bye-bye.
Hello, hello, hello. I know what you're all thinking. Kristina, your room is so clean. And what the Christmas decorations are gone. That's right. I did a lot of spring cleaning. Wait, let me just promote my little Discord server. I did my springtime for, I'm not gonna sing the rest of that song. I don't want us to get a copyright strike. You never know. Anyway, there's a lot to talk about because yeah, anyway, it's that time of the month for me, so I'm feeling very meh, but I still want to look good. But yeah, I need to add like more stuff to like my background, maybe some stuff back here. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Anyway. Like more lights and stuff. Everything looks kind of dark and dingy. Anyway, so this show is just a precursor to my stream, kind of prepping me to talk about these subjects more in depth later. But guys, another pandemic it can happen. Hantavirus. I don't want to hunt a virus. Hey, get it? Wanta Funda. Remember those commercials? Anyway, everyone's like, oh, the spread is low, everything's fine. I'm like, bitch, I've heard that before. I ain't taking any chances. Hantavirus is the thing that killed Gene Hackman's wife. Okay? That's where I'm like, wait a minute, I've heard that before. And also, too, I'm going to talk about the fucking data center from fucking Canadian piece of garbage Kevin O'Leary. Mormons. You dudes and your 500 wives and children need to fucking rise up, because what do you mean a data center that needs twice the amount of power that Utah can handle is getting built? And what? That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Abby, what are you doing? You want to say hi? Cat's going crazy. Also, I think it's McGraw. He's pooping everywhere, and I don't know why. Anyway, and also Met Gala. And Tony Award nominations. Yay! It's the most wonderful. I mean, it's like go from Oscars to Tony Awards, because I'm a Broadway fanatic. I think y'all know this, right? About me, I love Broadway. Anyway, so there's a cruise ship from Argentina that for some reason managed to get someone on board who has the hantavirus. Now, a lot of people are like, what is the hantavirus? What is this? Okay, I've heard a little bit about it. It first kind of came into national news when we found 2 bodies at the house of Gene Hackman's estate, dead, and it took some time, but Gene Hackman's wife died from the hantavirus, and since Gene Hackman was he had suffered from really severe Alzheimer's. He was kind of left to his own devices and died from not having any care. That's so sad, man. That was sad. Anyway, so but now it's back in the news because a cruise ship from Argentina is now in quarantine. I say bomb the ship or no, sink it. Let it hit an iceberg. You know what? We can sacrifice those people. Just kidding. But that was the news because it was like, oh, a whole cruise ship is in quarantine because someone human to human contact via the hantavirus. Now, it's like basically another version of like the plague, from what I understand. Now, this is what's happening, and again, guys, nurses are like, I ain't doing this shit again, and I'm like, you know what? I don't blame them. I do not blame them. So, what to know about hantavirus, the illness linked to a cruise ship outbreak? Why is it always cruise ships always have like, oh, a case of like diarrhea, food poisoning? It's always cruise ships. Bad sewage, icebergs, dead ahead. And I never ever was like cruise ships. I'm like, no, I've never been. I mean, I saw the Poseidon Adventures. I don't want my cruise ship going upside down. I just feel like I just want to be on land. Not in space, not in the air, not in sea. The only person I would trust to go underwater is James Cameron, because that man knows what he's doing. Anyway, so what to know about the hantavirus, the illness linked to a cruise ship outbreak. So, so an outbreak aboard a cruise ship of a rare rare rodent-borne illness called hantavirus has left 3 people dead and 6 others. Wait, what? 3 people have died? Oh, this isn't good, y'all. The virus, which usually spreads when people inhale contaminated residue of rodent droppings that become dust. Dust gets into the air. You inhale the dusty air. Okay, sorry. As a cleaning lady, I'm kind of like, oh. Anyway, the World Health Organization said detailed investigations of the cruise ship outbreak are ongoing, including further laboratory testing and other work aimed at determining the source of exposure. I mean, what if it was like the chef? You know what I'm saying? Like how, like it's very, very, very rare for it to come from like human to human. It's usually rodent to human. So it's like, we need to find the rodents responsible, okay? Yo, Mom Donnie, get your boy Curtis Sliwa to be the rat czar. Get the cats, get the stray cats, get on top of this so this shit doesn't get to New York. I live in South Carolina. Why do I think this is going to impact me in any way? I mean, it could. You never know. Officials suspect the first affected person likely contracted the virus before boarding the ship. See, now we got to worry about people, like, because there's really, like, no, like, vaccines for this stuff. Like, stuff like this, they don't really have, like, a vaccine for it, I guess. So it's like, oh, you know, we got to look at people's health records now. I get it, but I feel like cruise ships are, like, a petri dish for... like this, I mean, did you guys ever see the movie Triangle of Sadness? There's a whole like 20-minute montage of everyone getting food poisoning and vomiting. I highly recommend. It's a good movie. It got nominated for some Oscars. The World Health Organization says the risk to the global population for this outbreak is low. For now. It's for now though. Okay, we do not know. We need to. This is what happens. We were all like, oh, COVID, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then you know. We didn't flatten the curve or stop the spread or whatever. Imagine if we were on quarantine at home for a month and the government gave us like weekly, like $1,000 checks. Do you know how much better off we would have been as a society? Biden, you still owe us $600. Anyway, disease outbreaks involving gastrointestinal and respiratory illnesses happen periodically on cruise ships. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. I don't fuck with cruises. But it's just like, let's go on the Backstreet Boy cruise. I'm like, no, I'd rather go on one of their Cancun or Germany fan events than go on a fucking cruise ship. I don't trust cruise ships, okay? I'm sorry. The Titanic. Sorry. Disease outbreaks involving gastrointestinal and respiratory illnesses happen periodically on cruise ships, which are full of people in close quarters for long stretches of time. Again, it's just a recipe for disaster. They are usually caused by germs that are highly contagious, and notably norovirus. So I'm saying, I don't fuck with cruises. You cannot pay me $1 billion to go on a cruise. I'd be like, you know what? Nah, I'm good. There were 23 gastrointestinal outbreaks on cruise ships that called at U.S. ports last year, which 18 caused by norovirus, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I know I'm overreacting, but like, shit like this freaks me out. Like, it just does. Like, I just don't like the idea of catching germs from other people. The last time I had suffer from like a norovirus, like November last year, I had what we call in German Durchfall for a week. And I'm telling you guys, my booty was sore. I was like, okay, I've lost like 10 pounds. I'm good. Can we please stop? I don't like this. I don't know how my mom didn't catch it. Did I have? Never mind. But hantavirus is not typically associated with cruise ships, and it's not easily spread between people. Okay, for now, stop downplaying this. We cannot. Here's the thing: we live in a world with Donald Trump as president, and RFK Jr. is in charge. We cannot be downplaying these things that are like low spread. No, we cannot be. We gotta be alert. Okay, we gotta be alert. We just cannot be like, oh, it's whatever. No. Damn it. Studies indicate hantaviruses have been around for centuries, with outbreaks documented in Asia and Europe. It wasn't until the early 1990s that a previously unknown group of hantaviruses emerged in the southwestern United States as the cause of acute respiratory disease, now known as hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. Wait, what? What? How the shit mutating, man? This is getting insane. The disease gained attention last year after the late actor Gene Hackman's wife, Betsy Arakawa, died from a hantavirus infection in New Mexico. because apparently she had relatives who contacted the virus and gave it. Okay, as long as the ship stays here, y'all, we are fine. Just keep it there forever. I do not care. I want to make sure not a single solitary person has this hantavirus coming up. It's me and cruise ships. So anyway, just stay over here. Just stay right here. Just right here. Or you know what? Land in DC and go visit the White House. Didn't the White House have plumbing issues when Trump left? You know what? Just go to DC, visit the White House. Have at it. You know, just stay. Anyway. Oh, cool. Oh. Really? It's called the MV Hyundai? Can they come up with better names for these cruise ships? Anyway. The virus is spread by rodent and more rarely people. Again, for now. Rarely for now. We have people in charge of our health departments that don't care about stopping the spread of stuff. We've learned this before. Hantavirus is mainly spread by contact with rodents or their urine, saliva, or droppings, particularly when the material is disturbed and becomes airborne, posing a risk of inhalation. Okay. People are typically exposed to a hantavirus around their homes, cabins, or sheds. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. I was cleaning a customer's house and she was like, rodent droppings, clean them up. And I'm like, bitch, I ain't doing that. I'm like, no offense, but Gene Hackman and his wife just died from like hantavirus. Ain't touching that shit, literally. You do it. Anyway, so I'm thinking weird things now. So people are typically exposed to hantavirus around their homes, cabins, or sheds, especially when cleaning out enclosed spaces with little ventilation or exploring areas where there are mouse droppings. The World Health Organization says that while it rarely happens, a little asterisk, a little few stars, rarely, hantaviruses can also spread directly between people. There's one strain endemic to Argentina and Chile that does have the ability to transmit person to person instead of semen breadfruit. Wait, what? Oh boy. An associate professor and associate director of the Center for Global Health at the University of New Mexico Health Sciences Center, which specializes in hantavirus research. See, this is why we need to fund research into medical stuff, because no one knew what the fuck hantavirus was until like when Gene Hackman and his wife died. Beyond this virus is typically contained because it would spread only through close contact, such as sharing a bed or sharing food. See, this is why I don't share my food. But anyway, I'm like, everyone's like, here, try this. No, I'm good. Where were your hands? Did you wash them? Anyway. We haven't had huge person-to-person spreads of hantavirus infection ever before, and there's no reason to suspect a huge outbreak from this case at this point. Bradford said, okay, again, but I've heard this before. I mean, look, okay, like, remember when, like, people were like, oh, AIDS, it's just GERD, it's just a gay cancer, it's fine. And then people realize, oh, blood transfusions, hypodermic needles, breast milk. People, it took Rock Hudson dying for Ronald Reagan 6 years later to be like, oh, this AIDS thing is kind of a big deal, isn't it? Because my gay friend and a lot of straight people are dying. And it's like, yeah, no shit, you idiot. See, when people are like, this is why, again, we've all lived through COVID. We all were told, oh, it's not going to be that big of a deal. You know, it's just one person. It only takes one germ, one person, and bam, there's a whole pandemic happening, okay? Like, this is just how it is, okay? Remember how people were freaking out about Ebola, and then Obama was like, he nipped that shit in the bud? Good. You know why? Because we had a president who was competent enough to actually be like, yeah, I don't want this shit getting out of hand. But COVID, forget it. Nana, I feel like a lot of people in the medical field are going to take stuff like this seriously because a lot of nurses and doctors have PTSD from the COVID pandemic. Like when it was actually in the beginning stage and now it's peak. People, it was just, no one was taking this seriously because it was just a flu. It was just this. It was just that. But we got to take extra precautions and make sure we're washing our hands, staying clean, and you know, that's just what I'm saying. For now, everything in life is only for now. And pandemics can last a lifetime. We're still technically in a COVID pandemic. We just, think everything's back to normal. Hantavirus infections are relatively common globally for now. The World Health Organization reported that in 2025, 8 countries within the Americas had documented 229 cases and 59 deaths. In Argentina, where are the Perones when you need them? I'm assuming Ava and Juan Perón would have hit. Just kidding. I need to do a deep dive into Evita. Okay, the health ministry said hantavirus led to 28 deaths nationwide last year. Okay, but still, as someone who cleans houses for a living, y'all, especially cleaning houses for people who do go on cruises and travel a lot, I have to worry. Okay, that's kind of why I'm freaking out about this. In the U.S., federal health officials began tracking the virus after a 1993. Why is it always the year I was born? 1993 outbreak in the Four Corners region, the area where Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, and Utah meet. Oh, get back to Utah in a second. It was an astute physician with the Indian Health Service who first noticed a pattern of deaths among young patients. Right? Young people, healthy young people. Most cases are in Western states. Take that, Southern states. We don't have what do we predominantly get down here? I don't know. New Mexico and Arizona are hot spots, likely because the odds are greater for mouse-human encounters in rural areas. Oh my God! Because New Mexico. Gene Hackman's wife lived in New Mexico. Oh, see, that's what I mean. Don't be living in the. I mean, data centers are going to be taking over the West, so I'm assuming rats are going to find another place to live. Oh no, they're going to migrate. I gotta get out of here before it starts. The illness starts with flu-like symptoms, as it always does. An infection can rapidly progress and become life-threatening, experts say. I mean, between measles and this, okay. Experts say it can start with symptoms that include a fever, chills, muscle aches, and maybe a headache, much like the flu would feel. Oh, so you just think you can take some over-the-counter like flu medication and feel fine? That's what that is. It's a sneaky leak. It's a sneaky leak type of disease. Okay, I get it now. It's a sneaky leak illness. Symptoms of hantavirus pulmonary syndrome usually show between 1 and 8 weeks after contact with an infected rodent. 1 to 8 weeks. Oh, that shit is dormant for a long time. People are literally being typhoid Marys on that cruise ship. Fuck. Oh, damn. That is, you know what? That is not good. You could be walking around life carrying this thing 1 to 8 weeks, not showing a single symptom. See, that's how this shit just spreads, because stuff could be dormant in your body for weeks and you don't even feel sick. You know what? Sink that cruise ship. I don't care. Anyway, stop cruise. What is the point of cruises? Literally, it's just ocean. That is it. Okay, that is it. Unless you're traveling by ship from place to place like a Titan. I don't want people like, but cruises have water slides and entertainment. I'm like, do y'all remember the Oceanus sinking? And the captain literally was like, every man for himself. Remember that? And remember how they recorded the sinking? That shit that traumatized me. Anyway, as the infection progresses, patients might experience tightness in the chest as the lungs fill with fluid. The other syndrome caused by hantavirus, known as hemorrhagic fever, oh boy, oh god, with renal syndrome, which can cause bleeding, high fever, and kidney failure, usually develops within a week or two after exposure. Oh, so it can actually get worse real fast. Well, that's not good. Death rates vary by which hantavirus causes the illness. Hantavirus pulmonary syndrome is fatal in about 35% of people infected, while the death rate for hemorrhagic fever with renal syndrome varies from 1 to 15% of patients, according to the CDC. A lot of unknowns about the illness and treatment. See, again, we got to be doing our research now, okay? We don't want this to be the next pandemic, y'all. Look out. There is no specific treatment or cure. Great. Love to hear that. But early medical attention can increase the chance of survival. Exactly. Just because the spread is slow does not mean we can be sleeping on research to make sure there's treatment and cures for this, okay? It's like when people were surprised that like COVID was a part of like the SARS virus. I'm like, yeah, of course there's a COVID vaccine. It's part of SARS. There was a SARS outbreak in like 2004, 2005. Of course they've been working on a vaccine that can tackle different coronaviruses because it falls under the SARS umbrella. People really were being very conspiratorial about, oh, they have a vaccine all of a sudden. I'm like, yeah, look up SARS. Yeah. Idiots. Despite years of research, many questions have yet to be answered, including why it can be mild for some people and severe for others. Now antibodies are developed. Good question. Some researchers have been following patients over long periods of time in hopes of finding a treatment. Yeah, from like 5 feet away, wearing like a hazmat suit, probably. That's what I would be doing. Actually, no, I would be wearing. Yeah, I'd probably be wearing. Remember the kids who lived in the bubbles because they were basically allergic to like everything and they would die? Remember that? I'm surprised the 70s they didn't cover that. Anyway, in the Americas, hantavirus infection is very serious, but it's also quite rare. How can you be saying serious and rare at the same time? Bradfield said, and so for a time that probably led to less research into it because of funding priorities. But I know there's been a lot of interest funding hantavirus work of late. Well, yeah, again, of course, we got to think Gene Hackman and his wife dying. That's probably what it is. What researchers do know is that rodent exposure is key. Yes. Make sure you have your friggin' pest control on speed dial, guys, okay? The best way to avoid the germ is to minimize contact with rodents and their droppings. Seriously, I know we all love the song Ben from Michael Jackson, which is a song about what? Guys, you know Ben comes from a movie about a sequel about killer rats. That, but I always remember that. I'm like, really? Anyway, got rats on my mind these days. The best way to avoid germs, kind of weather and droppings, use protective gloves and a bleach solution for cleaning up rodent droppings. Public health experts caution against sweeping or vacuuming, which can cause virus particles to get into the air. Yeah, don't be vacuuming. Everyone's like, oh, no, man, because then you have to also like clean out your entire vacuum cleaner, and that shit's, as someone who cleans houses, that's a bitch to do. Like, I was like, oh, just vacuum up, the spider web with No, because spiders can also create, eggs in the vacuum cleaner too. I know, shocker. Different versions of hantavirus documented in different countries. The word hantavirus refers to a broad family of viruses with different versions in different countries. Oh, great. Almost none of them have been found to spread from person to person, with the exception of this version found in South America. And it makes sense that virus is under suspicion. Since the cruise originated in Argentina, said Angela Luis, a hantavirus researcher at the University of Montana. A thorough investigation was crucial in determining exactly what happened and may help settle the question of whether it does spread among people, Luis said. My guess is we're going to learn a lot from this, Luis said. Okay. Oh, man. I'm worried. Again, I'm a cleaning lady, so like shit like this is stuff that like freaks me out. Okay, sorry, but like that's just how I am. Exactly, that's the last thing we need. Last thing we need is another like virus. I mean, awesome, cool. I can stay home and stream or whatever. We get have my customers pay me, whatever. But like again, I don't want to do this again, guys. I mean, people were like, I want to go to work after like being home in 2 weeks. I'm like, make some bread. Work on a housing project. The last time I took 2 weeks off since I started working was never. Like those 2 weeks, I was able to get so much done. I watched all of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia up until that point. Like it was great having 2 weeks off to do like whatever the fuck I wanted. It was great. I loved it. People really out here were like, I want to get my hair done and my nails done. And I'm like, you could do that shit at home. So many press-on nails and like wig companies and hair dye companies really exploded during COVID because, DIY, do it yourself, do it at home. Anyway, so guys, data centers are killing our communities, particularly the poor rural communities, because they know that they can get away with slowly and subtly killing these people. And Kevin O'Leary, that fucking snake from Canada, of all places. You know how they say, oh, people who are Canadian are so like annoyingly nice that it's kind of like it's just like, oh, it's cringe. Well, not Kevin O'Leary. He may be Canadian, but he's pure evil. Evil. Like very evil. Like he literally was like the Simon Cowell of like, you know, because I used to watch Shark Tank because I was dumb and bored. But I was like, this guy's like supposed to be like the Simon. Like I love how every like competition show he has to have like a Simon Cowell type character, like you know the one who's like an asshole. So like that was always him with me. Even the one British dude on Dance with the Stars was like the Simon Cowell type, but even he knew to be nice. Exactly, make a new. So this data center got approved in Utah, and I hope to God that the Latter-day Saints go up in arms about it. So 3 things to know about Kevin O'Leary's massive proposed Utah data center. Oh, that's gonna make me dizzy. It passed. A proposed data center in northern Utah would generate and consume more than twice the electricity now used by the entire state, and local officials approved it this week. It did get approved, by the way, because this is from a day ago. Twice. Utah has like, what does Utah have? Not enough electricity to actually help power this data center. Ooh, I better get a PC soon. Why it matters. Supporters say the hyperscale data center will create 2,000 jobs and help keep the U.S. competitive in the fast-moving field of AI. Yeah, but also you're forgetting that hundreds of data centers have been voted down and not approved. You know why? Because communities are trying to be in the know of what the fuck's going on in their communities. Critics say it could be environmentally catastrophic. Using water in mid-drought. Yeah. Does Utah even have water? And burning fossil fuels to supply facilities and enormous electricity does what the fuck? See, this is the thing. A lot of rural areas are getting these data centers. Like a lot of people are like, how come there are no like data centers up like the Northeast? I'm like, because the Northeast is like very metropolitan. Where the fuck are they gonna put data centers at? Again, the Northeast has like rural areas, but like not enough to put like data centers, it seems, because it seems like they're putting them like in the South and in the Midwest. Driving the news, Box Elder County commissioners are scheduled to vote Monday, and they did, on the proposed by investor Kevin O'Leary of Shark Tank fame. The project, which the state is calling Stratus, would occupy about 60 square miles. Oh, Jesus. Quick as county commissioners there had planned to vote on the proposal last Monday, but delayed the decision after one member claimed, we were brought in at the last hour and expected to just run with this. Meanwhile, many residents say they haven't had a reasonable chance to address their concerns. Here's what to know. State officials are pushing the project hard and fast. See, that's why. See, that's what they always do. They want to get this real quick so that the community can't even have a say or you know, voice their concerns or anything like that. That's why there's like 2 data centers being built like in North Augusta here, and I'm like, get away. The proposal is being advanced by Utah's Military Installation Development Authority, the MIDA, a state office that coordinates development involving military-owned land, including hotels, office space, and Deer Valley's New Sky Village. That's very specific. Follow the money to O'Leary. MIDA on April 24th approved a massive energy tax cut for Stratus, charging 0.5% versus the 6% it's authorized to collect. It's competition. MIDA head Paul Morse told the board, that's also why we've been rushing it so fast, he said. I'm sure that's why. It's not because you want your community finding out or voicing their concerns and trying to stop the building of this data center, right? And the MIDA is seeking Box Elder's approval before environmental or traffic studies are complete. That too. Natural gas will power the data center. Sure, natural gas, and not like fucking like ramp and shit like that. That's gonna go skyrocket. Morris told county officials on April 22nd that 100% of the power will be generated from natural gas. Full capacity expected to eventually reach 9 gigawatts. Utah's annual average consumption is 4 gigawatts. Morris later said, arguing a backup power supply would benefit the state. Oh my God. But you wouldn't need this if you were building this anyway. Friction point. 9 gigawatts of power of natural gas will raise Utah's current total greenhouse gas production by about 50%. USU physicist Robert Davies told KSL. Those emissions are unlikely to stay in the Box Elder County, the Salt Lake Tribune reported. Yeah, it always spreads. The fine print. Both Governor Spencer Cox and MIDA have promised that the facility will have to follow state and federal environmental laws. I hate to tell you this, but building the data center in the first place is breaking federal environmental laws. I mean, right now, the Memphis is storming the Capitol right now over Elon Musk's stupid Memphis data center for Grok. Like it's people are not dealing with this shit anymore. This shit's killing people. There are people like, I have to put up with the loud noise. I have to put up with the low water pressure. My toilet's not refilling. The water's dirty. I'm getting breathing problems. I'm getting depression, even though I've never been depressed. Like it's fracking all over again. Is what I'm getting at. People who are like, oh, fracking's fine. I'm like, okay, then drill it in your backyard, see how you feel. You know, like it's reminding me of fracking. And the problem is that we did not do enough to stop fracking. It was too little, too late. When people realized, oh, places that usually like Tornado Alley are getting earthquakes. You know, water pollution. It's pretty much what's happening again, and we haven't really comprehended how bad fracking in people's backyards really was. Yes, but those laws don't ban pollution. Instead, major polluters apply for permits and may have to pay for pollution reduction measures. Critics say those payments frequently fail to make up for the excess pollution. Scientists have a few problems that help the Great Salt Lake. Oh boy. Despite data centers' reputation for water hogging, here we go. Morris told county commissioners that Stratus water usage is minimal. What are you going to do to cool off data centers? Use like cooling fans from PC parts? Like what are we doing? And the fact that they're like, well, golf courses use up more water. I'm like, golf courses use up water that is constantly like being reused. Like it's not new. Like it's like a system. People don't mention that. I live in a very much golf heavy area. People come, I live right across the river from Augusta, Georgia, the Masters. I clean for people who live right over here in a big gated community with a lot of golf courses. I learn more about golf courses than I've ever imagined last year or so with these data centers. And they tell me it's not like they're using up so much new water that needs to be like, no, it's like a system, you know, like evaporated condensation, precipitation. It's a system. They're not using up more water than these data centers. It's the same water being reused technically. But the problem is that we don't have enough rain. I mean, we didn't get any rain in April here. We finally got some rain this past week when May started, but that's about it. Data centers are using waters from rivers, from ponds, from lakes. That is the problem. Water that a lot of people depend on. And pretty soon, what's going to happen when there's no water left? Again, people are complaining there's no water pressure, very little water. It's not even clean that's coming out of our faucets anymore. It's a big fucking deal. And you can kind of pinpoint when data centers started to get big when Elon Musk took over Twitter, because AI just exploded when he took over Twitter. Thanks, Jack Dorsey, by the way. Austin Pritchett, a Utah real estate investor who was partnering with O'Leary, said last week that the facility will clean and recirculate briny spring water in a closed loop system and return to an aquifer. Oh my God, that feeds the Great Salt Lake. That is bullshit. That is fucking bullshit, because that's basically what a lot of like the golf courses do. Like, this is so stupid. We know they're lying. Reality check, the facility heat has to go somewhere, Davey said. And if it goes into the air, the temperature shift would be enough to change weather patterns. Like no rain. USU climate scientist Wei Zhang told KSL, if it goes into the water, the thermal load could devastate the lake's ecosystem. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's going to happen. I don't know, guys. We're at a point where people are definitely going to rise up, because we even have like Democrats who are in the pockets of big tech who are like being like ambiguous about whether or not they support data centers, and like, just say you like to pollute poor communities and kill them. Just say it. You don't care. You don't fucking care. You don't care. It is driving me nuts at this point that oh no. Oh god, Justin Warren tracing over 80 people on flight taken by hantavirus victim. Oh fuck, this is it. Oh, sorry. I just read Twitter. I'm like, that's the first thing I see. Nah, guys, this is not good. This is not good. Whew. Sorry. I'm just looking at some stuff. So I want to talk about something that's been bothering me lately. I have 10K followers on Twitter, right? And there's been a spew of like these accounts that are very like, you know, black men, right? Black liberal men, but I don't really think they're actually like black liberal men. They're just like white people behind like sock puppet like bot accounts from like Sally Albright or whatever. And they're always like, support black women, support black women, support. But then it's like they don't support like Cori Bush, or they're sad about like all the good stuff Summer Lee's done, or they shit on Nina Turner, or they don't even like the only like black female politicians they like are Kamala and like Jasmine Crockett, and it's like, and then they like shit on like Cori Bush because she cares about Palestine, you know. And people in these guys are like, she did nothing for her community, and the black people voted her out. And I'm like, no, it was the white St. Louis voters who voted her out because they listened to AIPAC. It wasn't that she actually got the black vote overwhelmingly. But because these people, again, I'm convinced these are just white people behind these accounts because it's like they just post all the same, like very similar posts, and everyone's like, I don't know. I feel like people so much to do like a deep dive into some of these accounts. I think if you guys are on Twitter, you know exactly who I'm referring to. But it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like they do not like the fact that leftists could be very supportive of a white dude like Graham Plattner, someone Latino like AOC, a black woman like Cori Bush, a Muslim man like Zora Mamdani. I'm like, in my opinion, that's what the Democratic Party should look like. Very multiracial, multi-religious, generational, intersectional. Intersectional. But like they get mad when you like include all these people. And they're like, but then you throw like someone like a Cori Bush or Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib, and they go insane. Like they do not like seeing that. It's like, you guys bitch about Graham Plattner being a white dude from Maine. Like, I'm sorry, like he's like what the average median Maine voter probably wants. Okay. And again, the Jewish and black population of Maine is almost non-existent. Maine is like the northernest, southern-looking state. It is, no offense, white trash, very rural, very white. Okay, that is it. That everyone I know who lives in Maine is like, yeah, there's really nothing special about the state. Cool, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, these people are like, if I had the chance to vote for a Republican against a Cori Bush or a Graham Plattner type, I would vote for the Republican. And it's like, at a time where the Voting Rights Act is gutted and Republicans are abolishing all the blue districts that are left in the South, you want to keep Republicans in control of the House? You want Republicans to keep control of the Senate? Do you know how difficult it is for the Senate to actually go to Democrats today in this day and age? Very difficult. Because it makes no fucking sense for two senators to represent California when there's millions of people and then like two senators from like Wyoming or whatever. Like it never makes sense. It's the same thing like with like the Electoral College, right? But it's just so interesting seeing these accounts be like, vote blue no matter who, but then when leftists are like, okay, if you were to vote in a primary, would you vote for Cori Bush over Wesley Bell? Oh no, I would make sure that Cori Bush doesn't deserve it. And then they'll be sexist and racist and misogynistic towards like these women of color that are running because they happen to be more like socialist leaning. And it's like, I know what you guys are. You guys are just wreckers. You guys are wreckers. You're saying that you would actually, they're doing the same thing that Republicans do. They say this, they say we do this when we don't, and then we actually do what they want to do, and we're like, okay, we're team players, we vote no matter who, we do the harm reduction, whatever. Can you do the same? Nope. No. So it's so like you guys are fucking hypocrites. And again, 10-1, I feel like these are all, again, just white sock public accounts, because we never see other photos or videos of like these accounts of like these like black centrist types. And then they have the nerve to shit on black leftists thinking that they listen to someone like me and not have a brain of their own. I'm like, no, fuck that. There's more philosophers and theorists who are socialist and Marxists than just Karl Marx, by the way. Happy birthday, apparently. Like, I'm like, just because, I'm like, Karl Marx is not the end all be all of like left-leaning theory, okay? There are other people of color that are, in my opinion, worth more listening to or reading about, okay? That's just how I feel. And the fact that that so many of these people don't think that leftists of color have their own mind, it's just so, I'm like, you guys are fucking racist too. You just don't feel like you are because you might be part of, their demographic, but you're also playing into tropes that are very much like pro-imperialist, pro-capitalistic, and white supremacist, but you don't fucking care, okay? That's what drives me nuts about people who are very much in line with like the centrist, more right-leaning wing of the Democratic Party that are promoting the centrist account. Like they don't shit on John Fetterman. They don't shit on John Fetterman's voting record, but they'll shit on leftists for supporting him, despite the fact that a lot of us leftists abandoned Fetterman within like a year because we saw what the fuck he was doing with his voting record and his rhetoric. I'm like, you guys can't outsay that Fetterman is useful for the Republicans. You'll yell at us instead. At least we own up. See, this is the thing about liberals versus leftists. Leftists will own the mistake of supporting someone who ended up being a fraud. And we own that. And we never hear the end of it. But my God, they can't criticize a Joe Manchin, a Kirsten Sinema, a Joe Lieberman, a Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, a John Fetterman, or you know what I'm saying? Like they cannot, and they always say every time a white leftist is running, they say, that's another John Fetterman, that's another John Fetterman. How do you know? Because John Fetterman was not some like unknown person in Pennsylvania. He actually had a career in politics in Pennsylvania. People knew who he was. Right? So it just drives me nuts that these people are like, oh, whenever there's like a white leftist running, it's like, oh, they're John Fetterman type. And I'm like, you guys can't even criticize John Fetterman for because he's pro-Israel. You can't even criticize him when he voted in favor of some of Trump's policies and votes for Republicans. Hell, he might even switch parties if he gets the money. I'm hearing. I'm like, oh, that's great to learn. And this is the thing that some Democrats are doing in swing districts. They're like, I'm a Democrat, and then they run, right? And then they're like, the Democratic Party has gone too far. I'm going to switch to Republicans. And there goes the Democratic majority in North Carolina or shit like that. Like, and people expect for us to listen to neocons who just became Democrats 2 seconds ago. Fuck that shit. I'm not listening to them because they haven't done the work to prove themselves to be anti-Trump. They always say Liz Cheney is one of the good ones. No, the fuck she's not. She voted with Donald Trump about 94% of the time. That is a lot. She realized Trump went too far. January 6th. That is when some Republicans were like, you know what? I might, be pro-imperialistic and all of this. I can't. I'm not pro-overthrowing the government, though. So, my thing is, Liz Cheney is not a useful tool for the Democratic Party. And the fact that people thought that neoconservatives are being viewed as who we should be listening to in no, they're not Democrats. They don't have the pro-Democratic Party voting record that most leftists actually have. See, that's the thing about me. Like, there are people who are like, if I were in Maine, I would vote for Susan Collins because Graham Platter sucks with the Nazi tattoo. Listen, I live in South Carolina. Everyone's like, why don't you run, candidates? Like, they always say, what about red districts? I'm like, okay, I live in South Carolina. Since I started voting in 2012, I voted for and volunteered for every freaking Democratic candidate that wins the nomination to oust Lindsey Graham, to oust Joe Wilson. And guess what? D plus 6, R plus 60 districts are going to be impossible to run progressive Democrats in. I will always vote blue no matter who in my shitty, like, Democrat candidate, like, whatever. Like, that's just how it works. Swing districts, 2 plus whatever, 2 plus, that, oh, awesome, cool. But people need to realize that some of these, like, these Democrats and centrists need to realize that some of these, like, plus 40 blue districts are also a haven for centrist Democrats to run it and win, which is why we like to primary them so we make sure that they don't win. So that the Republicans don't have a chance. It's just these people are driving me nuts because they're so fucking hypocritical. They're no different from right-wingers. They will scream about the left, and I have a video because they scream at the people but not the system that got us here in the first place. They will never ever do that. They will never scream at, like, the Electoral College, because again, how the fuck do you win the popular vote by 3 million, right, like Hillary Clinton, and still lose to Trump? Electoral College. A new version of X. Okay, great. Do I want to see it? It looks the same. Anyway, let me show you all this video. This is actually a very important video.
In 2016, it's because of the leftists. Y'all should have just voted for Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote in 2016. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by 2 million votes, which was actually closer to like 3 million votes because it was like 2.8 or 2.9 million. And yet folks are getting online regurgitating politically illiterate talking points that have nothing to do with the structure of how this country runs. Hillary Clinton didn't lose because of Bernie Bros. Hillary Clinton didn't lose because of leftists. Hillary Clinton was actually the first woman in history to run for president who won the popular vote. Hillary Clinton lost in 2016 because Trump got 304 electoral college votes to Hillary's 227, although she had a nearly 3 million more margin in popular vote. Fun fact. With the Electoral Colleges, a candidate only needs 270 Electoral College votes to win the presidency. There are 538 electoral votes in total. The number of electors that each state gets is equal to the number of representatives that they have in Congress. So, for example, the state of California has 2 senators and 52 representatives. So in total, the state of California has 54 electoral votes. I live in DC, where we have no voting member in Congress and no one in the Senate. But because of the 23rd Amendment to the Constitution, we get 3 electoral votes. Yeah, the nation's capital, where all the government is housed, gets 3 electoral votes. So it is embarrassing at best to see people online attacking who it is that they think are leftists, or having nearly enough smoke or energy at attacking the actual systems and the people who are upholding them.
Is she wrong? Is she wrong? No, she's not. That is exactly what the fucking problem is. The Electoral College. We know they're made of old judges, we don't know the names, but they're mostly old white dudes. So I'm so sick and tired of people blaming leftists. I'm like, it doesn't matter. Why? Okay, well, 30,000 leftists could have voted for Hillary, Kamala, Wisconsin. I'm gonna say it. I don't think there's 30,000 leftists in Wisconsin. No. You gotta find people who don't fucking vote at all because they don't think that these candidates appealing. It ain't a leftist fault. It's just people who just don't vote. That is who you gotta appeal to. I would like to know if there is such thing as 30,000, because someone told me that. I'm like, you mean 30? I'm like, I'm sorry, but you cannot break down who is a leftist, because leftism is not a political party. We live in a 2-party system. And yet some people are green or whatever, but it doesn't even matter. Oh, people are so dumb. I swear to God, particularly like liberals and centrists. But it's just, I don't know. I'm just tired of people yelling at voters and not at the system that keeps progress from happening. Anyway, I'm just like, I'm fed up. I'm so fed up. Up here, like, these people have not evolved since 2016. I'm like, you guys need to get over it, because if you're stuck in 2016, we're never gonna fix any of this, okay? And at least the left are fucking trying by running candidates, doing mutual aid, trying to stop data centers, trying to make sure that black people are not getting killed, making sure that undocumented immigrants are not getting kidnapped and deported. And now Trump, we're not even going to find out who's being abused now, because they're getting rid of that. They're getting rid of that department to that because they don't want to know. This is exactly what happened Nazi Germany. We didn't know the scale of how bad the Holocaust was until we actually like liberated the camps and had the Nuremberg trials. So it's just, oh my God, I'm tired of these liberals. Because you can tell these people are getting paid to punch left. You can tell when a former like left-leaning person is being paid by right-wingers. Oh, the left has gone too woke. Oh, the trans stuff. And or if they're being paid by like liberal organizations, the problem with the Democratic Party, they're punching left. They're saying the left is anti-Semitic. They're saying this. They're saying that. Blaming them for Trump. That's how you know. That is how you know when certain people are getting paid to spew this nonsense. Like, when Trump's out of office, we're going to understand how bad shit really was this time around. We're going to have Bob Woodward write another fucking book probably, and nothing's going to be done. You know? That's what's going to happen. Woo! I was gonna do some Met Gala stuff for you guys, but oh man, I had to vent. I had to rant. Sorry. Oh, excuse me. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. So anyway, we had Movie Night Extravaganza last night, for those who didn't know. People were like, what are you guys doing? And I'm like, we've been talking about doing a Monday show finally. Anyway, none of y'all listen. Just kidding. Then after this, I'm going to be streaming. From now on, I'm going to be most like Thursdays through Mondays for the most part. I'm going to be streaming like 6 Eastern on my Twitch account to like 12 because I need sleep. I can't do overnight streaming. I can't do overnight streaming and then go straight to work and then like 14 hours of streaming and working, sleep, and not get anything done to me. I finally cleaned. Like that's how like doing like 6 p.m. Eastern to 12 a.m. Eastern is probably my best. I mean, it's the worst time to stream on Twitch, believe it or not, because everyone and their mother's online. But like, what a choice do I have? I'll have time to clean and stuff. So anyway, not about me. But tomorrow we're gonna have a special. No. Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. Tomorrow's special guest on Absurdity Space, a Hasanabi head, and someone who works for Marvel and DC. It's gonna be cool. I'm excited. She actually helped do a lot of the CGI for Superman, like that one shot of him and Crypto on the moon or whatever. She did that. Anyway, I'm excited. Very excited to have her on tomorrow. Hopefully, I think. And then next week, we have Josh Olson on Tuesday for Moon Night Extravaganza. And then the following week, we have third time's the charm, Adam McKay coming back on. Oh, yeah. I'm excited. I love Adam. He's so fucking cool, man. So, see that stuff like that's making me happy. So, anyway. I'm excited. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Oh, that's good news. Can't wait to cover that later on stream. Damn. Okay, anyway. So, anyway. I will be heading out a few minutes early because, again, I got to prep for my stream. Trying to keep a tight schedule starting like 6 Eastern because it is what it is. See, I wouldn't be streaming tonight had I done movie night, right? But like there's a lot that's happened, and I want to cover, stuff. And also, too, we're still doing our I Love throwback series. We've been doing the I Love the 90s part 2, and I learned something. Kevin Costner was in a lot of fucking movies in the 90s, y'all. I'm like, oh my god, it's like almost every other movie they covered in the 90s was either him or the Arnold. It's crazy. I'm like, is there any other actor in the 90s? Can we please get to like post Fresh Prince Will Smith when he's doing like Independence? Oh yeah, I think they did do Independence Day, and stuff like that. So it's been fun to do that. Anyway, sorry guys, my nose is running. I gotta get new AC. Anyway, okay, thanks for letting me rant about hantavirus and data centers. It's like, oh, public enemy number 1 for me. Also on Wednesdays, my customer has like a trivia thing, but I'm over here like, oh, I can't. I got a show. I need a beg for, so like maybe change it to like Monday. I was like, you know so much trivia. You would definitely help us win. We were doing so well until 80s cartoons came, and I was listing all the 80s cartoons. She's like, you know them. You know it. You know it. You know. Okay. Anyway. I'll be back. I'll be back next week. Right? Yeah. No, Tuesday, tomorrow. God damn it. Oh my god. I'll be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern with Forrest for Absurdity Space. Tackling stuff as always. Alex and looks like Jeff, my buddy Jeff. I've known him for like over a decade now. I should have him on one time. They're gonna be doing Alex's show. They will keep occupied, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. My name's Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I feel like talking about on this channel, and politics. I have a special guest today. That guest is the logical leftist, Mr. Jeff. How are you today? What's going on?
I'm good. You know, what's going on? Well, the usual shit. Same shit,
yeah,
different day.
Absolutely. Now this is going to go up on my channel as well. And I just wanted to, anyone who might be coming across this video who doesn't know who you are, why don't you tell the people what you do, why you do it, and when you do it.
Okay. Well, what I do is I break down news. I talk about politics. I talk about, lately I've been on a kick about consequences. This is what happens when you vote in fascists. This is what happens when you vote in right-wingers. This is what happens when you vote in corporate establishment Democrats who refuse to fight back against all the real shit people that I just mentioned before. Yeah. That's what I do, and I do it every day. I don't normally do it live, except on Wednesdays, right here, this space, 2 p.m. Eastern. Check it out. Check out the live stream if you're
not already subscribed to this space on YouTube. You should be subscribed to this space on YouTube. We have more than 20 hosts, all different kinds of people, all talking about different stuff. Like I said, I talk a lot about pop culture and whatnot. But we all come at it from the same common goal of wanting a better world for ourselves, our children, the people around us, the people we don't even know. That's where we're coming from.
Yeah. And, the ultimate goal for me is to point out the consequences of people's actions so that we can all make better choices. And that's it at the end of the day. I just want a better country. I want healthcare for everybody. I want a fair immigration system that doesn't just boot people out because they look the wrong way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I want child care. I want people to actually want to be able to raise a family in this country, not to be forced to.
Yeah.
I want protections for people, for everybody, black people, brown people, poor people, people with disabilities. I want protections for human beings. And I actually care about life, and I want the best life for everybody. And that means taxing some fucking billionaires. Okay. That means stopping fascism and racism at its root, ripping it out to the, to the roots.
I think a lot of what you just said actually leads into some of the stuff I pulled up. Now I have a bad habit of especially starting this space every weekend when I'm not live and we don't have this show and I can't vent. I keep saving clips from Twitter and I go, okay, I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to talk about this. And then by the time Tuesday rolls around, I have 1,000 clips. So I kept it light. I did the opposite. I said, okay, I have those 1,000 clips, but I have a couple things I want to talk about for sure with you. And one of those things, as you mentioned, people collaborating with fascists, people not looking at the systemic problems that is going on. I think nothing better visualizes that than what happened last night, which is the Met Gala. And here you have a montage of famous people, celebrities walking around in their fancy outfits as around the world there's a genocide, there is famine, there is right here in our own country, people can't get enough to eat, are homeless on the street in the same city that this is happening. That Snoop Dogg has a flamethrower. There's people around again, it's just the stark contrast of the two things here. People struggling, people who need help, USAID being cut by Elon Musk because they don't give a crap about those people around the world. They give a crap about what Katy Perry's wearing, what Selena Gomez is wearing. And I think nothing better encapsulates the mood that you were just describing than this quote. There's a storm coming, Mr. Wayne. You and your friends better batten down the hatches because when it hits, you're all going to wonder how you ever thought you could live so large and leave so little for the rest of us. That quote is Catwoman from The Dark Knight Rises, which I have been thinking about a lot lately, specifically Bane and his speech out in front of the courthouse. People, I give the city back to you. And Christopher Nolan's inherent fear of the working class that comes across through all of those Batman movies. I think this Met Gala, particularly this year, last year as well, but this second era of Trump, this confirmation of like, that wasn't a fluke, that was on purpose. People voted for him because he's as American as apple pie. He's a snake oil salesman. Our country was built in part by people lying about what they can promise so that they can steal land or money or whatever resources from indigenous people, from rural people who didn't know any better, city slickers coming in and fucking shit up. And I think, we got this quote I just wanted to point out before I let you go off. This is Claire Valdez, who's running for... What is she running for? She's a union organizer, proud Democratic Socialist running for Congress in New York 7. All right, good. We need her. But this is from this article where A big-time real estate developer slammed Mamdani over his ugly political stunt outside Citadel CEO Ken Griffin's apartment, touting his pledge to tax the rich. And the quote that Claire Valdez shares, saying, "I must say that I consider the phrase tax the rich, quote, tax the rich, when spit out with anger and contempt by politicians, both here and across the country, to be just as hateful as some disgusting racial slurs and even the phrase from the river to the sea." Roth continued, referring to the hateful slogan that implies the destruction of Jewish state of Israel. Now, I'm half Jewish. I don't know your persuasion, but I mean, just comparing tax the rich as a slur is pretty rich. No pun intended.
Look, I'm a humanist. Okay. So basically, I look at everything that's going on right now, and I can't help but see the fact that much of it, just about all of it, is driven by a very few people with an just insane amount of wealth and power and privilege that comes along with that wealth. And, you know, saying that tax the rich is a slur, maybe to those people, but to any normal human being that realizes just how much money these people have, it sounds like the most sensible, normal thing in the, and that just really illustrates how completely disconnected these folks at the top really are from the average person.
Yeah.
I mean, you went through that montage, and that really does encapsulate it incredibly well. Okay, where you have just the opulent wealth, flamethrowers, you know, with Snoop Dogg, and versus the starving children in what I assume to be like an African country, but it might as well be like Alabama.
Yeah,
for all we know, it very well could be, because it happens here in this country all the time. People sleeping out on the sidewalk, you know, on the road, and then that's if they're not getting arrested and thrown into a for-profit prison for someone to exploit for cash. That's what's wrong,
because
with
it's
this
slavery. We still have slavery, and it's prisons. I think, you know, I use the Batman quote, one, because my channel is all about film, TV, movies, video games, music, like I said, pop culture. That's what I talk about because that's what I'm familiar with. But it's all political. All art is political, whether it intends to be or not. And like I said, and Jet is mentioning the Batman movies. That's why I don't like those movies. They punch down. They do. I didn't notice this until someone pointed out later that Christopher Nolan is like a libertarian who believes that, like, oh, Occupy Wall Street terrified him. That's why Bane is using the same kind of language, and Catwoman as well. Joker, the anarchy thing. I'm an agent of anarchy. No, you're not. You're just a lunatic. Like, he's not trying to bring down any social order. He's just trying to kill people because that's what he does. He's the Joker. And this idea that if only a billionaire decided to use his wealth and resources to put on a bat costume and go punch, I mean, it's a common thread, go punch poor people in the face. If you read Batman, you know that's not what he does. That's not what, you know, he uses all his money and resources mostly for charities, for opportunity. Now, is that also kind of a fig leaf, like charities and nonprofits? And yeah, because the government should be doing this. The people we elect, right? I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's a tax write-off. Yeah. That's what giving to charity is. So rich people have gamed the system so much that, you know, these gifts of what is essentially pocket change to a lot of these folks can be written off on their taxes so that they save even more money and starve the beast even further, while still having the PR of, oh, look at me, I gave, you know, $13 million to or $39 million to you know, the Mayo Clinic or whatever. to help out people with cancer. Look, I'm such a good humanitarian. Please do not come after me with pitchforks.
Right.
And that's ultimately a lot of what that fear is. Now, you mentioned that you talk a lot about movies, pop culture stuff, video games. I'm a video gamer. So
hey,
if you want to take the conversation in that direction, I think I might be able to add some
what are you
insight
playing
into that.
Of course. Always happy to talk games. What are you playing?
What am I playing right now is I'm actually playing Diablo, but I was playing Diablo 4, actually.
Word.
But I was actually playing what was it, Crimson Desert?
Oh, dude, you're speaking my language.
Uh-huh.
I can't stop playing Crimson Desert. The only reason I took a break was because Ball Pit came out with an update. But yeah, Crimson Desert is fantastic. I love it. Huge.
Devs have been really on that one. Just like coming up with patches like in the weekends. And I'm like, whoa.
That's a great example of like, hey, we care about your experience with our product. It's an art piece, but it is technically a product because it's capitalism and blah, blah, blah. But they care that you're having a good time. They're not like, here it is, deal with it, like it or don't, whatever. It's a single, like, it'd be also one thing if it was a multiplayer game. Now, they have made a multiplayer game, this development team.
They have, yeah. It was
they worked
Black
on it for
Desert
10
Online.
years. Yeah, Black Desert. And
Like
so they are used to like live feedback and fixing problems and bugs and stuff. But this is a single player game. They really could have just put it out and been like, here it is, like it or don't. But they are addressing people's real time complaints to the point where they're like, oh, you don't like the inventory system? We'll fix that. You don't like the fact that there's no place to store your items? We'll fix that. The other characters that are playable that maybe you don't feel as much attachment to, we'll make it so that it plays closer to your main character and you have more incentive to play. It is an absolute masterclass of how to be a good dev. Be a good company that actually cares if your customers keep coming back. I compare them now to Team Cherry, who made Hollow Knight and Silksong. Same kind of thing. They will tweak and make bug fixes in real time and make free DLC that comes out. And here's more of the game. Not that you have to pay for, not that we're going to carve out of the game before it releases and then sell back to you later. We're just having a good time making this game. We're enjoying you guys playing it and sending clips. Here's more. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's a great thing. And you compare that to some of the other developers. I mentioned that I was playing Diablo, but I can't not mention Blizzard.
Oh yeah, is Blizzard a bad company? I'm sorry, I know
they are. Well, yeah.
But no, I'm saying like tell the people.
I know
because I know they're bad. I don't know exactly how bad. They're not the ones that got bought by Saudi Arabia, or is that EA?
Well, it's Activision. It was Activision Blizzard. I think it still is.
Okay,
maybe.
Yeah. So it's Activision.
But Activision, isn't Activision part of EA as well?
Is it? Oh,
I'm not
man,
entirely,
I don't know.
Not entirely sure on that one, actually. But I do know that.
No, I think they're competitors because
but still,
Activision has Call of Duty and EA has Battlefield. That's how I know.
Good. All right. So, but anyway, I mean, speaking of EA, right? EA, they owned BioWare, right?
Yeah.
BioWare. I remember doing some segments about their working conditions and how much crunch there is in the gaming industry. How much they crush their developers. Yeah. And they still put out I would say a kind of a half-ass product because they kept chasing the money. They kept chasing live service for so long. Again, you look at Anthem.
I was just gonna say, was Anthem, that was the one, right?
Anthem's a great example of that. It was just an absolute rush, disastrous development looking for, and I played that game for a while, and it had promise.
Right, that's what I heard. Like, hey, the flying mechanics are
flying was fantastic.
Yeah,
and the graphic was, I would say, like on the mech suits and stuff was really good. They made some pretty bad choices. But in a lot of other stuff, as well as a half-baked end game and repetitive loop and enemies that weren't very diverse and just it was a complete disaster. And they kept promising a reboot, a revamp.
Yeah.
We're gonna fix it. Don't worry, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna bring it to something else. What is it? Anthem 2.0 or something like that. Whatever.
Yeah.
And then they dropped it. They just
They
dropped
were
it.
like,
They don't
probably
care.
how cost effective is it for us
Yeah.
to try and fix this game and get the players in who aren't going to pay attention because it's after release. And No Man's Sky is a good example. No Man's Sky, that was also like one guy I think made that game, or at least a very small team, had all these big promises but couldn't quite deliver on release. However, that guy really did care about the game. His baby. So he kept working on it and kept making updates and kept to the point where now I keep hearing about, you got to get back into it. There's a whole new, it plays completely differently, and there's a lot more in it than it was. And he's getting a lot of praise. And again, that's good business. It's good business because then now I'm waiting for Team Cherry to drop another game. I'm more excited for Devolver Digital announcement, who's a distributor and develops a lot of games, than I am for anything EA or Activision or Ubisoft has to announce.
Right.
Even if I like the franchise, because I'm just like, I'm soured on you by now.
Yeah. I mean, again, you look at that. Just look at their labor, and what they called, getting back to the BioWare example, BioWare Magic, which was essentially not magical at all. It was just crushing your developers, the people that are working for you to create this game, just crushing them down to nothing, 80-hour weeks, a very little time to, decompress, just constant like push, crunch. And you just burn people out. There are so many people that are burned out in the game industry. And then people wonder, well, why do our games suck?
Yeah.
What happened to the good
games
games?
now,
Why does nobody want to play our stuff?
Yeah.
That's 'cause
Indie
you
games
phased
are
all
where
of
it's
your
at now.
developers out.
Yeah. All the developers get pushed out because of the burnout. Or they do make a cool game, and then the company gets bought, and they go, okay, cool. We get bought get a big influence of cash, and we get to make what we want. No, now your company is going to just do the textures for guns in Call of Duty. This is what happened to, I think, Toys for Bob, they were called. They made a Crash Bandicoot remake that was awesome. They made I think they even worked on the Tony Hawk remake, whereas a different company that worked on Tony Hawk. And then Crash Bandicoot 4. I'm a huge Crash Bandicoot fan, so I'm like, yay, sweet, awesome. And then I find out no more. Now this team, it's closed down. You're going to go work on the skins for guns in Call of Duty. The end of Crash Bandicoot Revival. I guess it didn't do well enough for their numbers, but people liked it. I liked it. I think a lot of people liked, Crash Bandicoot became a franchise again after 20 years of stagnation.
Right. And I think a lot of the reason that this happens boils down to capitalism and boils down to a lot of companies, investors, specifically executives in the boardrooms saying, we just want money forever.
Yes.
That's it. We just want to put out one thing, the Fortnite model, basically. And I'm not dogging on Fortnite. There's a lot of people that like Fortnite. Not exactly my bag, but whatever, right? If you enjoy it, you enjoy it. That's great. But the problem is the model is where you've got all these different companies now that look at Fortnite and say, they're going to get money forever for doing almost nothing now, putting out updates here and there and whatever. But most of their job is done. They've already developed the game. They're just doing maintenance on it, basically.
Yeah.
But it's a cash fountain that refuses to cease. We want that. We want it now.
That's quite frankly, Fortnite and Roblox is another live service game that basically, like, I keep seeing commercials for like Star Wars in Fortnite, like run from Darth Vader or build your droid farm or something. I'm like, What even is this game anymore? It's not a game. It's a platform. This is what Zuckerberg was trying to do with Meta. He wanted to make the Meta. This is exactly right. You're laughing because he thought, oh, I can make my own virtual world and we'll just populate it with like different events and things you can do and places you can go and stuff you can see, but without a central gameplay loop. And it's also not a game. He wanted it to be for like corporate structure of you'll have corporate meetings in the metaverse. You'll all put on your $1,000 Oculus headset and jump into a meeting that could have been an email. It all could have been an email.
Could have been an email.
Billions of dollars on it. He's got data centers running, water into the poisoning water, poisoning environments, communities, hurting people, hurting life on Earth.
Yeah.
So that he could waste money because now it's dead. Now it's done and it's over. And again, there's jobs that look, it sucked. But he created jobs to feed into their fucking idea of their job creators. You created jobs of people to work on the metaverse. Now they're all out of fucking work. Where are they going to go? I guess they'll go to EA or Ubisoft until they don't need them anymore. Hell, I wanted to bring up this clip because while it's not video games, this is the same exact kind of dynamic. This is Evangeline Lilly, who plays the Wasp in Ant-Man and the Wasp. In Marvel, reacting to something I talked about a week or two ago. Marvel fired like pretty much their entire visual effects department, including the guy Andy Park, who created the look of Marvel, of the cinematic universe, rather. Because Marvel, of course, is comic books. Matt would kill me if he heard me talk about it as comic book movies. It's superhero movies, but he took existing character designs, of course, from comic books, and then turned it into a new style and created the entire look of the universe. And here's her, an actress, keep in mind, reacting to this news.
It's a bloodbath at Disney, and Marvel Studios just took the worst of it. Yesterday, the company laid off approximately 1,000 employees company-wide, and nearly the entire visual development team at Marvel was let go.
Before I spread this post, when I saw it on social media, I needed to fact check it. So I reached out to my good friend, Andy Park, who was the genius behind creating the original Wasp supersuit and the original Wasp concept drawings for the film Ant-Man and the Wasp, and just said, is this true? Is this really what's happening? And he said, yeah, it's true. I have been let go. And I can't quite believe that Disney have let go of the artists who brought the current Marvel universe to life through their imagination and their genius. That the people who invented these characters in the first place, who designed them in the first place, are now being replaced by AI. AI that will take their designs and take what those artists created and use it to create iterations of that. I am so sorry, Andy, and I am so sorry to every single one of the artists who were let go in the 1,000 artists that Disney fired, and particularly the entire team at Marvel who have been considered obsolete now after building the Marvel empire. If you're a huge fan of Marvel, just take a moment today to think about them, to send up a prayer for them.
All right. That's all I wanted to show. Because one, Evangeline Lilly was an anti-vaxxer during COVID. So I'm like, I remember there was a controversy around you. Oh, yeah, you're an idiot. Secondly, she is the only actor I have seen from Marvel to speak up about this. And I'm like, okay, there's a point for you on the good column. However, number three, what she says at the end there, take a moment to send up a prayer, to think about them. There was a perfect moment for you to call for action.
Yep.
You could have said, protest, don't go see the next Avengers movie. Don't go see I'm going to quit. I'm going to stand in solidarity, but none of that. So
Right.
kind of empty. However, I just wanted to, like, you know, again, let me just quote this here above this. A daily reminder that after Disney paid $0 in federal income taxes, got a $1.4 billion tax refund, made $12 billion in profits, spent $7 billion on stock buybacks, and paid its CEO $46 million in compensation last year, it laid off 1,000 workers. This is trickle-down economics is a scam, it says. And I just wanted to get your, because I know now, now this is kind of funny, the Daily Wire is also losing about 50% of their employee roster. And yeah, that's fucking hilarious and whatever. But I'm sure there was people who worked at Daily Wire who don't believe the shit. They're just like, I'm a camera operator. I'm a makeup artist. I'm a set designer. I'm here for work. It's on my resume. Shit, now I'm out of a fucking job because they can do it all with AI.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, when you really think about it, when you really kind of like just sit back and take in how many people are being displaced from their jobs, it really kind of makes you wonder, like, so have these people figured out, you know, the people that are making these firing decisions, have they figured out what's going to happen when no one can afford to buy their shit or to see their movies or to do anything because they don't have jobs, they don't have money? Yeah. Have you figured out what's going to happen there? And have you figured out what's going to happen when some of these people decide, instead of trying to, you know, go to the unemployment line, they're going to pick up a pitchfork? They're going to pick up a torch? Have they figured that out yet? Because I don't think they have. I don't think billionaires are scared enough right now. And that's a problem. And they're, you know, and I'm not a violent person. I don't advocate for violence. But, you know, there's going to get to a point, if we continue on this track, there is going to be a point where that violence is unavoidable. Right now, it's not. They can avoid it by paying their fair share in taxes and by letting the government actually use that money to take care of average people, to give people health care, to give people child care. You worried about the birth rate? Make this country better to raise families in. Make it so that people can afford to have kids. Make it so that people can afford to take care of themselves when they're sick or when their families are sick. You know, do that stuff and you can avoid the pitchforks.
Yeah, I've heard
that guy that said that burnt down the warehouse. What did he say?
You don't pay us enough to live.
You don't pay us enough to live.
You could have avoided this. He also said, you don't pay us enough for me to not do this. Like,
and there it is.
For me to give a shit if I go to jail or not, because, like, the fuck?
What is this life that we live right now?
Yeah.
We can't afford to live.
You bring up the birth rates, or at least, you know, people wanting families. And here's Ben Sass, Republican congressman, current, former, I don't know.
Former,
talking to 60 Minutes because it's owned by Barry Weiss now, or it's owned by the Ellisons and it's run by Barry Weiss now, talking about birth rates.
All across the industrialized, rich world, people have just stopped having babies in the last couple of decades. We're at replacement rate birth rates nowhere in the industrialized world except Mormons and Jewish populations in Israel and in some parts of the US. Except for those two categories, every other industrialized nation has stopped having babies. That is super weird. We've stopped having sex. Sex has collapsed demographically. Premarital, extramarital, marital. It is very weird, I don't have a phone on me, but that we carry around these super devices in our pockets that have distracted us from some of the most fundamental human activities and aspirations. Having a baby is a bet on the future. And almost everywhere in the world, and the world is richer and richer and richer statistically than it's ever been, people have decided, actually babies are kind of an inconvenience. Babies have always been an inconvenience.
Well, he makes a good point there by accident. He does say the world is getting richer and richer.
But
right?
where is that
more
wealth?
money. But where is it? Why don't we feel it? Why don't we feel safe enough to have children? People
Because it's all up there.
Right. I mean, to go back to like mythology and movies and storytelling and video games, well, some of the just like every villain in every story has some combination of greed, selfishness, pride, entitlement, prioritizing themselves over the group. That is every villain in every story. We've been telling, hero's journey, Jonathan Campbell, the same story over and over for millennia. And people are still like, yeah, but I want that yacht though. Yeah, but I want another yacht. I want the little yacht for like smaller bodies of water, and I want the big yacht when I'm on the ocean. And I think Ro Khanna had a good idea calling it the anti-revolution tax, a wealth tax. Yeah. You're like, hey, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Guillotines are getting sharpened right now. And to hit that note, this is Charlemagne the God, who I don't agree with most of the time, but he's got good takes here and there, kind of echoing. I think this is after the White House correspondent's attempted shooting. Yet the fourth on this guy alone, which I'm like, that's a record, right?
I don't know what to tell them. I'll just say what I said before. The Trump administration has caused so much pain to people's everyday lives that some folks are fed up and willing to risk it all. Simple as that. Yeah. And if you're going to talk about anybody toning down violent political rhetoric, start with the president.
I mean, I think it says it right there. Exactly what you've been saying.
It's a record is how many people missed.
Yeah, right. Crazy.
We have a country where there are more guns than people, and yet apparently nobody knows how to use them. Nobody knows how to shoot. Really? Right? That's weird. It's really strange.
With all the gun ranges and even you in your backyard, you can set up cans and whatever. They don't practice. They don't know.
Yeah, it just. I mean, I'm pretty sure that that's part of the reason that a lot of people, a lot of liberal people, left-leaning people are thinking, oh, that's got to be a setup. I've heard that. I don't know for certain. I think it's more of an issue of that people don't know how to shoot straight. Or something.
I don't think any of these were set up, because at the one where Trump actually got hit, like people died behind him.
Yeah.
Like there was it's not, same thing with Charlie Kirk. This is not like Erica Kirk really wanted to get rid of him and blah, blah, blah. Like the guy's in custody. It's weird he hasn't done interviews or the lawyers haven't spoken. That's a weird situation. The investigation into it's fucking weird for sure, because the DOJ is run by Kash Patel and fucking Stephen Miller and whoever else lunatics that they hired that are just yes men for Trump.
Right.
But the actual acts themselves, those happened.
Yeah. I really think that a lot of the people in this administration are just absolutely incompetent.
Oh, yeah.
They have no experience doing their jobs. They're Fox News personalities that, run the Department of War. Those
the
people.
Guy who's went on air, Pete Hegseth went on air and said, I don't wash my hands after I go to the bathroom because, like, come on, I don't really need to. And they're like, oh, yeah, give him control of the entire army.
Well, nobody's going to touch the button after that,
Right.
I mean, like, ooh, no, I'm not going to touch that, Mr. Poop Hands over there,
And Trump himself, I mean, again, it boggles my mind, dude. I assume we're roughly the same kind of age. Like, growing up and you hear about Donald Trump, you hear rich asshole. Like, that's kind of what you know about him. Rich asshole. He's on Lifetimes of the Rich and Famous, which apparently Robin Leach also was like part of Epstein's whole
files
thing. Like, this was a manufactured propaganda campaign to get everybody to be like, no, these people are awesome. Actually, you should want to be like them. He's mentioned in rap songs as like an idol. It's like, oh, he's got so much money, I want to be like him. He's parodied in Back to the Future. He appears as the rich kid's, the asshole rich kid's father in Little Rascals. and cameos in Home Alone. Like that's what I know about him. And then later in the 2000s, he's he gets the show Apprentice because he wants to be on TV because he's a narcissist. The end. Like he goes on Howard Stern and The View and all this shit. I know this is an interview and I'm talking so much, but he goes on all these shows because he wants to be a star. He wants to be lauded and get the approval that obviously his father or parents never gave to him. And he wants it from the world. To the point where, like, again, you had it, dude. People loved you when you were on the Apprentice. It was fine. You had a Comedy Central roast. It seemed fine. Like, it was all good until Obama made the job. A black man made a room full of white people laugh at him. And he lost it. And he goes, I'm going to run and I'm going to take your job. And he fucking did it. I still now, I think the Democrats played a part in that by stymieing Bernie because maybe I think Bernie would have beat him. But that's their entitlement. That's them going, no. It made us feel good to elect this black man who's not fully black, so we can feel a little more safe, who will bomb and drone people in our name so we can, he'll keep the continuity of this neoliberalism going. He'll bail out the banks and fuck over the poor just like we need him to. Okay, he's not too radical and scary. And then we can feel good about literally the surface level diversity progress that we've made. And then we'll transfer it over to Hillary. Now it's your turn. If you thought it was your turn in 2008, sorry, the black people needed a little win on their own. Now you can have it. And she won. It was hers to fucking lose. Because who was she going to go up with if Trump didn't get the nomination? It was going to be Jeb Bush or Rubio.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
a whole ass but
what you were saying, about Obama was basically change on the outside, but continuity on the inside. And that's why this is a club. It's a club. It's always been a club. And if you're an outsider, you're not in the club, then you're never going to attain in this current system those levers of power. You're just not going to be able to access them because that system is self-reinforcing. Okay. And that's one of the reasons why I believe we ended up with a Trump presidency, because Trump isn't the cancer. He is a symptom of it.
Yeah.
And that cancer is our capitalist system. The cancer is, money in politics. It's corruption. It is rampant greed. It's the looking up to and the veneration of basically sociopathy. Okay. A lot of rich people are sociopaths.
Yeah.
I believe so. I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying I think that's mostly, if you're a billionaire, odds are you're very likely, I think in my mind, to be a sociopath, because you have to step on so many people to amass that much wealth. Okay. I don't believe in ethical billionaires. I believe that what they're doing is hoarding all of that wealth, taking it, extracting it from different parts of society, different parts, or not even, different kinds of people, different countries or whatever, but even from land resources that could have belonged to other groups or did belong to other groups, other countries, other peoples, taking that and monopolizing it and extracting it and making those billions of dollars. And I understand that there are some who, go and give to, we talked about this already. We talked about charity, but we also talked about here, I'm going to give away some of this money, but you still have the vast majority of your fortune. So it doesn't affect you.
Right.
So what are you really doing? You've got to make a much bigger impact if you're.
I think you're right. Vaughn, I just wanted to point out Gentleman here says the Largo family in Repo the Genetic Opera is literally based on Trump's family. I didn't know that. I like that movie. Have you seen that movie?
I have not.
It's a crazy weird movie. It's where like body modification becomes such that like, oh, we can get a new heart and a new liver and a new like jaw or this and that. And it's the rich who are doing this from poor people. And if you don't have the money to pay for it, you can rent it. But if you can't make those payments, the repo man will come and literally like rip your
face off.
Yeah, it's also a musical. It's very weird, but it is a very entertaining film.
So it actually makes me think of a Star Trek Voyager episode called Critical Care. Have you seen it?
I am not. I'm just got into like TNG a couple years ago.
Okay.
I'm almost finished with it, and then to start. I think Voyager's next. Right? Okay.
Critical Care. Well, actually, the next one I think was Deep Space Nine, and then it was Voyager. They were kind of around the same time, but anyway, Critical Care. Basically, Doctor gets kidnapped, taken to a world where the rich and powerful get an anti-aging, anti-whatever drug that makes it so that they can live forever in opulence and comfort. But then there is the lower class that when they get sick, they die.
Right.
They're just left to die in their automated hospital system run by AI. And so what you have is that that system of people with immense wealth and privilege. And of course they try to justify it by saying, well, look at what they bring to society. They're wealthy, and not only that, but they're incredibly smart, and they've done this for society, so they deserve to live longer. But then you have the people at the bottom who can be just as intelligent and just as creative, but because of their station, because of how or where they were born, or what class they were born into, they're allowed to just die. And one of those characters was. And I do like how, I'm not going to spoil it too much, but there was a little bit of a comeuppance staged by the Doctor, which I thought was pretty good. I enjoyed it quite a bit. So you'll have to check out that episode.
I am enjoying, like, for the longest, since I was a kid, I was like, Star Wars. Star Wars is my thing. I like how it looks better, and just Star Trek seemed like boring and tedious to me. It was only after many years of watching Red Letter Media that I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. And South Park and every other piece of media that I love that's influenced by Star Trek, that I'm like, all right, I'll give it a shot. And lo and behold, yes, TNG is fantastic.
Yeah, my wife actually, I tried to get her to watch some of those shows with me years and years and years ago, and she was just like, I'll do it, but I'm not necessarily into it. But now we did a rewatch of Enterprise, Deep Space Nine, and now we're in the middle of Voyager, and she's like, I am so sorry I did not get it beforehand, because this is really good. I'm really liking these shows. I'm sorry that I was not into Star Trek before.
Yeah, the writing is like really deep, and I think for me, especially as a kid, it was the aesthetics. It was like the loose sets and the costumes are kind of goofy and whatnot. And again, compared to Star Wars, where there's stop motion walkers and TIE fighters flying around, yes, that's a lot more exciting. But for the meat, for the adult me, Star Trek is where it's at in terms of.
I've always loved both. I was kind of a weird. Well, I can't say I was. I'm still weird. Okay, I grew up weird. I'm still weird. All right, I loved it both. I remember back when I was a kid, I had the VHS tape. I'm dating myself here. Of The Empire Strikes Back. And I watched that on repeat, over and over. I got bored. I pop in Empire Strikes Back. I love that, and I loved all the Star Wars movies back then. Okay, but I especially had a just a special place in my heart for Empire. And, you know, I also at the same time also loved the Star Trek, TNG, because, yeah, I'd watch it with my dad.
Yeah.
And so that was, you know, something special that we did together. But I also watched, you know, when Deep Space Nine came out, I watched that. And that really amped up, you know, the effects in that.
Okay.
And I know you haven't seen that yet, but there's a big plot point in it. I don't know if I should spoil it or not. I mean,
I know a little bit. I think the premise is like they are like lost in space.
no, that's Voyager. Deep
that's
Space
Voyager, okay.
Nine is a space station.
Oh, okay.
It's the space station, and it gets very political.
Yeah.
There's religious themes in it, because I mean, I don't know if you're aware of Louise Fletcher, Nurse Ratched.
Okay, yeah.
That's the same actress, and she plays a religious figure, and also the captain or starts out commander, gets promoted to captain later on. I don't think that's too big of a spoiler. But the commander of the station actually gets turned into by the people, the planet that they're near, you know, into a religious figure. And he didn't want it. He's a black man trying to raise his son on the space station after losing his wife.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's like first episode, right?
Yeah.
That's the premise. The black man raising his son on a space station that was a Cardassian space station, you know, like, okay, in the middle of basically nowhere, which then becomes a very, very important place in the quadrant. Okay.
All right.
And there's a lot of stuff that happens. It really ramps up in like season 3. And it's actually pretty much the first Star Trek series that has a long narrative arc.
I've heard that, yes. That it's
another
more connected.
Another show that actually does that really brilliantly, that narrative arc, was Babylon 5. And that I actually count that as probably one of my most favorite series.
Interesting.
Babylon 5. Because again,
J. Michael Straczynski.
Yes, exactly.
Because I know he wrote Spider-Man for a while. He actually wrote the infamous like Spider-Man gets divorced issue that he didn't want to write. Rather, Spider-Man sells his marriage to the devil. Yes, folks, comics are weird. And then left comics after that to be like, I hated doing that. I don't want to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. One thing that I do have a huge respect for JMS, other than, of course, writing Babylon 5, is if he didn't want to do it, he's going to find a way to not do it, or to fuck it up in such a way that it's like, you shouldn't have told me to do it.
Yeah,
I
do
did
it. I'll do
it my own way.
And
And
so I'm
so
gonna make everyone hate it forever.
I mean, one thing on Babylon 5 is he got told by the suits, bring on a pilot character, right? Bring on a specific character. He brings that character on, keeps him for a season, and then kills him. But he does it in such a way, because he hated that character. He did it in such a way to make it so that it actually advanced the plot.
Right.
And so, you know, he took a character that he didn't want to have in there in the first place and said, well, if I'm going to be forced to have it, I'm going to make it work for me. And I think that's great. A great way to do things.
Let me work that in. Watch this transition. The way JMS can take something that he doesn't like and still use it to his advantage.
Yep.
That is how we as leftists can take the Democratic Party and take those levers that are already there. See me transition. I'm so good at it.
Mm-hmm.
To use those levers that are normally, like you said earlier, outsiders can't get near those levers. But there's people inside who want change too, and they will let them in a little bit. For example, Hassan Piker. We've been talking about Hassan Piker for weeks, but he is one who is like, hey, these are the people he's campaigning for are established. They're not all like brand new to politics. Cori Bush, most recently, was already in Congress,
right?
and then got booted out because AIPAC spent a bunch of money, millions against her.
Yep.
But now she's running. She's like, you can't keep me out. You think I'm just going to leave? And like, okay, that's it. I'm going to. No. I'm fighting. I'm fighting because I want a better country for my people, a better country for all of us. And that's where they're getting nervous. Now they're getting really terrified and going, uh-oh, people like this. Now, you say about, charity. We talked about charity and how billionaires can use their money. Oh, Melinda Gates donating. How kind of you. Bezos' ex-wife donating. How kind of you. Why don't you create a fucking super PAC and run people like him? Justin Pearson from Tennessee, who a year or two ago was doing, what do you do? A filibuster in the state house to like protect voting rights. I can't remember the exact details. I remember his name and that he was important. And this is them talking about how they're trying to draw Memphis out as a district so that all of Tennessee can be red and there won't be this city in the middle that keeps them purple.
Tell me about Defend District 9. What are you doing right now?
Yes, we want people to go to defenddistrict9.com. We're preserving and fighting to preserve our congressional representation and stop the racist gerrymandering that's being proposed.
You're calling it racist. Help me understand why this is viewed as racist in your eyes.
This is the only black majority district in the state of Tennessee. After the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, this is where the state of Tennessee decided to attack first black representation. And we know that's happening in Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, and it's going to be happening all across our country. We have to defend our right to representation and our voices in Congress, in the state house, and in elected office.
Why do you think Republicans are moving forward with this effort? And give me a response to President Donald Trump's involvement in this. We, of course, know that he kind of directed the governor to do this.
Exactly. Donald Trump is a white supremacist domestic terrorist who is seeking to destroy our democracy by any means necessary, including by usurping democracy itself and the voices of the people. And Governor Bill Lee, Cameron Sexton, and Lieutenant Governor McNally have all decided to join him in this effort to destroy our democracy, to take away our voice, and to attack black people and black representation. And that's wrong.
I mean, where is first of all, I expect to see a Hassan campaign with this guy tomorrow. But where are the Democratic Party on this? Are you not worried about democracy going away? Chuck Schumer doesn't give a shit. Fucking Hakeem Jeffries doesn't give a shit. They want to maintain. They want to maintain that money. They're most worried. Again, you ask what the future they see looks like. They see us in prison or as slaves or, like, hey, we're making movies. Who's going to pay to see this? They'll just jack up ticket prices to $1,000 a ticket, and only the bourgeois will be able to go see movies or buy video games or have entertainment. You know, they don't see the guillotines being sharpened because they think they've pacified the populace enough. Evidently, we're gonna see if that really comes to pass. I hope that it doesn't get there. I hope that, yes, the midterms are actively trying to be stolen right now. Project 2025, it was in there. But then Kamala went and campaigned with fucking Cheney to be like, we're like, the duopoly was real 20 years ago. Hey, here's the evidence now that was true then. The Democrats didn't give a shit. The New York Times said there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. And it felt weird. It felt like, why is this? It just feels like momentum. Like they were just naturally moving towards this war, even though Osama bin Laden and his gang of assholes were just him and his gang of assholes. I remember as a kid being like, when they said we're going to war in Afghanistan, I'm like, they're just in Afghanistan, though. It's not the country that we have a problem with, right? It's like them going to war with the United States because a KKK member blew up something somewhere else. Like, why don't you go? We'll find the KKK for you and give them to you to arrest them. Why go to? And it was oil. It was oil and money, and it always is, and it always was.
Not only that, but weapons.
And weapons.
We're the biggest arms dealer in the world. Okay. Right. The United States sells more weapons than any other country. We produce and sell more weapons. These defense contractors get paid for every gun and bomb that is sold and used. And so, of course, they're going to come up with reasons. They're going to lobby Congress. And they're going to say, well, we want you to buy our weapons. And so, and we want to give away some of these weapons so that maybe they get used against, us. I mean, if they do, that just means you're going to have to buy some more from us.
Yeah.
So, so that you can use them against them. You see, it doesn't matter to us how they're used or where they're used or, who they're used against. Okay. As long as they're not aimed at us, obviously, but that's it.
I mean,
as that all we care about is getting money.
Yeah. Sorry.
Making sales, getting paid, and that's it. And we're going to try to direct our government into these conflicts. And we're going to call it national security. But of course, as we've learned from September 11th, that doing that, because one of the reasons, one of the reasons that we were attacked on 9/11, we had aided and gave money and weapons to Osama bin Laden to fight the Russians.
In the 80s.
And then they turned around and aimed those weapons right back at us. Which
Reagan was like, here's weapons, go fight the Russians. And then they were like, okay, we fought the Russians. Now we want to fight. We need more for like our fight that we want to have with like the different factions over here. And Reagan was like, no. You fought the Russians. We're done. We're going to leave you alone. Hell, I remember, I think it's Rambo 3. He's fighting alongside Al-Qaeda in that movie because they were the good guys in the 80s because we're fighting the Russians, common enemy. It's fucking hilarious to watch that movie. But speaking of foreign conflicts, and we're getting close to the end here, but I did want to bring up these things. I love Kornacki. Kornacki's my dude. This is a poll about Americans' view on Israel committing a genocide, but Israel in general. Who do you sympathize more with, Israelis, Palestinians?
Gen Z, that rising generation. Look at this. Across party there, 3/4 of Gen Z say they sympathize more with the Palestinians than the Israelis. That's a massive sea change.
It certainly is. It'll be fascinating to see how that plays out in the midterm. Steve Kornacki, thank you.
I like how they just kind of mention it and then move on.
Right.
But then Ryan Grimm here talking about today. This evening in Manhattan, the Great Israeli Real Estate Event will be advertising land available for sale in Gush Etzion, a cluster of illegal West Bank settlements, while also making tax, legal, and banking services available for who wants to become settlers. This has happened before. This is why there was a bill in the city council to ban protests around schools and places of worship, because the schools, obviously, we remember all the college kids getting arrested for advocating for Palestinian rights and against genocide. And of course, these land sales, internationally illegal land sales that are being conducted purposefully in synagogues, so that they can say, oh my God, these protesters are protesting outside the synagogue. They're anti-Semitic. They're racist. That's why they're doing it. Not because, actually they're selling stolen land.
Yeah.
Literally at auction, dude. It's fucking disgusting.
Yep.
Mayor Mamdani, his spokesperson, put out a statement saying Mamdani is deeply opposed to the real estate expo this evening that includes the promotion of sale in settlements in the occupied West Bank. These settlements are illegal under international law and deeply tied to ongoing displacement of Palestinians. Our administration has also been clear that we are committed to ensuring safe entry and exit from any house of worship, and that such access should never be in question while all protesters are able to exercise the First Amendment rights. Now, you're going to have to draw a line here, Mamdani. Like, again, I love the guy and fucking endorsed him, but you're a politician. You're a politician. Right. I voted for you. Make it so you can't do this. You can't sell land in another fucking country that's been stolen under international law. You said during your campaign you're going to enforce international law. Are you going to do that? Are you going to make it illegal to do this or stop them? They're doing it tonight. Are you going to stop them?
I mean, I'm not sure how they would do that.
Bust it up. Send
I
the
would
cops,
like this
dude.
not to happen, but I would like it not to happen.
Yeah.
Because it's absolutely just horrifying.
It's horrifying and
to see that.
disgusting.
It's selling stolen land. But like
another example of like that Met Gala contrast of like, oh, we're selling land because who's buying it? It's motherfuckers who have the money to buy land in another country or to, like he's saying, legal tax, like help if you want to go be a settler and like essentially a settler. Go over there and kick someone out of their fucking house with an IDF soldier behind you, being like, "What are you gonna do? You gonna fuck with me?"
That's not a settler.
I mean,
this is not a settler.
But first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for joining me today, and I wanted to end on a positive note. I always try to end on a positive note, and to me,
bang up job on that one.
To me, this is a positive note. This is Emily Jashinsky from Breaking Points, The Hills Rising. Talking about this ad from John Ossoff. When Spanberger, and Cheryl won in the fall, it was clear Dems were carving a post-woke path that was more powerful than Republicans realized. Her phrasing is crazy. Yes, Dems still have a problem on big cultural issues. Again, you're wrong about that. But it's not enough for Republicans to coast on those when Dem messaging looks like this. And let's take a little look at this John Ossoff ad, because John Ossoff was one of those senators from Georgia that everyone had their fingers crossed in 2021 was going to win on January 5th. Right. And then it was him and Warnock, I think. And then the next day, the 6th happened. And we're like, oh my God, what the fuck? Because we're feeling good that morning. I remember watching Majority Report, dude, and the morning was like, oh, great. This is awesome. I guess we'll keep an eye on this rally that Trump's having. And then that just becomes the day. Like, it is wild to rewatch that. I do it sometimes. But this is Ossoff's ad here.
We're told a story. Work hard, play by the rules, and you'll thrive. No matter who you are or where you start, the grind will pay off. But for too many, this story just isn't true. Groceries, rent, insurance, taxes, the car note, the power bill. The math doesn't work.
I was so happy to graduate college, but why is rent so expensive?
2 out of 3 Americans told us they're stressed about their own finances.
No matter how hard you hustle, you can't get ahead. The culture wars are exploited to divide us, while insurance companies get away with denying our claims, while hedge funds buy up all the houses in our neighborhoods, while we have to pay $3,000 for an ambulance.
Now, I'm not going to play this whole 4-minute ad, but I think some of that, first of all, it's good.
Yeah.
It is a good ad.
It is good.
Some of that messaging is straight out of like our playbook. It's what leftists have been saying for fucking decades. And they've realized, well, okay, we don't want to talk about trans people. We don't want to talk about black people, but we can talk about affordability. Maybe after Zoran fucking won on it. It was only after he won that they were like, all right, I guess we'll fucking mention this. And now you can just use that and win. Just like I was talking about like last week, like Momdani getting, we're going to tax apartments that are empty, that are worth over $5 million, owned by people who have a permanent residence not in the city, and we can raise $1 billion doing that. Just the tip, and you can win, get $1 billion. And that just shows everybody, oh, there's so much more money here if we just get it from those fucking dragons sitting on their piles of gold. Last word, Jeff.
You know, I mean, affordability is a fantastic thing to run. The curse of being a leftist is being right before everyone else is. And being told that you're wrong. You know, oh, the economy's fantastic. The economy's great. I don't know why you guys are constantly complaining about, you know, affordability. Everything's fine. Joe Biden made the economy great. We're just humming along, and such a strong economy. Look at the stock market. We were saying that during the Biden administration. We were saying that during the Obama administration. Hey, we've got all this money that's flowing up to the top, and it does not trickle down. Why don't we do something about that? No, you can't. We can't do that.
It's impossible.
We can't do it. You know, it's not the right time. Okay, it's not the right time for Medicare for all. All right.
Yeah.
Obamacare is good. It's good enough. Okay, just take it. You know,
We're not going to codify Roe v. Wade. That's too complicated of an issue.
Can't do that. They'll never touch it. You know, they'll never touch it. They'll never go after it.
Yeah, it's not like they've been plotting it for 40 years since it happened.
Yeah, so
that's
all
why
this stuff. We read about this, and now you've got people catching up. On the one hand, it's good. It's good to see that you got some people catching up on to us. Okay, but the thing you always have to be concerned about is, do they actually mean it? Do they mean it? And what are they? It's fine. It's good to have the message, but it's not good enough.
Right.
You've got to actually, do something about it. You've got to act on that
and make
act on those
sure
words.
that we are incorporating human rights, like trans people, black people, like
Palestinians,
Palestinians, everyone. Like that's, I saw this great video by FD Signifier talking about a video posted by Kyle Kalinske. Weird inception. This age is crazy. I hate the internet. But he was taught, like, Kyle Kalinske was making the point, like, FDR brought in just a smidgen of socialism, and he said everyone creamed their pants and was like, oh my God, can we get this forever? He got elected 3 times. And FD was like, hold up. Because the reason why do leftists win is one question. Because affordability, stuff like this. Why do they lose? White supremacy. They lose because people, once they realize, oh, some of these benefits might actually go to the black guy, and they'll be on level footing with me. No. Because then I feel insecure. Then I feel like I actually have to try to succeed and not just naturally be able to get ahead. And even then, right now, that's all breaking down too, because you have all this whole male loneliness crisis and the lonely white men, because you've been promised that you're ahead. You've been promised that, yeah, everyone can get ahead, but like, you're really ahead. And they're not seeing it because the capitalists are extracting all the fucking resources.
The irony is too on that is that they're still ahead of the average black person.
Right.
They're still ahead. They're not as ahead as they were. And you're right. There is that extraction. But they're still ahead of that average black person.
Sure.
And yet, there's still that anger.
Person living in a trailer park, that white person still has an advantage.
Yes. Because they don't have to deal with that structural racism.
Exactly.
Baked in. It's all baked into this system.
But I think, going back to like Crimson Desert, we all need a gray mane here and there.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what the left is. The left is the gray manes. And we are going to inject some of that just goodwill, that good nature, that good trouble into this country. Grab those levers of power, make them work for us. Take this Democratic Party. It's ours now. It's over. We're kicking you out. You want to try and stop Hassan? There's 1 million more behind him. He even said it once because he was like terrified. He's worried he's going to get killed. And that's a crazy thing for someone who fucking talks on the internet, who streams on a fucking platform owned by Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos could fucking cancel his fucking account right now if he wanted to. He might, but he can go somewhere else and somewhere else and somewhere else. And again, if he's gone,
and they'll follow him.
There's 1 million of us.
Yeah.
There's more of us than there are of you.
But just like the gray manes, we've been out in the desert for so long.
Yeah.
It's just like the opening scene, getting just overrun by the black bears. Okay. Yeah. We've got to pick ourselves up, reorganize, and then go back out there and kick some ass.
Exactly. Yes, we are building our campsite right now.
Building our camp.
We're bringing it in, and then we send people off on missions. You go over there to Ohio. You get rid of You make sure J.D. Vance's acolytes don't become governor. You don't make sure Vivek Ramaswamy doesn't become governor of fucking Ohio. You go over here to New York, you make sure these candidates win. You make sure Mike Lawler is not a fucking congressman anymore.
You help Abdul El Sayed in Michigan win his primary.
Hell yes. Hell yes. I love the way we ended this. I know exactly what kind of cover thumbnail I'm going to make. You, Crimson Dead, you're going to be Cliff. And I'll be, what's his name? The orc. I forget.
Unka.
Unka. I haven't gotten him yet.
Yep.
But yeah, I'd love to, we'll talk again. Come on your show. You come on my show. Absolutely fantastic conversation, brother.
Thank you.
And yeah, if we can figure out a multiplayer game, I know there's more gamers in this space community.
Absolutely.
And I want to get some game nights going here. But folks, that's going to be it for me. A Difficult Truth is up next. Carlos, take it away with some real news. Thank you again, Jeff, for showing up and being here with me. And everyone, subscribe to this space and subscribe to The Logical Leftist and Devil's Advocate Productions. Take care.
See ya.
So caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Welcome, and wow, what a phenomenal show. Big props to Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions and Jeff, Logical Leftist. Truly appreciated the conversation. Something that you can only get here on this space, folks. Speaking of which, it is the top of the hour. Please, if you haven't done so, do all the things and hit all the buttons, like, share, comment, subscribe. Spread the word. We are here Mondays through Thursdays. Every Monday is News Day. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays we have live and syndicated content much like you just saw and much like you're seeing here. So spread the word. I'm sure there is something here for everyone. I appreciate it. And that was a phenomenal, phenomenal conversation. And I guess like if I just kind of may add just a little bit, the thing is like with what FD Signifier was saying with like FDR, it's also that FDR wasn't necessarily trying to introduce leftism per se. He was more trying to preserve capitalism. He correctly saw where it was going, and tried to implement some stopgaps, which don't really tend to work for very long, as basically all has been undone eventually. So that's kind of just the only thing that I wanted to add to that. I needed that. That was a great conversation, honestly. Just saying hello to a couple of people here. Jet, Latino Mafoon, John, Lithium, Nadia, welcome. Bruno, live from the Woke Polymarket Studios. Johnny, too late. Silas, welcome, everybody. I hope everyone is doing good. So I wasn't here last week. Groove Dragon, hey, welcome. I wasn't here last week because, actually, what ended up happening is there was a town meeting, a council meeting here, and it was kind of impromptu because I didn't know about it until kind of last minute. So what's happening here in the small town that I live in is that this large development company wants to come in here and demolish about 97 acres, and the ecological fallout from that is pretty bad. These aren't like houses that are being built to help with the housing situation, because we still have thousands of vacant houses here, and they aren't affordable houses either, in comparison to the median income here. So nobody here is going to be able to afford those houses. The developers are just trying to essentially concrete over important land and set a dangerous precedent for profit. So in a bizarre, I guess, coming of people just kind of uniting, we were able to stop them from doing that. Again, this is not in the service of helping. This is not in the service of creating affordable housing. None of that was true. So we all came kind of together, and yesterday the second meeting happened, and unanimously the city council denied the zoning for these people to come in here and destroy 97 acres. So I count that as a win. I count that as a win. I'm sure these people will be back, but yeah. Characters from all walks of life decided to come together and stop this, which I found pretty important. I found that pretty heartening, because there was a lot of people that I didn't agree with, and I was able to talk to some of them and left them with the message that you have to understand that it took all of us here to stop one large development company from destroying this. And if they were allowed to do this, it would set a dangerous precedent that you can just start concreting over very important and fragile ecosystems that are here. And that's not okay. We also don't have the water for it. Yeah, it's democracy at work. Yep. And then a couple days later in the weekend, a couple of No Kings protests happened. Again, this, just to be clear, I live in Trump land. So there's a lot of MAGA people here. So it was very, very hopeful. We got a nice dose of hopium We got a nice dose of hopium. And on top of that, there is a Democratic candidate who seems to be like an insurgent progressive candidate. He didn't really say what party he was running, but he's running for like state house or state senate. And his proposals are very, very, very progressive coded, but not outwardly. It's just kind of like I'm picking up what you're throwing down here. And he was there too, so it's nice, it's nice to see. And I was very, very, very happy about that. Ladybug, welcome. Tell them they vote for the GOP, and that's what they're voting for. I mean, yes, but because this is kind of like a more local thing, it's like these people are not, when it comes to like city councils, like it's less, like party, like strict party, party lines. But essentially the message that I tried to leave them with, right, especially the people that were obviously not friendly to leftism, is that it took all of us to kind of stop this big development company from trying to like bulldoze us. And this is a story that plays itself out over and over and over again. This is just a microcosm of what we would essentially need to do on a bigger scale, right? It takes all of us, in other words, the entirety of the working class of the country to stop the Epstein class, right? And this one is just a small, like little microcosm of what that is, right? It's just basically community organizing and telling these big corporations no. That's basically it. So that's what's been going on. Just a brief, quick update before we get into it, because we got a couple of things to go to talk about here. For those in need of clarity about Democrats, the good cop is on the same side as the bad cop. Yeah, I don't disagree. So if you haven't been following, there's been a big redistricting battle going around the country. This is mostly the Republican Party essentially trying to rig the midterm elections because they know that the numbers don't really look good for them. And it's happening in several states. The Supreme Court recently all but destroyed what was left of the Voting Rights Act by allowing Louisiana to gerrymander in the manner that the governor wanted to gerrymander. Florida has tried to put forth some maps. And now Tennessee are going to try to do the same. It won't save them. Probably not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the level of like how the level of rigging that they're trying to do is pretty is pretty unprecedented, because I have never seen a movement this big to try to essentially finagle the results, right, in the favor of Republicans or any party. But I have never seen an effort this large and trying to manifest itself. It doesn't mean that it will play out the way they think it will play out, because of how redistricting works and just how gerrymandered Republican states already are. It's not going to really work the way they think it is going to work. But I'm just simply talking about the principle, and the mindset of what these people are trying to do. The SCOTUS reinstated apartheid. Yeah, I mean, essentially what they're saying is the Voting Rights Act is basically all but is all but toothless. Because you must take a law that was designed to be viewed through a lens of race in the context of trying to make sure that minority voices, black voices, people of color, were heard, and their power not diluted. The Supreme Court has said that actually, that's not how you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to have a race-neutral perspective when you do that, but you can't. It's not possible when you have a law that was designed to be viewed through through a racial lens. But anyways, the backlash is too great to gerrymander will have a null effect. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. In Tennessee, they could literally pick up 1 or 2 seats max. One sounds more realistic. And it may come down... The thing is, Chuck, that's true. And it may come down to a couple of seats. It may come down to literally a handful of seats. So anything that they can try to pick off in their head is what's going to give them the favor. Yeah, these states are very heavily gerrymandered to the point where they may actually step on their own rake, so to speak. Anyways, the point being is I'm just trying to highlight the mentality and the mindset of these people here. Oh, I didn't respond to that. The Charmander hat. Yeah, I love this hat. Big fan. I don't wear it very often, but I like it. Musk and Thiel will no doubt bribe to get January Scottsdale, Franco Milan, and Ann Smith inducted into the ranks of the founding fathers. Creating that black districts was an effort to gerrymander the state, so it didn't privilege the white voters over the black votes. Yeah, but they want essentially a white ethno-state project, so this also kind of plays into that. Anyways, Tennessee Republicans target Memphis as South Carolina considers joining House redistricting battle. So yeah, it's spreading around the country. As civil rights advocates protest, Republican lawmakers in several southern states are seizing on the opportunity afforded by the Supreme Court ruling to redraw congressional districts ahead of the November midterms. Protesters marched on Tennessee's Capitol Hill on Tuesday as a special legislative session began that would carve up a majority black district in Memphis. In Alabama, meanwhile, Republican lawmakers pressed ahead with a plan that could upend the state congressional primaries. And Republican leaders in South Carolina announced on Tuesday today that they would try to eliminate a House district held by longtime black Democratic lawmaker. Louisiana lawmakers are also making plans for new U.S. House districts after the Supreme Court last week struck down the state's current map. The High Court's ruling said Louisiana relied too heavily on race and created a second black majority House district as it attempted to comply with the Voting Rights Act. Yeah. The ruling significantly altered a decades-old understanding of the law, giving Republicans in various states grounds to try to eliminate majority black districts that have elected Democrats. Wow. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. It could lessen congressional representation for black Americans and other minorities, reversal decades gains of the minority voting rights. Which is the goal, right? President Trump has been encouraging more states to join in redistricting, of course, as Republicans seek to hold on to their narrow majority in this year's elections. 8 states have already adopted new U.S. district maps ahead of the midterms. From that, Republicans think they could gain as many as 13 seats in 5 states, while Democrats think they could gain up to 10 seats from new districts in 3 other states. But some of the new districts would be competitive in November, meaning the parties may not get all they sought. The new proposed redistricting in southern states could add to the Republicans' tally. Democratic Representative Jim Clyburn has represented South Carolina's 6 congressional district since it was redrawn to favor minority voters in 1992. He's running for an 18th term, but that could get harder if Republicans redraw his district. Jim Clyburn, if I remember correctly, like, he's not great. He's not like, the progressivism's greatest, like, warrior or whatnot. But the point still stands. Svante Milan founded South African apartheid. Ian Smith's White Rhodesia was noted for race war and making South Africa look egalitarian. Gotcha. Leaders in the State House and Senate said a redistricting effort needs to start with a 2/3 vote in each chamber. The issue could come up as soon as Wednesday, tomorrow, but if only a few Republicans aren't on board, it can't succeed. We don't know if we have the votes in the House, said Republican Speaker Muriel Smith. Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey was warned that redistricting could backfire of thin political margins, resulting in a second Democrat in the House. Massey told reporters on Tuesday that he had a cordial conversation with Trump about redistricting, laying out each of their concerns. The state's primaries are June 9th, and early voting starts in 3 weeks. The Dems will win all 10 seats, and Republicans will lose in almost all 13 seats they think they'll gain, my educated guess. I mean, it's not going to be like that, black and white, but I do think that... I do think that Republicans are more cooked than they think. I think Republicans are well, no, they understand. Let me rephrase that. They understand how cooked they are. These are acts of desperation. We're not going to speak on the level or possibility of succession, but they're definitely trying. Whether they succeed or not isn't really a factor. Yeah, good if they don't have the votes. Yep. Almost, if not all. I mean, it's quite possible that, but also, like, yeah, I just think that they understand that they know that they're cooked, and these are last ditch efforts here. Republican Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee called Tennessee lawmakers into a special session to consider a plan urged by Trump that could break up the state's lone Democratic-held U.S. House district centered on the majority-black city of Memphis. Republican lawmakers said little about the plan on Tuesday. As the Senate began work, shouts of shame, shame, shame could be heard inside the chamber from protesters gathered in the hallways. On the chamber floor, Senator Ramesh Akbari, a black Democrat from Memphis, called the redistricting an act of hate. I mean, basically, yeah. Basically, it is. It is 100% an act meant to be discriminatory and be bigoted towards people of color. Elections are rigged, shams, and transparent travesties. I can't take the idea of Schumer and Jeffrey standing up against rigged elections. The Dems all rolled over in 2000 and 1980. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that, like, everything, like, I don't think that, like, elections by default are shams. However, I do understand the concerns, especially when, Republicans do this. And I also consider the effectiveness and uselessness of Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer and Democratic leadership in general. I also take that. I also agree with that, is what I'm saying. At a rally earlier Tuesday, State Representative Justin Pearson of Memphis, who's running for Congress, announced a Republican plan as a racist redistricting because it is. Republican Steve Coven, whose white said the Memphis district he represents, predates the Voting Rights Act. Memphis has been a majority black district historically because that is where the population is. It's a district that is compact and has community purpose. Martin Luther King III sent a letter to Tennessee legislative leaders expressing a grave concern about the plan to divide Memphis congressional representation. The decision undermines the work that my father, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., carried out to secure the passage of the Voting Rights Act. He wrote, noting that his father was assassinated in Memphis. The candidate qualifying period in Tennessee ended in March, and the primary election is scheduled for August 6th. Alabama looks at setting a new primary. The legislative committee swiftly advanced legislation on Tuesday today that would allow a special congressional primary if the Supreme Court clears the way for the state to change its House districts. In light of the court's ruling in Louisiana's district, Alabama officials have asked the High Court to set aside judicial order to use a House map that includes districts with substantial number of black voters and instead let the state revert to a map passed in 2023 by Republican lawmakers. That map could help GOP win at least one of those 2 seats currently held by Democrats. Alabama's primary is scheduled for the May 19th if the Supreme Court grants the state's request. After or too close to the primary, their legislation under consideration would ignore the results of the primary and direct the governor to schedule a new primary under revised districts. So basically, this is how they are trying to finagle this. This is an opportunity for voters in the district drawn by legislators in 2023, said Republican State Chris Pringle, the bill's sponsor. Citizens United against Citizens United. True. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, Nadia. Especially, I mean, me from the 90s, especially the 2000 election was the big one for us millennials. During a House committee hearing, several black residents urged lawmakers not to change the current congressional districts. Representation matters, just not politically, but in access and power and who gets to be heard, said Eliza Jane Franklin of rural Barber County. Democrats denounced the legislation as a Republican power grab that harkens back to the state's shameful history of denying black residents equal rights and representation, because that's who's orchestrating this, right? Like, people forget this wasn't that long ago, right? Like, the people that saw the Voting Rights Act pass and were against it are still around, right? Like John Roberts, like just to put everything into context, like John Roberts has been in the courts for decades, and his sole project that he's been doing is chipping away at the Civil Rights Act. And we're talking decades. If there's ever been a point in history to add Supreme Court seats, it's now, assuming the Dems care and can hold control into 2028. Yeah, I mean, like, also, like, man, if there was a sane and logical timeline, several of these folks would find themselves in jail. The Civil War rages on. Yep. 1980 was a big one for me. Yep. Republicans are working hard to secure an electoral victory by taking Alabama to the Jim Crow era, and we won't go back, said Democratic U.S. Representative Terry Sowell told the crowd gathered outside the Alabama State House. Yep. Nazi ideology is inspired by Jim Crow laws. Yep, among others, but yes. Jim Crow, the concept of, like, manifest destiny, but I guess that's kind of, like, already baked into, like, most fascist ideologies, so it's kind of, like, broad, but yeah, the Jim Crow laws, the racial miscegenation, I can't pronounce the word, but yeah, so they were very much inspired by some of the stuff that we had going on here. It's current GOP ideology as well. Yep. After last week's Supreme Court decision, Republican Governor Mike Landry postponed the state's May 16 congressional primary to allow time for lawmakers to approve the new U.S. House district. State Senator Caleb Clapenter, a Republican, said a redistricting committee he leads plans to hold a public hearing on Friday. Louisiana voters had already sent in more than 41,000 completed absentee ballots by last Thursday when Landry suspended House primaries, according to the Secretary of State's office. That's about 1/3 of all absentee ballots sent out to voters. Around 19,000 were from registered Dems and 17,000 from registered Republicans, and the remainder belonged to neither party. Democrats and civil rights groups have filed several lawsuits challenging the suspension of the Louisiana congressional primary. So that's where we're at with the fight for redistricting. That's why I say DHS should be renamed to Interior Administration. This has even more unequivocally fallen into a coup, and I still can't get anyone to grant my flight from the country any legitimacy. No, I disagree. I think there is legitimacy as to why, you or anyone would want to, like, immediately, peace out. Especially if they have the means to. I absolutely see and understand why yourself, and I'm sure not to speak for everybody, but I'm sure, like yourself, there's more people that think that way. I think there is legitimacy to what you're saying, and like I said, and I may or may not have said this before, but I don't blame anybody who has the means and ability and to leave, that leaves. I absolutely think there's legitimacy for why someone, especially if you're, in the minority communities, which you are, why someone like yourself would want to leave. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a slow motion coup in stage. Yeah. I don't disagree with the assessment. I don't disagree with the assessment, and I think, and I think, a lot of people don't here. Anyways, it's like the frog that ends up being cooked from boiling slowly. Yeah, except like there's a bunch of other frogs saying to check the temperature of the water because the water has been rising for decades, and then the other frogs, like basically like a third of the frogs keep saying that like there's nothing wrong. In fact, they want the water to keep rising because like it feels like a spa day or something. Like that's basically what's happening here in this analogy. While the rest of the frogs are either not powerful enough to do anything about it, or just like kind of vibing, not realizing that the water's basically about to boil. Well, governments are the ones that count here. Well, yeah, I see what you're saying. Remember that Trump attempted a self-coup on January 6th? Yeah, he did. He did. And no one was punished for it. No one was punished for it. Nothing happened. They all got pardoned. And no one suffered any serious consequences because, the Fuhrer pardoned them all. To kind of add to like what Nadia is saying, I think I may have misread that. Yeah, like I don't understand why like more European governments and just governments around the country, around the world, don't designate us as like an unsafe country, because like we are not a safe country right now. We are not a safe country right now, and like people trying to leave the United States are basically like political refugees, I'm gone 40 hours from when the medication drip stops. I won't last long twisting in the wind. Yeesh. Like I said, I don't blame you, and I'm glad that you were able to peace out when you did. Because, yeah. Several European governments are actually advising against visiting the U.S. Yeah, but I mean, like, designating the United States as an unsafe country and it's essentially like opening up like more like refugee benefits for people that are trying to leave. That would be very cool, and that would kind of add to the severity of what's happening. But yeah, it's almost like that should have been a power allowed. Yep, a president just like willy-nilly like being able to pardon like hardened criminals that assault people, only for them to like, I don't know, commit more assaults afterwards. Yeah. Even in European Union internal memos, it's advised to leave personal devices behind and use burner phones. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I would advise to just like not come to the United States for a minute and a half, you know, if you can help it. I know that it's not always the option for everybody, but you know. All right, folks, we got a couple of things to go through here. So there was an abortion pill ruling here that was kind of sort of in our favor, but let's just kind of talk about it here. Nationwide to the abortion pills, access to the abortion pills is again in legal limbo almost 2 years after the Supreme Court threw out a case challenging mail order prescribing of the widely used drug mifepristone. A circuit court ruling on Friday that dramatically dialed back access to the drug has caused a confusion for pharmacies, telehealth companies, and other clinicians, even in states where abortion is legal. Some providers are stopping their prescriptions, others are switching to a different drug, and patients are left wondering what's coming next. While the Supreme Court on Monday froze that decision for a week, it could rule as soon as next week that the drug can only be dispensed in person, which, again, is a further curtailment of bodily autonomy. Regardless of what happens, the Fifth U.S. Circuit, because again, the reason why they want to do this, right? The reason why you would want to make it so that you would have to get this in person is because you can no longer get it mailed, and states who are incredibly oppressive, like for example Florida or Texas, you can't get it mailed. So effectively, that would a game, set, match about just about every single abortion, right? Because like this is just a pill, and you take this early on in the early stages, and that's it. It's just done. And that is where a lot of these abortions happen. So if you can nail this, so that you can only get this in person, and the state that you live in is a state that basically all but denies abortion, then like that's it. That's game, set, match for some of these states. Regardless of what happens, a U.S. Court of Appeals decision on Friday put abortion access front and center in an election year and placed the Trump administration in a political bind. The administration has argued that the court should pause proceedings until the FDA completes a safety review of the drug, which was first approved in 2000. There's no need. We've already done this. We've already done this. Mifepristone is a drug that has been around for decades and has been proven to be safe and effective in the cases that it's meant to be used in. So we've already done this song and dance. We know that there's nothing really inherently wrong or out of pocket with these medications. Yeah, it's a biblical patriarchy of the Confederate States of Apartheid America. Can we get that on a banner? We need that on a banner or something. That is perfect. That is perfect. The stance has angered anti-abortion advocates. So I'm gonna reframe that. It's not necessarily like anti-abortion, but it's more like anti-bodily autonomy, because like fundamentally it's not really like the arguments that are being made are not fundamentally like it's not like abortion, right? It's just a vehicle or a token for bodily autonomy, right? And these religious zealots, these religious zealots, these evangelicals, basically believe that women are property. So they don't. Why are they being like? Why are they choosing things for themselves? Like that's not the way this works, right? That is the framing, right? It's not. I mean, it is anti-abortion, but fundamentally, the argument that's being had here is whether or not half the population should have bodily autonomy, right? The patriarchy, right? Men should be the ones to dictate what happens, right? If you are a person that is pregnant, it's not up to you. Okay? That is not your body. That is the argument. So fundamentally, it is an argument about bodily autonomy. And bodily autonomy is a human right. Bodily autonomy is a human right. That is not negotiable. That is not negotiable. That is not up for debate. Point blank, period. Full stop. Want the administration to invalidate a Biden administration policy and restore in-person dispensing requirements. Yeah, because again, they know that in a lot of these states, in a lot of these oppressive Republican states, that abortion already is pretty banned. So the only option that a lot of these people have is to obtain this medication through the mail. And this is it. If they want, if they make it so that you have to go in person and abortion is illegal in your state, that's game, set, match. It's shameful, quote, it's shameful that the Trump administration's inaction has forced pro-life states, you mean pro-bodily autonomy states, to take their battle to the federal courts, and SBA pro-life, anti-bodily autonomy America President Marjorie Dana Fassler said Friday. The back and forth has created a whiplash and chaos for patients and providers making time-sensitive medical decisions, said Alexis McGill Johnson, president of Planned Parenthood Action Fund. Friday's ruling amounts to disruption to abortion access since the Dobbs decision, overturning Roe v. Wade, said Brittany Fontana, the CEO of National Abortion Federation. Louisiana originally brought the lawsuit against the FDA to challenge the Biden administration rules that expand access to mifepristone by removing the requirement that a patient see a provider in person before getting the medication. Federal judges have not yet issued any decision on Louisiana's underlying legal argument against the FDA rules. The administration has been conspicuously silent since Friday's ruling, and the White House and DHS spokespeople did not respond to a request for comment on Monday. The administration's failure to more actively defend the FDA's rules factored into the Circuit Court's decision to halt teleprescribing, said Katie Keith, director of the Center of Health Policy and Law at Georgetown University's O'Neill Institution. Both abortion backers and opponents have said the ability to mail abortion pills into states with abortion bans after being prescribed via telehealth has blunted the impacts of overturning Roe v. Wade. My point exactly that I was saying earlier. Fontano of the National Abortion Federation said some providers paused teleprescribing of abortion pills following Friday's ruling. Others, like Planned Parenthood of Greater New York, temporarily switched to another abortion drug, misoprostol, for telehealth abortions. Misoprostol is usually used in combination with mifepristone, but safe when used on its own. Fontano said Monday stay brought some relief, but given the temporary nature, is also a sense of waiting for the other shoe to drop, knowing that this is not over. It's not clear how the health system would have to shift if the court decides to limit teleprescribing for mifepristone. The FDA has been vague on what the prescribing rules for mifepristone would be if the current system is overturned, as mifepristone maker Danco noted in a brief to the Supreme Court. There's also no public guidance on what would happen to prescriptions that have already been written under the current rules. There's a lot of unanswered questions. Whether the Trump administration weighs in now that the Supreme we're watching whether the Trump administration weighs in now that the Supreme Court is involved. The current stay that preserves telehealth access is in effect until next Monday evening, and parties have until Thursday evening to send the Supreme Court more information. So we'll be keeping an eye out on how this plays out. Yeah, they're basically trying to say that you can't just simply prescribe this medication, and that you would have to get it in person, and essentially trying to create a scenario where, states that already have, have these terrible anti-abortion laws, basically would make it impossible if you can't get these medications mailed. Let's talk about fiscal responsibility. The party of fiscal responsibility, I'm told, right? Oof. Trump ballroom project security funding included $72 billion GOP enforcement bill. Senate Republicans want to fund the Secret Service security upgrades related to President Trump's ballroom project as part of a nearly $72 billion package that would shovel cash to immigration enforcement agencies. Of course! Of course. Of course. The proposal Senate Judiciary Republicans unveiled late yesterday, a piece of the forthcoming party line bill to fund immigration, the Gestapo, would direct $1 billion to the Secret Service for security adjustments and upgrades, including to the White House. This is on top of the $3.3 billion to the agency received already under fiscal 2026 DHS funding bill signed into law on Thursday. The White House touted security funding's inclusion Tuesday, which it views as Congress approving a project that is currently mired in litigation. A federal judge ruled last month that legislators had not properly authorized the project. The White House applauds Congress's latest proposal in its reconciliation package, which includes additional funding for security infrastructure upgrades in relation to long overdue East Wing modernization project. Spokesperson Davis Ingalls said in a statement, Congress has rightly recognized the needs for these funds. Okay. Yeah, the party of fiscal ineptitude. The funds could be used for Secret Service, quote, enhancements related to the East Wing project, including above-ground and below-ground security features. The text released by Senate Judiciary Republicans stipulates the funds cannot be used for non-security aspects of the project. All of the funds doled out in the package would remain available through September 30th of 2029, past the end of Trump's term. Claire Slattery, spokesperson for Judiciary Chair Chuck Grassley, said the bill does not fund the ballroom construction, but it provides funds for Secret Service enhancement that will ensure the presidents, their families, and their staffs are adequately protected. Two congressional aides granted anonymity to speak candidly also said the legislation will not provide congressional authorization for larger ballroom construction because the funds are limited to Secret Service upgrades. So on one hand, the administration is saying that, Congress, approves all this. On the other hand, Congress is saying, no, these are for supposed security upgrades or whatever. Two congressional aides granted anonymity to speak candidly also said the legislation would not provide congressional authorization for larger ballroom construction. Right, because the funds are limited to Secret Service upgrades. The Trump administration and political allies have argued in the wake of the shooting last month at the White House Correspondents' Dinner that the East Wing renovation is necessary for security. Trump has pointed out that security features that the ballroom would have, including thick bulletproof glass, and administration lawyers argued in court that security concerns justified continuation with the project. I'm building a safe ballroom. It's going to be so great and so safe. No one's ever going to be able to get in. If anybody tries to get in, I built the safest ballroom. I'll just say stop. And that's it. I'm building it exactly what happened last night, he said CBS's 60 Minutes the day after the shooting. However, Georgetown law professor David Super said in an interview that funding only security improvements could hurt the Trump administration's argument in court for going ahead with the construction of the ballroom. In some ways, it makes their case worse, said Super, whose research focuses on administrative law and legislation. When they're saying it's for security needs of the Secret Service, that is implying that they're ruling out funding for the ceremonial or decorative or whatever parts of the project. Yeah. Trump means an outer bunker and an inner bunker. Yep. So I guess in this way, Trump and Hitler do have some differences, right? I suppose they do have some differences here. This would be a kind of like all-encompassing Fuhrer bunker, so to speak. Engel, in a statement Tuesday, said the proposal would provide the United States Secret Service with the resources they need to fully and completely harden the White House complex, in addition to many other critical missions for the USS. I mean, this makes no sense because, like, what the heck have they been doing all of these decades, right? It kind of begs the question. But anyways, the point being is that this is absurd. Okay, they want tens of billions of dollars for nonsense, right? For quote added protection. Meanwhile, again, we don't have healthcare. We don't have college education. We have crappy infrastructure that has not been worked on. Okay, and we're talking about tens of billions of dollars for security. We're talking about a military budget that's what, over $1 trillion? And this is supposed to be the party of what, small government, the party of fiscal responsibility? Okay. Sure. We've got one more to go over, folks, and then we're going to get out of here. The DOJ sent subpoena for Georgia to Georgia officials for the personal information about 2020 election workers. So, yeah, I guess, subpoenaing information and contact information of election workers for the 2020 election is okay. However, if you, as the Southern Poverty Law Center, trying to obtain information on hate groups by giving funds to informants, that's bad, right? Okay. The Justice Department is seeking the names and contact information of election workers in Fulton County, Georgia, who worked during the 2020 presidential election, according to legal. Again, just to be clear, this is all smoke and mirrors. This is all a effort to continue to destroy the legitimacy, or whatever legitimacy that sort of exists for these elections. And to sow doubt, and to rabble rouse, right? Because the only people that are buying this, the only people that are buying this, the only people that are drinking from this Kool-Aid is the MAGA people, okay? And this is basically just to keep them going, right? To keep that conspiratorial brain going. Yeah, Usanian billion equals rest of the word milliard. Am I even pronouncing it right? Milliard? The Justice Department filed the subpoena in April to try to force the Fulton County Board of Registration Elections to release names, addresses, and contact information for the 2020 election staff members and volunteers. The grand jury subpoena was made public on Monday as the Fulton County Board urged a judge to quash it. The New York Times was first to report on the subpoena. NBC News has reached out to the Justice Department for comment. The subpoena marks an expanded effort by the Justice Department to investigate the 2020 election, in which President Trump has continued to focus on since he lost. Reached for comment, the Fulton County Chair, Rob Pitt, said that the federal government once again is attempting to misuse the criminal process. I mean, yeah, sure, that's one way of saying it, right? I mean, yeah, sure, that is one way of saying it. This is yet another outrageous federal overreach designed to intimidate and chill participation in elections. True. Pitt said in a statement, this harassment should not be allowed, so we have asked the courts to act and always stand up for election workers and for the truth. In Monday's motion to quash the grand jury subpoena, the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections said the subpoena came out of the Justice Department's latest efforts to target and harass the president's perceived political opponents. True, this time election officials, poll workers, and volunteers in Fulton County, whom Donald Trump continues to disparage as he perpetuates his false claim that they stole the 2020 election. The board's motion called the grand jury subpoena unprecedented and harassing, saying it would affect thousands of election workers and volunteers. The filing also laid out a slew of reasons the board wanted the judge to throw out the subpoena. Its purpose is to target, harass, and punish the president's perceived political opponents. True. It's grossly overboard and untethered to any reasonable need. True. It cannot yield any evidence that could result in criminal prosecution because, among other things, the statute of limitations have expired for any purported 2020 election crime. It burdens the First Amendment right of election workers and will chill their participation in elections, and it unreasonably interferes with Georgia's sovereign authority to administer elections. Yep. All of this is true. All of this is true. Trump has repeatedly falsely claimed that he won the 2020 presidential election, including in Georgia, which Biden won. After the election, Trump pleaded with the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to find 11,700. Like, why is this guy, just to be clear, like, we are reading this paragraph, this statement right here, and this guy is not in jail. But we're reading the statement, and this guy is not in jail. Can you imagine, like, the outrage that would happen if there was like a phone call, a very perfect phone call of a Democratic official asking a Secretary of State to find them 11,780 votes? Fulton County was also the center of election interference case in Georgia against Trump and his co-defendants. He denied any wrongdoing. The case was dropped after DA Fannie Willis was disqualified over conflict of interest allegations, and the prosecutor took over the investigation, tossed the charges. The FBI executed a search warrant this year at Fulton County Election Hub, prompting criticism from Democrats. The county sued the Justice Department in February, challenging the legality of the search warrant and demanding the return of records seized by the federal government. Gore Vidal on the property party with two right wings. Victoria Newland, I don't know who that is. I do not know who that is. Oh, former spokesperson. The diplomat. All right, folks, it's time for me to get out of here. Movie night extravaganza is about to come on. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you guys hanging out, and thank you for your support here on this space. You guys are what makes this channel go, so I appreciate all of you guys hanging out here. Once again, folks, if you haven't done so, please spread the word far and wide. We are here Mondays for Newsday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. There is live and syndicated content, so spread the word. There is something here for everyone on this space. Check out my show every Tuesday at 7 p.m. here, and follow me on any social media for A Difficult Truth. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya!
In the first episode of 2026, all the way back in January, we discussed Citizen Kane with Eileen Jones, Orson Welles' famous pseudo-biographical drama about Charles Foster Kane, a newspaper magnate based on William Randolph Hearst, long considered the greatest film of all time. One of the reasons that Citizen Kane was considered the greatest film of all time, at least as far as film critics are concerned, is that it spent 50 years on the British Film Institute Sight and Sound Critics Poll. That is until 2012, when a film finally dethroned Citizen Kane, Alfred Hitchcock's 1958 psychological thriller Vertigo. Tonight we're talking about Vertigo, starring Jimmy Stewart, Kim Novak, Barbara Bel Geddes, and Tom Helmore. Based on a mystery novel, The Living and the Dead, by Pierre Boileau and Thomas Narcejac, which, if the rumors are true, was actually written by the two French authors for Hitchcock to purchase. The rumor was apparently popularized by Truffaut and was later rebuffed by the authors, but the story is that Hitchcock originally wanted to purchase the rights to She Who Was No More, which ended up being purchased first by Clouseau after he made Wages of Fear and was adapted into Diabolique. In the late 1950s, the duo of Jimmy Stewart and Kim Novak would co-star in two films back-to-back, Vertigo being the first and Bell, Book and Candle being the second right after, which we previously covered on this podcast with Eileen Jones. Vertigo has long been called Hitchcock's most personal film, especially with everything we know now about Hitchcock's affairs and alleged sexual predilections. The erotic and incredibly voyeuristic way that Vertigo was shot has been fuel for rampant speculation about how much of himself Hitchcock is showing us on screen, especially Hitchcock's well-known predilection for blonde actresses. Vertigo tells the story of a former San Francisco Police Department detective named Scotty, played by Jimmy Stewart, who has a debilitating fear of heights triggered by seeing a police officer fall off a building as he tried to help Scotty up. Scotty spends his time hanging around his ex-fiancée Midge, a bra and panty company in-house advertiser, until a former college classmate named Gavin Elster hires him to tail his wife, Madeline, played by Kim Novak. But has been behaving strangely, almost as if she goes into trances and becomes another person. Gavin believes she might believe that she's becoming Carlotta Valdez, a woman from the 1800s who's buried at the Mission Dolores. Carlotta was raised in the Mission, but was rescued by a man who built her a house, and she had his child. But he was married to a different woman, and he stole her child and raised her with his wife, while Carlotta was sent into destitution and committed suicide at 26. Madeline is currently 26, and Gavin worries she might be getting ready to kill herself while in a trance. After rescuing her from the San Francisco Bay when she randomly jumps into the water, Scotty finds himself falling in love with his friend's wife and becoming slowly obsessed with her. She reciprocates the feelings, and Scotty tries to get her to confront these trances where she claims to black out and have no memory except a recurring dream leading her towards blackness.
If you lose me, then you'll know I loved you and I wanted to go on loving you.
I won't lose you. In the same way that he wishes he could confront his fear of heights. The theme of romantic obsession is one Hitchcock revisits over and over again, as well as the neuroses of individual characters, some fake and some real. In one of the most infamous scenes of Vertigo, Kim Novak is seen to fall from the bell tower, apparently jumping to her death like Carlotta did. Scotty stuck frozen on the stairs since his acrophobia has been triggered by the climb, leading to a dark phase where Scotty begins seeing her everywhere as a spectral presence. Months later, Scotty meets a brunette who looks like Madeline, named Judy, and Scotty becomes fixated on forcing Judy to start looking more and more like Madeline. Jimmy Stewart, star of films like It's a Wonderful Life and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, is a dark canvas for Hitchcock to put some of his most disturbing ideas onto. Vertigo was preceded a few years earlier by Rear Window, where Hitchcock puts Jimmy Stewart into one of his darkest performances as a wheelchair-bound photojournalist who becomes obsessed with the idea that his neighbor murdered his wife, after spending day after day stuck in a tiny apartment watching them. Rear Window pushed the boundaries of voyeurism, and you begin wondering if Jeff actually wants the murder to be true, and what Hitchcock is saying about us as an audience. Would we welcome extreme violence being perpetrated onto a random woman just to relieve our own mundane boredom? It's a question that would definitely pop up again as TV ratings went up with the amount of violence that could be shown. Kim Novak was only 24 when she was asked to do Vertigo after Vera Miles had to drop out because she was pregnant. Jimmy Stewart was 49, and after they followed Vertigo up with Bell, Book, and Candle, would no longer be able to do the romantic lead in movies anymore because of his age. Another thing that makes this one of Hitchcock's most personal films is that he clearly has a deep spiritual connection to San Francisco, to the point where it's a character in the film as much as Jimmy Stewart or Kim Novak. And it's a deeply liminal place in 1958. The Spanish missions are as opulent and preserved as anything in Spain or Italy, yet the city itself was clearly in flux, transforming into the bohemian place which would become famous in the 1960s and 1970s for being the center of hippie culture. Vertigo's dream sequences have some of Hitchcock's most interesting abstract work, which is not something that Hitchcock's movies are necessarily known for, utilizing the cutout work of Saul Bass to show Scotty's mental health crumbling. What made Alfred Hitchcock the master of suspense is that we know long in advance that Scotty is a victim of a convoluted murder plot, with Gavin Elster murdering his actual wife, who is not Madeline, but having this woman Judy play Madeline to seduce Scotty, who won't be able to save her due to his fear of heights. Hitchcock knows it's not the audience figuring that out that leads to the suspense, but the audience wanting to know how Scotty will react to eventually figuring out that information. Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Our show gets simulcast, or if we're not on it at regular time, played later on This Space. This Space is a working class independent media collective, youtube.com/ThisSpaceTV. Subscribing really helps out, or even more, sharing content from This Space and encouraging others to do the same. By working together, we can break through the algorithm. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of Protonic Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Boris and Kristina have a second show, The Absurdity Space, live on This Space on Wednesdays at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. Eileen Jones is a film critic for Jacobin Magazine and the co-host of the Film Suck podcast, patreon.com/filmsuck, and the author of Film Suck USA. I, of course, am your host and the guy who knows all the history and runs a bookstore, Forrest Miller. You shouldn't keep souvenirs of a killing. You shouldn't have been that sentimental.
Any excuse for a Jimmy Stewart impersonation, of course.
Hey, golly.
Oh, gosh. Something crazy is going on. Eileen, welcome back.
Thank you. So happy to be here.
It hasn't been that long this time, but yeah, glad you're on for this one. We've had this on the to-do list, I don't know, since this show started. Right?
Yeah.
Like it's permanently like one of the ones like, oh yeah, we should do Vertigo, and then we don't do Vertigo. And here we are,
I know
Vertigo.
it's such a must, and it's so omnipresent. Once it became the supposed greatest movie ever made, which is so annoying, it's even more just everywhere. Yeah.
But I felt like linking it to Citizen Kane because it's interesting that, like, you know, I mean, at the beginning of the year we did Citizen Kane, and then the first movie to ever dethrone it off the Sight and Sound.
Vertigo.
I feel like British.
We've already done John Dillman, so we're doing really great with Sight and Sound winners.
I feel like there's something about like the British, like the BFI, really likes being like we decide which one is the best.
We'll decide. Thank you.
Please, ma'am, please. Yeah. But this is a case where I remember when that Sight and Sound came out, the one before last, and I was like, oh, right on. Like, and I was like pretty connected from it. Like I wasn't like a voting member or anything, or really paying that much attention. But I was like, oh, right on. That's one of my favorite movies. Great. That's great to hear, and that's well earned. And I say that as a Hitchcock fan. You know, it's like this is for a while. This was in my top 5. I've kind of moved it down a little bit since then, but I still love it. It's still a 5-star movie as far as I'm concerned. Not to tilt my hand or anything.
I feel like I feel like when you say something is like, you know, like that high up, it kind of does damn it, because everyone's expectations going into whatever it is. Like that's why for a long time, as I said when we did Citizen Kane, I didn't watch Citizen Kane because I was like, I'm afraid that like what if you're the one person that doesn't like it, or I mean,
this is not the greatest movie ever made.
Yeah, or like that's the insecure version, and then the other version is like, oh, what if everyone's been lying?
Yeah, and there is a lot of that. There's the backlash. There's people that are like, I liked it, but I didn't. You know, it's not one of my favorites. It was good though. You know, and like,
or you read commentary where people are like, "What the hell is? I finally watched it. What's the big deal?"
Yeah, what's the big deal?
Yeah, or like, you know, or like if Vertigo was a new movie, and then like within like after the first weekend, it's like, oh, this movie's overrated. It sucks. What's the? And it's like that's kind of like film discourse today.
Nothing that comes out now, I feel like, could be considered the best movie of all time because everybody turns on whatever it is, and like,
while it's premiering, they turn.
Oh, this movie got nominated for how many Oscars? Please.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, Vertigo. One of the most fascinating things about Vertigo is that nobody thought it was going to be successful. So that's why Hitchcock went hard art on it. Like he was like, let's do it all. But it's notable because like without that anticipation, like everyone was basically this is going to flop, and when it came out, it didn't do really well. It got 2 below the line nominations, I think production design and sound maybe, but it took years for people to kind of come around and be like, oh, actually, this is really good.
Yeah. I was watching we're listening to, I guess, because it's mostly audio. I don't know if there's like a film version, but Hitchcock's conversation with Truffaut. Like he did that multi-episode sprawling.
I meant to listen to it and I completely forgot about it. And it's like it made in a lab for me, and I somehow missed it. You know, so I don't know.
I've listened to episodes before because when we did Rope, I listened to an episode. There was something else that we did a long time ago. I don't remember if it was Psycho or which thing it was, but I've listened to multiple episodes of it, and it's pretend like Hitchcock's clearly trying to, and I would too if I was Hitchcock, but he's trying to kind of make himself look impressive.
He wants in on the earned thing. He wants credit so hard, so bad. And it's so funny because his American press stuff is always about him as a commercial director who doesn't take it that seriously. And then he turns around and is doing everything he can to get
Truffaut, like, you know, post Cashiers du Cinema, like when he's like, if Truffaut likes you, like, it could be a huge thing for you.
Huge.
Right, when Foreigner Blows is like the most important art movie ever made. Yeah, exactly. Like, he had a lot of cachet. And it's just interesting that Hitchcock's whole thing was sort of like leaning into sort of like a campy pompousness, for lack of a better term, right? That was his public persona. That, I mean, we're talking about a man who made a outline of his somewhat corpulent figure into like his brand. You know, this is not someone that was shy on ego, to be sure, but he wanted, for the people that he cared about, it was a big deal for him to be accepted and to be considered to appear.
And he was a big watcher. He was following all art movie trends. He was screening like Antonioni movies.
Yeah.
Before anyone in Hollywood cared. I mean, he really was into it. And
he was so mad at Clouseau, who did Diabolique. He wanted that one like really bad, and he bid against Hitchcock, and Hitchcock didn't get it, which is hilarious because if you think about it now, I mean, Diabolique's amazing, but it's like, wow, it's you know, this was very heated at the time.
Truffaut, I guess, was the one that kind of like came out about this because I think it was kind of kept hush hush because, you know, you want to be, even if you're like a pulp novelist, right, like that does these kinds of, you want to be like, oh, I did this, we kind of came up with this idea. You don't want to be like, oh, I wrote this so that Hitchcock would buy it, you know, that's like
right, yeah.
And so like but it was Truffaut that blew the whistle on it during these conversations where he's like, oh, they wrote it for you, like they wrote because they knew that you were upset and they wanted to see if like you would still buy whatever the next thing is, and obviously he did. But this was it was pretty like quickly written because Diabolique was I think it was 1954. I want to say Wages of Fear was 1953.
I think it's 55. But you're pretty close. Yeah.
So, but it's like, so then this is, you know, the turnaround on this. I think they released their next the novel that became this either in 54 or 55. So like the turnaround was very, very quick.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm curious what everyone's first experience with Vertigo is, because Vertigo is one that I saw it originally before the restoration, and then like when everyone's like, "Oh, they did this big restoration on it," I was like, "Oh, okay." And it being from the Bay Area, it's like foundational Bay Area cool location cinema. So I was like, "Well, I got to see that." So I saw it. I think the Castro, they showed it, so I saw it then. And I've seen it probably like 5 or 6 times over the years, but it was one of those things where it never was like, "This is the best movie ever made." It was just like, "Oh yeah, this one's really good."
Yeah, there are people that like a dozen times, 30 times. Like there are like
It's like they're Wizard of Oz, technically.
Yeah, well,
sure.
There's people that are very obsessed with. I think the idea, like the romantic obsession of it, like number one, and just and going into it and trying to guess how much of Hitchcock's own sexual predilections. I like that word, but he's putting on screen because he's such an enigmatic figure. And it's kind of fascinating thing, and I don't know how much of this was known at the time and how much kind of came out later when they're doing the restoration. Alma, his wife, actually wrote the original draft with him of Vertigo, and it was called something else at the time. I think they had some stupid name for it.
Well, it was called De Entre les Morts, From Among the Dead.
Yeah,
but
there was the first
That sounds
draft.
like a cool album name, Conan.
I know, yeah, that sounds pretty tough. Yeah,
The first draft was I was watching the restoration like documentary that they put out, and the first
great.
draft of it. I guess this guy who was like a very old man by the time this came out, they were all talking shit about this guy because he had put out a first draft and it was like this completely like inscrutable work because he was like there's like some MacGuffin that he put in the middle of it, and it's like that he called something, I forget what it was. It was like some nonsense term, and everyone was like, "What the fuck? What is this script?" So Hitchcock and Alma had to actually like, and she had had a stroke, I believe. Like it was the first time Hitchcock ever kind of had to deal with life without his wife for a little bit, and he ends up putting his most personal kind of sexual desire on screen in a movie with his wife. And I think when you look at the figure of Midge, like that's his, Jimmy Stewart's college like ex fiance or whatever, that he's the kind of the love is past, but she's still in love with him. But
Midge was great. And it's meant to be very plain and matronly. It's like, I'm sorry, she's hot. She's just dressed down.
I get the feeling that Hitchcock, it's almost like that's
a proxy for right. It's autobiographical nature.
It's amazing what glasses we're supposed to stand for. Just someone wearing glasses, like wow.
She's like drawing like the hot pictures, like bras and panties. She has like the bra thing, and Jimmy Stewart has to like,
what's that?
A cantilever. They're doing amazing things now. Wow.
But the Midge character, I hope we do get more into the Midge character because I think she's really fascinating and clearly still smitten with him. I mean, to the point that you get the great, jumping way ahead, the scenes in the sanitarium, like the only person that really cares about him, frankly. And
he's so weird with it.
Yeah, but it's again, it's fascinating with how she's presented, which she's presented as like frumpy or like whatever, like a try hard or something, and it's like, well, that's clearly what Hitchcock was going for with because it is autobiographical and maybe not always in the best way to a certain degree, and understandably, like I said it like in our group chat, right? Kim Novak is like also a generationally defining beauty. So it's like, okay, you could be as attractive as you want. It's like one of the most stunning women ever to be on the screen.
And what she did to her face, and the fact that Sydney Sweeney's gonna be playing her, come on!
Please, no hate speech on this show.
I was thinking about you because I had the feeling this time after watching just after watching I guess a lot of stuff, but I got the feeling that she's almost, when she's Madeline, like when she's that character, right, rather than the character that seems like it's more like her or Judy, like the second one. When she's the Madeline character, she's almost doing Joan Crawford. Like
she's doing that fake Hollywood speech for one thing.
Elegant, graceful.
She has this posture. She has this posture.
Like what Catherine O'Hara's lampooning in Schitt's Creek, right? Where it's like, what is this accent?
That's strange accent.
When Betty Davis does her Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, but she has this clenched teeth thing that she does, where she's like, yes, and it just reminded me of Joan Crawford, and it reminded me of like her performances when she was in her prime, and it's almost like because she's obviously putting on airs. She's supposed to be. I mean, it's brilliant. Like she's putting on airs because she's kind of just this girl from Kansas, very Wizard of Oz again.
Well, she's playing like her idea of what a glamorous femme fatale.
She's being trained by Gavin Elster to this is what classy is supposed to be.
Right, exactly. And it works.
And it works. Boy, does it ever work. Come on.
Head over heels right for that act. Like his obsession is with the act of what a girl from Kansas thinks like a high class woman is, which makes it so much funnier. Because,
to the point that he tries to reenact it when they get they get back
and
together.
it was painful for Kim Novak because she, of course, said, "Well, of course, I identified because I'd just been through the process when they were making me a star, and I had to learn to walk and talk and all that ladylike stuff was part of it."
Yeah, the only thing they barely teach the kids today want to get in Hollywood was media training. That's it. I'm like, no class, no.
And then
not everything. Walk, talk, sit, speak,
and a lot of it's in the script too. Like her being in a gray suit. You never put someone who's blonde in gray.
Oh, I know.
And she was vehemently against it. Yeah, and then apparently Hitchcock's response to that was well, she can wear any color as she wants as long as it's gray.
Exactly. Well, and this is a fascinating film for me, for the way auteur theory has been battered and largely discarded. Some people are inarguable, and Hitchcock is one. He is the quintessential auteur, and it really shows in things like him telling the costume designer Edith Head exactly what he wanted for everything. And he did that for every detail in films. And in other words, the Jimmy Stewart saying, "I want exactly this," is Hitchcock doing, "I want exactly this." But of course, he did that in virtually every film as soon as he had control. So that a level of just persnickety control over every aspect of the film and having it resonate with his own personal obsessions, no matter what the story.
But the irony
manifesting in a movie that's one of the best movies about obsession, basically.
Yeah. But the irony of Hitchcock being the prime example of an inarguable figure when it comes to auteur theory is that he is such an enigmatic figure. You really people parse his movies to death to try to figure out how much of what he's saying is him, how much is whatever, right? Because he always has a bunch of writers that are doing it. How much is about himself? How much is it just kind of a lot of times he's just trolling, or the hate got in the way of what he really wants to do. So there's just a cottage industry, I feel like, of picking apart Hitchcock movies to try to even determine how much of himself he's putting on screen. Except this movie where it's oh no, it's just
yeah, I don't think there's much doubt.
This plot summary is insane. But Eileen, tell us about your first experience with Vertigo. I'm curious.
I wish I could remember. I've seen it so many times, and I honestly can't remember if it was the restoration time when they brought out all 5 of the ones that had been
late 90s, 97, I think.
Certainly the first time I saw it on the big screen. But was it available on TV? That's what I can't remember.
It was, because that's how I first saw it.
I think that I've seen it lots and lots. I think they used to run all cut to pieces, which is
I think it was one of the Turner Classic Movies ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in my memory, I had always seen it because I think it just ran fairly incessantly on television, and that's
sure. Well, I was just going to say that that 1997 there was the Obsessed with Vertigo: New Life for Hitchcock's Masterpiece, which was the documentary about the restoration, so it would have been around that time. By the way, one of the producers for that, Eileen's best buddy and former guest of the show, Joseph McBride. True heads will know.
But when you see something that early, you're not even thinking, is it a master? You're not thinking anything coherently. You're just watching something that even as a kid, when I don't get it, of course, it's just a mesmerizing experience. It's designed to be. It's designed to be.
Absolutely. From everything, including the title credits and the usage of color and the score, everything about it. It's and again, he went so art with it because he didn't think it was going to be successful. It was it was not going to be Rear Window. It wasn't going to be North by Northwest. It wasn't.
It's also just it's fascinating that if you look at like Suspicion, or if you look at like Rebecca, right? Like, you know, the classic 1940 Hitchcock. Like
the only film he won an Oscar for, and he didn't even win it. It was Selznick.
If you look at movies like that, right? It's always the wife. It's always like a man has like an obsession, and it turns to kind of curdled hatred towards a wife or like a girlfriend, or like this movie is kind of amazing because it's not there is like a side story where the guy has turned to hatred over his wife. He throws his wife off the fucking bell tower, but it's like but that's not the story we're getting. We're getting like the side story of the guy that's getting set up in order to take the fall for that.
Well, but and again, there was some, and I'm sure we'll get to it, but there's some back and forth about the reveal, the letter writing reveal of like, oh, here's what you just saw, and here's how it fits together. And some people were like, well, I don't know, that kind of tips the hand, and Hitchcock's like, no, leave it in. And I think
some
that actually
people
works.
Find Vertigo, before its masterpiece status, would kind of argue for it's got these bizarre breaks. You know, the animated sequence, for God's sake. I mean, but especially we're breaking out now into Judy's point of view that make the film kind of, it doesn't seem like Hitch, especially if you take something like Rear Window or Shadow of a Doubt as your standard. It doesn't have that taut, works like just a well-oiled machine. There's something that's loosened and made mysterious about the whole way the film is put together. That I really love, and that has always drawn me in, because
I think you're right. I think that leads to rewatchability.
Exactly.
Right. Like that leads to making it like for lack of a better term, a comfort movie, right? Something I can just throw on. I'm like, oh, Vertigo, hell yeah, great. That's awesome. And it is interesting that the dreaminess of it lends itself so well to it.
And the mystery of some of his choices. For example, so many people think in those great opening credits that's Kim Novak's face. It isn't. It's a model whose name I'm forgetting. But it leads to the question of why on earth isn't it Kim Novak's face?
Right. I mean, she's one of the all-time great faces.
I think one of you has already mentioned.
What was one of we never mind.
Yeah.
The business of having it be many women, having the guy in that bookshop who tells the Carlotta story saying there's many, many stories like this of women taken up by men, usually often very powerful, wealthy men, used, cast aside. You could tell it over and over again. And we're watching it going, well, we are telling it over again and over again. There's so many.
And it's crazy to me that Hitchcock wanted Vera Miles for this, but she couldn't do it because she got pregnant. And it's like, it's such a different movie. And
the only obsession he had that puzzles me.
Baby away.
She's a wonderful actress. She's super intelligent. She's just not glamorous. And she's not to me, she doesn't have any of what he usually, he goes from Ingrid Bergman to Grace Kelly. He's got impeccable taste in stars. And even though he doesn't love Kim Novak, he gets things out of Kim Novak that no one else ever gets again.
Yeah.
But then you're like, Vera Miles. Who would follow Vera Miles? I love Vera Miles, but I would not be driving after her in circles for hours and hours and hours.
He just doesn't have like a very hypnotic face like Kim Novak does.
Yeah, like you're right.
Yeah, exactly.
You look at Kim Novak.
Literally, Scotty doesn't want to take the case. Like even the logic. Scotty doesn't want to take the case. He totally doesn't. He's persuaded very reluctantly to go to this restaurant. The super weirdly shot scene of him seeing her for the first time, and then he's in. He sees her one time. And there's a whole scholarly article on that tiny scene, because why? He's not facing her. He's sitting at the bar looking away from her and kind of trying to side eye without being noticed. But the shot we get, he could never have seen. So that really plays into, he's already got enough of a glimpse that he builds this fantasy image of her with this, incredible halo of light that comes around her head that he can't possibly be seeing with his physical eyes. And it's just like, mwah, chef's kiss. That is so beautiful.
Yeah. I also find it fascinating, like that his name is like Scotty is kind of a name that he like takes on throughout this. Like his real name, he's like, oh, my name's John Ferguson in the beginning. And and Midge is like, oh, Johnny-O, John, like she calls him some variation of John. And he's like, oh, my friends call me Scotty. And it's like, where does that
come from?
Like my college friends or something. Like since college, so he's almost taking on like this, because then from then on, he insists that she call him Scotty, And that's the time that we most, I think maybe the roommate, or I mean the old college friend like Gavin Elster or whatever, like says at some point like, oh, Scotty or something, but like for the most part, right, like it's her calling him Scotty. And so he's like kind of taken on this persona in his empathy. He's like a different guy.
Well, there's a lot of ways that certainly Hitchcock is trying to indicate there are more splits here than Judy and Madeline.
Yeah,
right. You know, like when Elster and again, to go back to that restaurant scene when he first sees her, when Elster and Madeline exit the restaurant, they go by so that there's a perfect mirror image of the two of them. So there's a lot of, there are multiple selves we're dealing with here, and that includes him. He's the one who's had the big break, the big psychological break.
Yeah.
But he's playing downright Jimmy Stewart. So how bad could it be until we watch him actually, completely come apart of the
we're
scene?
having a break.
Yeah.
You know how I got
such great casting, because who expects to see Jimmy Stewart, at least pre-war Jimmy Stewart? You never would have seen him have a breakdown.
Having a breakdown, getting obsesso. Yeah, exactly.
Which is very interesting, because I rewatched It's a Wonderful Life this Christmas.
Yeah.
And like the post-war period for Jimmy Stewart, obviously he volunteers, he becomes like this war hero, but he comes back and it's very hard for him to reintegrate into his life. Like
he's got a raging case of PTSD. He comes back, just his eyes are completely changed because
And so it's like you like listen to him talk about that period, and he's like, no, reintegration was like an actual problem for me. Like I did go through these like dark mental periods, and it's like something about Hitchcock kind of beating it out of in multiple movies, right? Like in Rear Window too, like kind of beating it out.
Absolutely.
Anthony Mann westerns. He does all those psychologically disturbed western anti-heroes. Yeah, he has a whole new career because he just looks like, whoa, he came back a little scary.
Yeah. It's funny how that works out. Kristina, can you give us first impressions? Like, what was your first take on Vertigo when you first saw it?
Well, I read the Birds as a play. It's freshman year we watched it, and that made me kind of like discover more of Hitchcock. So the second movie that I remember watching after the Birds was Vertigo, and I was like, "Ooh,
that's heavy. That's a heavy way to start."
Wow. Yeah, that is a heavy way to start.
You gotta do the Birds one day, or
Yeah, that's a great one to start.
Get Tippy on, and she's still alive, right? I mean,
she's alive.
Fire up.
Crazy.
Kim Novak might be. I think Kim Novak is.
Kim Novak is still
definitely still alive.
Because there's that documentary, right? That was
friends of mine did that documentary. They were.
I want to see that really bad. Yeah.
Worth seeing. It's very interesting.
Yeah,
because she shows up in the documentary from '97 about the restoration. It's like, oh yeah. I mean, she still looked great back then, which was of course many years ago. So I mean, who knows? But hopefully she's doing all right. So real quick, Jimmy Stewart, the Rope, Rear Window, Vertigo. And Man Who Knew Too Much. Those are all the Hitchcock ones, right?
Yeah.
And interesting, kind of. I mean, Man Who Knew Too Much is probably the most like straightforward out of all of them, right? Yeah, so that's kind of interesting.
It's always been. It's almost been like it's always felt like a parody of a Hitchcock title to me.
Yeah.
Well, it's also what he remade. He made that in the 30s.
He made the Fear Laurie one.
But it's interesting because Harvey was like post It's a Wonderful Life, which is a deeply weird movie and very cool. So but all the the most nut stuff, with the exception of Anatomy of a Murder, with him saying panties, of course, is usually with Hitchcock.
His bra and this,
panties. You can hit undergarments bingo if you watch this Jimmy Stewart movie.
It's all about a cantilever. Wow. It's kind of a hobby for him, huh?
I probably, one of the times that we covered these Jimmy Stewart movies, I mentioned like the bit we had in Replicate about the GPS with the Jimmy Stewart boys. Take a left. Now take another left. Just being like that would be the most like distracting one. Forrest, but we got to get this plot summary. But Forrest, the first Vertigo first encounter. Vertigo.
I would say this before we started. So I mean, I when I was a kid, I would just go to yard sales and to library fairs. Like I would always get VHSs because I still had a VHS player. Still do, but at the time, right? Like when I was either up in Maine or I was like around here, I had a VHS player that I'd watch movies out because it was only like, $1 or $2. People were just giving them away at that point. DVDs were around.
Yeah.
And you could always get Hitchcock. Like every time I went. So I have like a giant collection of Hitchcock movies, both in the shed, up here on the shelf. Like I've seen pretty much all of them.
Disused VHS versions.
Yeah. Which
is kind of perfect.
I was like 10 or 12 at the time. So like in my mind, there is something. It's taken me a long time as an adult to get back into Hitchcock because in my head they're so. It's just such a landmark, I guess, of that period in my life when I was like a kid, and like those were the first real horror movies that I was like really into. So I'm like, oh, in some ways it's like kid stuff, but then rewatching all of them one at a time, kind of as
It's like
as
psychological.
I'm like, oh shit, these are like really good still.
Ooh, I watched The Exorcist before I watched a single Hitchcock movie. Ooh.
Whoa. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's yikes. All right,
Well, it
nothing to
is
add to that.
interesting that speaking of horror, the way there's this gothic horror movie implanted in the middle of Vertigo, which is, what's being enacted for Scotty, and that's the big mesmerizing thing that they give to him is we're going to basically make up this tale that's ludicrous.
It's a ghost story without ghosts, basically.
Though there's images that sort of make you go, real ghost, ooh, and a couple of sightings where, like when the woman at the hotel denies that she's ever come in, but he's seen her up there, all that jazz.
Yeah.
But the misty shot when she comes out, when she's wearing the full regalia and it's green and it's like she's coming out of his own imagination or out of the limbo between life and death. And supposedly, I don't know if you read about this, probably you did, but Hitchcock spent his entire career trying to get this movie made called Mary Rose. It's based on this play that was a kind of gothic romance about someone, I believe, trying to recover a woman who's died. And that's where he saw the shot. I mean, not the shot, but there was a stage effect of the woman coming out, and it was a green light. And Vertigo is as close as he ever gets to making Mary Rose, because it's one of the few things he ever wanted to make that no one would make. No one would agree to make for him. So
that's right. And I think he wanted to do Mary Rose-isms in Rebecca, and Selznick was like, "What are you doing? Don't do that."
Yeah, exactly. He's getting squelched over and over, so he finally gets a little bit of it into Vertigo. But it's that alone is so obsessive. I mean, he sees that when he's a young man. He's an avid theater goer, and he just spends years and years trying to get this thing made, and he's hanging on to it. What is that for him? And talk about color? What a crazy green! That green, you're just like, that green shouldn't even work, but it's perfect.
Yeah, although it kind of it is perfect. I hate that kind of green has been ruined, and it has to be a Hitchcock reference. It's in The Simpsons when Mr. Burns takes,
and he comes out.
Yeah, and he comes out and his eyes are huge, and he has that same green behind him. And
he's on drugs and he's all green.
And he slowly walks out, and Smithers sees him do the Vertigo walk.
That's right. I forgot all about that. That's true.
Until now, it never clicked for me that like that's what that was referencing.
I hadn't thought of that either. That's
yes, it is. Ooh.
But and the way Hitchcock cleverly attaches it to the neon light outside of Judy's, so he can bring it back again. But it's those lurid green. It's really remarkable, the lurid color scheme he brings into this very delicate looking film for most of the time.
They again.
Calm down.
This documentary about the restoration, it's like a half hour. You can find it pretty easily. Can't recommend it enough, because the difference between the restored version and the original version, which I guess is what I saw like on a movie channel or something along those lines, very different and like remarkably so.
Did it for that, like, because I watched an upload of the restoration version, and it was like blown away by it on Thursday, and then I rewatched it on like YouTube or whatever, and it was just like regular version.
Yeah, it's not very often I'll invest in physical media for this show. Peace and love. It just doesn't make money. But I did for this one, because I was like, this is like one of my favorites. I wouldn't mind having the Blu-ray of this. And there's like a ton of awesome features on it, so it's totally worth it.
We've had 5 super chats tonight.
That's right. Yeah.
That's super chats. Let's get some more. Let's have some super chats.
Do we need to read those? Can we move on to the plot?
No, we can move on to the plot.
Okay. Good. Can you tell what I wanted to do there?
After imagine if I did it at the Jimmy Start.
Oh God! Don't do that. Don't do that.
After a rooftop chase, which a fellow policeman falls to his death, San Francisco detective John Scotty Ferguson. See, it doesn't make any sense. Like Scotty is
why it'd be Scotty.
My friends call me Scotty.
Maybe there was two
Be a
Johns in their
hard-headed
friend
Scott.
group.
Remember that Gavin Elster tells
There you
him?
go.
Yeah.
So then that sounds like college stuff, just like with
Yeah,
some
it's college
weird
stuff.
arbitrary aspect to someone's personality, and that's your nickname for forever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're Scotty. What?
But he's like an American, so it's like, oh, you're basically you're Michael Myers. You're like Scottish enough. That retired due to acrophobia and accompanying vertigo caused by the incident. Midge, his ex-fiance, says that another severe emotional shock may be the only cure. Giving you that nice.
Yeah, that definitely do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll cure anybody.
Right, exactly.
Midge retains feelings for Scotty, but he is not receptive to her intimations.
Shut up.
But it's not just that; it's that she rejected him, and he's still hanging around. But like she was, because he's like, oh, you were the one that broke off the engagement, if I remember correctly. Like he's still holding that over her head all those years later.
So I do want to talk about Midge, but there is a theory that I hadn't heard that I never thought about, frankly, that everything that happens after him, hanging in there, baby, on the gutter, anything after that is like dying man's like last vision or dream or whatever along those lines.
Oh, that was your theory. I thought the theory was that Midge was the inspiration for Midge, the pregnant Barbie doll.
Well, maybe I don't know about that. I can't speak to that.
I mean, I never understand what that gets you. If that's
I don't get.
That's true, and then what?
Right.
What happens then?
Yeah, I mean,
he's hanging on the thing. He's hanging on like this. He's like,
hang in there.
I wish I was never born. And then you see like,
Oh my God, can you imagine if they're making a scotch or hang in there?
Yeah.
Put them on mugs.
But yeah, I thought that theory was very silly. But
I like the idea that in his mind, like this is the last dying thoughts of like a guy hanging onto a rooftop that's like about to die.
What if I got obsessed with a blonde? Okay, great.
Like he tries to stop working but goes right back to work.
Or Gene Wilder's case, a woman in red.
He's like, what if my job was fun?
You would think John's
What if I was working in the private sector? Like,
So moving on from that, Midge is, I think, upon rewatch, is one of the more interesting characters. I think,
it fulfills like a point beat kind of in all of these in a lot of the detective stuff, where there's always just either an assistant or a secretary. Or,
his girl Friday kind of. Yeah, okay.
Like there's always just, because it always has to be like, he's like the lone wolf, and then there's like a blonde woman of some kind that works for him or works with him that he like bounces ideas off of. But in this case, they have such a like there's already like an obsession kind of and a lust with her relationship to him. We're already kind of getting the psychosexual vibes from this instantaneously, because she's like, oh, I'll make sure you don't fall. Like she's this mothering attitude.
Well, she clearly cares about him.
Yeah,
but yeah, there is this weird mommy aspect to it that's a little bit like, okay.
Which, instead of just hanging that on her, which certain misogynistic critics in male theater love to do, like they really like to emphasize. I've read things about how every outfit she wears is sexless and unattractive, and I'm like, she wears these rather form-fitting little sweaters that are quite figure.
I would not agree with that. Yeah,
she is not that at all. You're crazy. But there's interesting things about how she.
Dog agrees.
It's clearly
one of the male critics.
it's really echoing the Rear Window situation. It's amazing. Yeah. Where she's kind of the Grace Kelly figure who keeps, only she doesn't look like Grace Kelly, but she keeps getting rejected, and she tries to become a girl Friday for that brief scene. Let's go. I don't need a hat. To go try to be part of his life, and it doesn't work. But there's even the same shot that Grace Kelly gets in Rear Window.
Yeah,
there's a kind of high up when he says something about you broke it off with me or something, and she gives him a look that he clearly doesn't realize that contains their whole history, and a kind of bitter, watchful look on her face, like the reason I gave you up is because you were clearly not responding to me, really not in love with me, and still hoping that something can happen, that she can make him see her differently. That's of course the disastrous
she's not like, she's very much not a one-dimensional character, and she has this intuitive thing where she guesses the entirety of this. Like he does not give her any information really besides the Carlotta Valdez thing. She guesses the whole like plot.
He knows early. Yeah.
Exactly.
How nonsense. She tries to call him back to reality. That's the most moving thing for me. She can tell he's losing it. And so she does this, let's bring humor back in, which will help you come back to sanity by doing that portrait. Like if you could just laugh at this, this is ridiculous. The Carlotta story is ridiculous. The whole thing's ridiculous. And I'll paint myself into it as a witty way of saying, look at me in this object of desire thing. And
which is a clear commentary when you're not dickmatized, you know?
Yeah.
Somebody dickmatized by Jimmy Stewart.
He also drives past his house and sees her leaving, and she's like, oh, like what have you done? Like, you're clearly falling into this.
Yeah.
She can tell just by him like coming outside and being like, oh, where'd you go? Like, cause he hesitates and gets involved with the person he's supposed to be tailing, which is kind of the one thing. I mean, unless she literally jumps off something, like you're supposed to tail. You're not supposed to get involved with. I mean, everybody does in all these movies, but like, you're just
ideally you're not. Yeah, you're not supposed to. Yeah, be a participant.
I mean,
tailing someone.
that Barbara Bel Geddes is there to represent. That's what a really ideal girlfriend would be like, if only you were a mature enough man to value her. But you want a kind of really almost teenage fantasy of the perfect woman circa 1958, or maybe even now, for all I know. And you go herring off after this fantasy, and nothing can bring you back once you start. Yeah.
And he slips right back into being like a college student again as soon as he sees his friend who's playing him. And you can tell he's playing him. And even the filmography shows you in that moment, he's standing tall while Jimmy Stewart is
Jimmy Stewart.
And there's like towering over him. And you can already, there's that power dynamic shift that's happening in that scene.
Anyway, Midge got done dirty. She could do better.
Oh, she can do better. If only she will. Yeah.
Gavin Elster, greasy Gavin of San Francisco, an acquaintance. He becomes mayor later. The acquaintance from college asked Scotty to follow his wife Madeline, claiming that she had been behaving strangely. Scotty follows Madeline to the grave of Carlotta Valdez, 1831 to 1857, at the Mission San Francisco Diocese, and to the Legion of Honor Art Museum, where she gazes at the portrait of Carlotta. A local historian, got to be one of the best characters. That local historian guy.
He knows where all the bodies are buried, literally.
Yeah. I love that line. I want to know. He's like, I want to know who shot who in 1857 at the Los Escudero or whatever.
You're like, I got you, fam.
A local historian explains that Carlotta Valdez committed suicide. She had been the mistress of a wealthy married man and born his child. And the otherwise childless man kept the child and cast Carlotta aside. Carlotta, who Gavin fears is possessing Madeline, was Madeline's great grandmother. That's the moment where you have to know it's bullshit.
Straight out of Scooby Doo, right? Which of course it wasn't around yet. But yeah,
give it 10 years,
yeah, exactly. A little early on that train. So that's the conceit, right? Is that it's her great grandmother that's possessing her.
But somehow she doesn't know the story of her own great grandmother. Just like it's all
on the deathbed. The mother was worried that she would do something crazy if she knew the story of her great grandmother. So she's like, I got to tell you a secret, Gavin Elster, soon to be governor of California. Gavin Elster, I got to.
We were watching it last night on stream when I was doing laundry. So.
Got it. He was what makes it even funnier of a reference. He was mayor of San Francisco first, which I was unfortunately there for. Scooby Doo, yes, was mayor of San Francisco. Yes, it was a pro Scooby snack platform.
He's like, really Valley.
Ultimate superpowers.
But he's like, but no. So I feel like that's when I knew it was bullshit. Kind of, and like in my head, I'm just like, yeah, that's like so. On her deathbed, the mother tells you, "Oh, don't tell my daughter." But this lady you don't know about. That's like
she's a descendant of a whore. What?
She's a descendant of the Mad Carlotta, and I named her Madeline, so you could know she's the Mad Carlotta lady.
Exactly, Mad's in the name, right?
Because in that scene, she's like the sad Carlotta. Then she becomes the Mad Carlotta, and then the next thing it's like Madeline. and then it's like, oh, all right, Madeline, like
It's really it's pretty out there, but you got to think about the time period, right? I mean, this is like 1958.
People were believing in possessions. People were
Well, and
believing
it's
in
also
exercise,
something
the Catholic Church, you know.
It's something Hitchcock
pre-Columbo.
does again in other films where there's a long explanation.
Yeah.
That he was very aware of what fans demanded, and that was one of the things. But that you're not even supposed to care. It's sort of like the explanation. It's at the end of Psycho, and you're like yada yada yada, whatever. You know, that's not where the emotional or psychological heart of the film is. So you're just like, whatever gets it going, fine.
Well,
you feel like you have to
Hitchcock
spin
gives
the tail,
you-
fine.
Hitchcock gives you that information because we like long before the actual climax of the film, where the actual suspense is, what you're actually waiting for. Hitchcock is just like, oh, we're going to give you, which was a bold decision at this time. We're going to just give you the story of what, like the plot that was pulled on Jimmy Stewart. So you know that. So then the next part that happens is far creepier because you know that somebody kind of being split into two by Jimmy Stewart's own fantasies, like fantasy and reality. And it's like, does he like, when does he find out? When does he know? Like that's where the actual suspense is, not this plot that's, you know, just kind of convoluted.
Well, even more importantly, that even if we're wised up, we're in it too. As Hitchcock always brings the audience in. You're staring just as fascinated at Kim Novak staring at the portrait of Carlotta, even if you're not buying it. It's just so it's so hypnotic. You're just like, I don't even care if it's real.
Well, it's a completely different deployment of the bomb on the room philosophy because the audience is in on something. You know, if you're paying attention, that the characters are not. Right, and that's and he's deployed so well in so many different ways. You know, think about the narrative tension in something like Psycho versus when he's being questioned by the cops and whatnot, and Rope, where it's like, oh, there's a little body like on the screen, but people don't realize it. Things along those lines. But in this case, it's all he's being played. We don't really understand why. But it's doesn't this seem fishy? Like, where's your critical thinking skills?
And
the answer is not in his pants.
He can work on so many levels, and one level in this that it's not as dominant as in Rear Window. In Rear Window, you can read the whole thing as a commentary on this is how cinema works. Everyone knows it. All of those rectangles that are shaped like screens that are apartment windows across the way, and we can't stop watching voyeuristically any more than Jimmy Stewart, and that's how cinema works, and yada yada yada. Here you got a more subtle version of it, in that we're going to watch, Kim Novak as Madeline do anything because she's so much of the star that's been constructed by men, right? And then when we watch the process of Judy being reconstructed, we are longing almost as much as Jimmy Stewart. When her hair is still down and she's got everything else, you feel the frustration. Not just through him, because it's like that's not how Kim Novak wears her hair. She either has a short cut or it's always up off her neck.
And she purposely has, it's like she has a kind of clumsy way of her makeup getting done as like the brunette character too. It's like
you find yourself longing for her to
Hitchcock
be
brunette.
Madeline / Kim Novak star that we know at some level is constructed, but at another level we're like, construct away. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, because it's great, because it's elegant. Yeah, of course.
Oh,
seeing her as a brunette after basically joining in the Jimmy Stewart stalking convention for that amount of time. Seeing her as a brunette, it feels off. Like you want her to get fixed up because it's like you're left feeling like something about this isn't right.
Yes,
right.
Even though this is supposed to be the real Judy, it's like that's not right. Yeah, exactly.
Well, and it's so interesting that it was on the page. It was on the page too, because again, usually when you're like that blonde, you would not dress in gray, but the gray and the blonde was described as if an apparition. Coming out of the fog, and it works.
Wearing white after Labor Day, like, come on now, blondes don't wear gray.
Well, and Kim Novak didn't want to do it, right? And was like flat out said so to the great costuming person. I can't remember her name right now, but she's fantastic. She's like, anyway, but like that's what
She's like, I'm
any
not
color
going
she
to
wants
the
as long
Met
as it's
Gala
gray.
looking bland.
Well, because that's the thing, Hitchcock was so. Like he would want Edith Head is who I'm thinking of, the costume designer. She's so famous for so many different movies. So many like iconic looks over the years for just like decades and decades and decades, all over the place. He dressed everybody, men and women, I might add. But he even wanted to control how they looked at the award shows, like things like that. You know, it was like that level of like,
but there was
I
also
want them
the
to be
issue of
pretty.
part of Kim Novak's star persona, and maybe based on some sort of reality, her favorite color was famously lavender. And so Hitchcock puts her in some lavender here and there, including that the loudest version of lavender you're ever going to get, which is Judy's dress that she wears back to the restaurant where he first saw Madeline looking stunning in an emerald green and black outfit. She looks awful because that particular color of overly purple lavender looks awful against that bordello red wallpaper at the restaurant at Ernie's. So there's all these layers of, oh, all right, let's give her back her stupid purple and she'll never look worse in her life. And then she's gonna look in the sea.
Edith had movies that we've done. Sunset Boulevard is a big one that we've done, and The Birds, which we got to redo because it was only that I was on. But other movies that she's done, she did all of the Audrey Hepburn ones.
So she dressed her for Breakfast at Tiffany's then.
She did Jane Wyman in Lost Weekend too. That's a classic look. Double Indemnity.
Grace Kelly ones.
Yeah, Barbara Stanwyck.
Her last big Oscar, she got 8 Oscars. Her last one was The Sting. She dressed Robert Redford in The Sting.
That's right. She did Veronica Lake in the 2 best Veronica Lake movies, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean she's absolutely like a legend in that field.
Yeah,
for sure. And but it was funny because like she was also a woman in the middle.
Arguments. The director wants it, but at least Kim Novak did say they never follow up with the story of when she finally sees the gray suit. It is such a beautiful that she's like, oh, if I'm gonna wear that,
I get it. Yeah,
I don't mind. So
kind of gray.
Yeah.
And then they like put on white after.
But I just think it's impressive.
How shocking is it, the number of women in that gray suit that we see? Variations, slight. What is that all about? It's clearly like anyone can buy this look. Anyone.
It's become iconic, right? Because it's something that was unorthodox at the time, but it's become iconic because of this movie. And I love that it was like straight up on the page. Like this is like the character design, if you will, is like straight up on the page. She looked like she walked straight out of the fog. It's like, oh, that nailed it.
Well, yeah, but then isn't it disturbing to find when you find out you can go buy it at a department store?
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
There's nothing tricky about they show the blonde, you know, when he's with Judy in her nightmarish lavender purple outfit at Ernie's, and a woman comes in a version of the gray suit with her hair pulled up elegantly in the same blonde doing for a minute. He's like, oh my God. And you're like, it's a look that anyone could buy. It's a manner anyone. If you look at the end of All About Eve, the haunting thing is a woman, you know, when it's Eve trying to take on the role of Margot Channing, she's got to spend ages working her way into the role of being a star. By the end, there's a young woman who's just going to put on the clothes, stand in front of a multi-plane mirror, and now you get 1,000 new stars because anyone can do it. This idea of people are consuming stars, they are constructed in Hollywood, you can make this happen, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how true that is, but there's a kind of nightmare capitalist society vision that's subtly functioning in Vertigo, which is amazing to me. He's actually dangerously undercutting an idea of how beautiful, how mysterious, how perfect she is. Oh, wait. Here's another version.
But there's like a meta commentary on it later in the movie too, like where it's also like, you know, so it works. It works on multiple levels, and it works in reality as well.
Version in the meta commentary, like the fit is like until he finally does the thing where he pulls her hair up, like the fit is awkward the entire time. It's like,
and you're supposed to find it maddening, like he does. Yeah.
But it's so effective because it is annoying because you're like, oh no, you're so close to getting to this.
Yeah,
exactly.
You're so close. Well, because when you first see her, it's like obviously she's still hot, but it's like, what is this? What we got going on here? Did you not
potentially
expect to see
hotter
anyone
because
today?
again, you know,
Like-
she hated to wear underwear. It's well known about Kim Novak, and in that scene, he lets her go no underwear, which is
all right.
You know, pretty shocking for 1950.
Yeah. I mean, 50s, man, 58.
Well, underwear reminds him too much of Midge, so he's like,
Maybe it's just too much underwear altogether.
I think it's and this kind of gets into what you wanted to talk about, which we can keep going over this, but it's such a liminal. San Francisco is such a liminal place at this time.
Mm-hmm.
It's like and they comment on it obsessively throughout this. It's like the Gavin Elster guy is like, "Oh, I miss the old and another line, they're like the old gay San Francisco, which is about to become again." But
I mean, I'm like, I'm in the 60s. You got live a little bit, stay with us a little bit longer. The 60s and 70s, it'll be.
I got about 5 more years, son.
Yeah.
Like
It's just gayer. How do
the
you
old
live this full
Bohemian
potential
days.
of gay?
Gay San Francisco, like
Unless they've been happy.
They're hinting around. They're hinting around this thing the entire time, which is that it's been transformed from the old style, kind of more mysterious, kind of ethereal place, which I think California in general kind of holds that place still for us as like this. I mean, Conan being from there, maybe it's like that, but there's like a pull west.
No, it tracks. It tracks. I mean, not all of it. Believe me, California's huge, but like the Bay Area for sure.
Yeah, and all that mist and fog and the eerie beauty that it once had before it was destroyed.
Before it was taken over by the Borg.
Yeah,
pulling you west, and like that's been the story of American settlement, right? Like it pulls you towards that direction, and there's something ethereal about it, and there's something that many people try to capture and just can't kind of capture. And
well, absolutely, and that's why this is like on any list of, first of all, great location movies, but certainly great location in Bay Area and San Francisco specifically movies. You start with Vertigo, because it really does capture that. Hitchcock loved San Francisco because it reminded him of Paris at the time, in the way that no other American city did.
Yeah,
and I think that comes across, and it comes across so interestingly as a time capsule of 1958. Again, pre-60s. This is pre-Hate Street. This is pre hippie revolution.
Yeah,
and
it's the beat poet.
Exactly. It's more that, and we rarely see that depicted in such a way where the locations themselves are such a big part of the movie, which is funny because Hitchcock famously loves sets more than anything. He loved completely controlling the environment, do it in the studio, build everything so you can control every part of it. But just one of the great exterior location movies. Period.
And he seemed to feel, a great love for Northern California in general. He keeps going back there to do locations. Shadow of a Doubt is,
Birds.
The Birds.
He ended up moving. I can't remember if it was. I think it was San Francisco. He ended up moving to California and just kind of living there. Like he lived out his days at least for like a long.
Well, in California, fetishization in movies is not new, but it's usually LA. It's usually Southern California, and that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why when they did this restoration, it premiered at the Castro because it was like, oh yeah, well, also it's a quintessential SF movie.
There was a time in California, 1967 that existed. Yeah,
right, exactly. Yeah,
it's often either from the middle of the country over to California, which a lot of directors, right? Like a lot of times people, at least at this time, like in early Hollywood, a lot of times people are from like they are from Kansas, or they're from Illinois, or they're from like Indiana. Like a lot of people that end up in Hollywood, there's kind of like this trail between the the Midwest, which is where because that's classic Americana, that part of the country, even though it's boring and shit. But it's like they would all end up in that's the star making factory pretty much. It's like we can take a kid from the plainest part of the Midwest and right into California. It's rarer that you get somebody from Europe kind of coming in and showing their depiction to this level, at least like San Francisco in this movie as a character onto itself.
Yeah. Because for those that don't know, for some reason, Alfred Hitchcock being English foundationally from Essex, right? But I feel like he's. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to quickly say, so many English people, because of their weather, adore Southern California. Absolutely love it.
Because it's nothing like where they came from.
Yeah, and Hitchcock
Does
he ever do anything in Southern California, Hitchcock?
I don't think so.
I don't think the atmosphere is there. I don't think he thinks it's atmospheric.
If I remember correctly, he moved San Francisco. Like he moves outside of San Francisco and he just he pops himself down and he doesn't leave. Like.
I think so. I think that's right. Yeah,
he was in self-imposed exile essentially. Like and then kind of in a second exile because they kind of moved him to TV. like to kind of purposely disrespect him at that point. It's like we're showing.
But then he ended up like,
no. He's the bold. He's the guy who's not afraid of TV.
I was gonna say he was not lowering himself
He's
doing
doing
TV.
TV in the mid '50s when he's doing some of his greatest movie hits.
He was elevating the art. Do you remember Psycho? In Psycho, he was used his TV crew
using his
in
TV.
Psycho.
But
that's how much they had online.
They at first at least try to belittle that because like the term, like I was watching Siskel and Ebert and they were talking about how the term master of, and they obviously both loved this movie, but they're talking about how there's a belittlement to the term master of suspense rather than the term something like, like master of filmmaking, master of cinema, something like that. They were talking about at least, Siskel, I don't know how much Siskel's like sometimes I just feel like he says stuff, but it's like yeah.
Well, he was the exception that proves the rule, though.
Yeah.
Hitch is one of the greatest PR people ever for him.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. When he's in America and cares the most about being a popular filmmaker, that's all he's selling. But then this other part of him desperately wants to be part of the Euro art crowd especially when it's on the rise in such a big way, and he wants that too. That's quite a thing to get going because he's the one who spends all this time ginning up the master of suspense thing more than anybody.
Maybe for his own
mythologizing. It's
the number
mythologizing.
of essays he wrote and interviews he gave, and he was just brilliant at PR.
Well, and again, to the point that the one of the things people would focus on with him that again he didn't exactly have like the best physique, he made into a strength and his trademark. Gotta reiterate that because he would have killed it in social media, frankly.
Oh yeah, he would have had because he had like when you think of what a director looks like or like someone who really utilizes like look, it's like Alfred Hitchcock. You think of Alfred Hitchcock presents like I mean with like Martin Scorsese and Steven Spielberg, he's got the hat and all that, but Alfred Hitchcock gave himself a look where it's like suit and tie,
the Undertaker suit that he always wore.
Yeah, so it's like perfect.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Maybe I think I fell for his own self mythologizing because that part of the story only works when he's had that like massive like when he's doing the best films he's ever done after doing TV. Like though they tried to exile me to TV and I'm back. Like that's the only time that line worked.
Well,
I mean, did you really try that? That's amazing. That's hilarious.
It's so good on him because other than Orson Welles, ironically, I can't think of anyone else that's like been better
it was Walt
just
Disney.
like writing his.
Hitchcock was a huge admirer of Walt Disney because Walt Disney was so unafraid and so into experimentation, and he went right for television. So Hitchcock's like,
if only
Disney knows.
Today's Disney understood that.
Yeah, well, that's a different conversation. All right.
But however, Madeline does not notice or remember the places she has visited while ostensibly possessed. Big SAT word there.
I use ostensibly all the time. What are you talking about?
No, I say it all the time too. Scotty trails her to Fort Point and rescues her after she jumps into San Francisco Bay.
Okay, we got to pause on that because that's one of the most iconic location shoots like in any movie ever. Fort Point, which is a place you can go to still, and it looks pretty much exactly the same. It's like when people think of Vertigo, that's one of the things they think of, right? It's just like the thought of like
it's the Presidio.
Standing there at the end of the
about
Presidio. You see the Golden Gate Bridge going, right? We all know the scene, and it's also one of those things like, oh yeah, he's creeping. He's basically creeping at this point. He's following her.
Because we follow the TLC reference.
We follow him. He's in his car, and we're with him in the car. Essentially, we're watching him. He's sitting in the car. He's watching her just put flowers into the water. Like he loves me, he loves me not style. And we're just watching him, and then he slowly gets out of the car. It starts creeping. He almost has like the like at some points there, he almost has like the Night of the Hunter kind of feeling to his like he's
very stalkery for sure.
And it presents as such. And it presents in such in a way that we're asked to empathize with him, but also sort of like maybe question like, well, this is kind of
what do you bring
us crossing a line here?
Yeah. Well, part of it is that Hitchcock makes us complicit in it. Like we're along with whatever Jimmy Stewart decides to do. We're along for the ride. Like there's no turning back. Like every day, whatever he's doing, he's watching her go in here, he's following her, he's doing all this stuff. We're kind of stuck doing the same thing Jimmy Stewart's doing. I want to turn the movie off.
Was it a podcast? I don't think you did that.
The next day, Madeline stops to deliver a letter of gratitude to Scotty, and they spend the day together. Skips right over the fact that he brings her to his house, to his apartment,
undresses her completely.
Yeah. And then she wakes up.
They
And
play
this-
little boys to men. I'll make love to you.
and he has that nice green cardigan on. But no, he has this like I mean, it's a very creepy. But there's no sign that he's ever like, huh, maybe this is bullshit. Like maybe the fact that she does not seem to really react when she wakes up and realizes she's like naked in his bed and he's kind of walking in staring at her like. Maybe I'm being set up for something here. Like that doesn't even cross his mind.
No, he's too far gone.
He's more of a spell.
At that point. And so
he's more to the spell than Bell Buck and Candle. Same year, by the way. Same year.
I know.
Yeah.
Anyone who's
What's
ever
going on
been
with
in
these
love,
two? They're doing all these films
this should
together.
resonate. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, so and he's even taken the hair clips out of her hair. Like that's the level of it's like running fingers through.
You know, if a male character was doing that movie today, he would be considered gay.
I mean, maybe. I think you just consider like a rapist, but
anyway, moving on.
But it's like no, but throughout that whole scene, she's like, "Well, if I was taken home, I wouldn't have met you." And it's like, it is like pure fantasy. It's pure like it's what you would want, like for that person to say at that moment. When you're that far gone, it's like
it's buying into a story. It's a frame device, right? Like it's exactly. It's not meant to hold up to like strict scrutiny, like we're giving it right here. But
before we go on, can we just talk a bit about the driving scenes? There are
so can't wait to get to it. Yeah,
and such lengthy driving scenes that I can't believe studio executives weren't watching the rushes going, what the fuck?
Yeah, cut out this driving. They're just driving. Nothing's happening.
This many, and as Forrest already mentioned, not only are there all the left turns, which of course make you quickly realize, oh, he's going in a circle. It's the vertigo shape again. We have to get into the whole design of the film that way. But just what is that doing there? And all you can think of it, again, you're just supposed to be, you're getting more and more hypnotized along with him. The rhythms of the driving are so slow and strange.
And some of the like I noticed, at least watching the Blu-ray version, or like the restored version, some of the driving scenes, not all of them, some of them are so clearly on a studio set.
Absolutely.
So
they have like a surreal.
And you can see the thing behind it, and it doesn't match up to like but it builds the feeling that you're in a dream, or like the feeling that you're in this weird fantasy where he's in the car and his motions don't even match what you're seeing behind him.
Right.
Well, and also, so there's a lot of people that were trying to this, saying, "Oh, they're driving on the wrong side of the road." But when they're driving to the old mission, which is of course later on,
so many one way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's what they show on the right side of the road, but it's actually split. It's a split highway.
Yeah.
So
they're filming in the UK.
But it's not. But again, there's two lanes that go one direction and a different two lanes that go the other direction.
Right.
But if you don't know that, it just adds to that sort of dreamlike effect of like,
strange
what the heck? Like what is happening here? Like doesn't seem it. You're forced to be like, is this a dream? Is this reality? So on in a very subtle way.
Mm-hmm. So I think that just helps but then by the time you get to that very strange scene when he's addressed her and she wakes up, you've already gone through this process of hypnosis that the driving was part of, and it's just like, no, we're all in now.
It's also, there are times where you're left with them in the car for such an uncomfortable amount of time. That it's
absolutely.
Like it leads you through this thing. Like there's multiple scenes where you don't know what the fuck Jimmy Stewart's gonna do to her.
Right.
And you're stuck with them in the car and you're watching them both react to it. And it keeps flipping between seeing above them driving where it's like the real driving scenes and then the driving scenes where it's clearly he's like on a studio set. And it's like all of that together is kind of spliced. So you're left with deeply uncomfortable long periods of time. All right. So we have a bit of a movie like the next day, Madeline stops to deliver a letter of gratitude to Scotty, the wandering Scotty. And they spend the day together. They travel to Muir Woods and Cypress Point on 17 Mile Drive, where
beautiful drive in reality, by the way, and so definitely deployed to this movie. It has not been done better. Like and that is a really gorgeous area.
People love doing the fucking redwoods. They love being like,
it's
look, redwoods.
It's pretty incredible.
They're old.
Save the redwoods.
Like me, owls, just like these redwoods.
Well, and right, exactly, and you get other aspects of it too, where the rings that like, okay, this is this point of history, this is another point of history, and then she's like, oh well, I
He's
was
remembering
born here and I died there. As like
remembering halfway through that she's supposed to be Carlotta. She's like, oh, I was born.
Oh, what do you mean? What are you right here?
Wow, that's crazy. What do you mean?
That's crazy talk.
I thought you were 25. What do you mean you're 130?
But it's a good use of the rings as the identifiers for like epochs of time and ages of time,
and also more kind of male carelessness and brutality. They go, oh yeah, we can go back to before the Crusades, and then somebody just chopped it down in 1930.
Yes, chopped it down. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Stewart gives the famous line, "I've crossed oceans of time to find you."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
The next day,
gorgeous stuff in the Muir Woods and Cypress Point. 17 Mile Drive's amazing. If you ever have a chance to do it, you should do it.
Next day, Madeline recounts a nightmare, and Scully identifies it as the setting of Mission San Juan Bautista, Carlotta's childhood home. And she's so clearly like memorized everything in there, and he's just so hypnotized by that point that he
just wants to see her talk at this point.
Yeah,
right?
she's like, oh, and then there's a thing there and a thing there, and then that's where the horse is. Like, oh, I've been there.
Oh, it doesn't. The horses are. I went on a field trip in 5th grade to Mission San Juan Bautista, and it was great.
Really?
But it was way before I saw Vertigo and knew who Hitchcock was.
Well, so they ripped down the bell tower. Like they had to rebuild the bell tower. That part of it.
The bell tower has long been gone.
Yeah. Carlotta's childhood home. He drives her there, and they express their love for each other. Madeline. That scene is like, the lines in the scene are great because it's like. She's like, because I remember as a kid, I remember watching this movie. This is the part that I remember watching when I was like 10 or 11 or 12. And I remember they're sitting there and she's like, even if this ends and you never see me again, just know I wanted to stay with you. I wanted to love you. And I was like, don't let the bitch go into the fucking chair. Right. Put her back in the car. And she's like, what do you mean you want to go back to the church? And she's like, I got to go alone. And it's like, don't let her do that.
Right.
I don't know. I just remember being a little.
That really has the quality of a nightmare.
Yeah.
It's like he can't move to effectively block her. You're right. The thing to do is hold on to her and be like, nope, we're leaving. And
later in the movie, he's fine grabbing her and all like. But he drives her there and they express their love for each other. Madeline suddenly runs into the church and up the bell tower, asking Scotty not to follow her. I promise I'm not going to jump from the bell tower. Oh, I promise me she's not going to jump from the bell tower. I believe her. And then Scotty runs after her, but is halted on the steps by his fear of heights. He never thought you'd see that again, and sees her plunged to her death.
Okay, so we got to talk about the dolly shot because first of all, they built it as a model. So they couldn't do it in reality. This is the first of this type of shot that we're not very used to seeing. And this was very much done in such a way to show the concept of vertigo, like what that would feel like to someone who was having it. Ripped off so many times, 100,000 times in so many movies, usually to lesser effect.
And a lot of people remember the version in Psycho more than this one. Strangely.
Absolutely, yeah. For good reason.
The much imitated vertigo effect was achieved by a combination of zooming forward and tracking backward simultaneously. After much trial and error, filming on a full-size set proved impossible, so they used a large-scale model of a staircase. Turned on its side, it was filmed by special effects cameraman John Fulton to make the audience feel as dizzy as Jimmy Stewart.
It really works on the big screen.
Bernard Herrmann
Bernard Herrmann's great, but let's move on. We got 10 minutes left to do the plot, so let's get going. We're doing too many pauses. Bernard Herrmann, great. We're not talking about him right now. An inquest into Madeline's death declares it a suicide, although the coroner rebukes Scotty for not doing more to save her.
One of the funniest Hitchcock scenes of all time. That's a scene like I wish I could see with like an audience because I feel like that would crack me up.
It was like Max Cady in the movie theater in Cape Fear 1991.
The judge is just like the judge the whole time is like, well, your own weakness is a man.
If it hadn't been for your weakness.
He just rips him apart. By the way, Cape Fear 1991 opening credits homage to Saul Bass's own work in the opening credits of Vertigo.
Yeah.
That's why I mentioned Cape Fear.
Yeah, oh yeah, sure. Yeah. You did that intentionally.
I love the line where he says, well, the law doesn't say much about things left undone.
Yeah. No, I mean, this guy's it's a great soliloquy. He's basically like, well, sucks that this happened. This guy kind of sucks too, but I guess we can't really press charges. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. This is
really hard.
The whole time you can see
right in front of him.
He's like,
yeah.
Oh man. Oh, fuck.
Gavin also does not fault Scotty, but Scotty becomes clinically depressed and is sent to a sanitarium in an almost catatonic state.
Like this.
Following his release, he frequents the places that Madeline visited, often imagining that he sees her. By the way, I guess we're just going to not mention Midge here. Okay, but yeah.
Yeah, well, Midge erasure.
Yeah, Midge erasure yet again. Yeah. Must be written by a man.
I love
balding man, no less. What does he know?
Wait, I didn't do anything. No.
Yeah, I mean,
I love when he says Mozart, Wolfgang Amadeus.
Yeah. And then the different musics supposedly for different ailments or whatnot, and
which is what you do for little kids when you want your little kid's brain to work good. There's there's play Mozart, play classical music. It's like it improves the brain, and I feel like this is like the adult version of that. And they're like, oh, don't worry, he'll get smart again if you play Mozart.
Well, it's also a heartbreaking ending because we're never going to see Midge again. And Midge says, it's all right, Mother's here. So she's accepted this role that he accused her of earlier on that didn't seem really fair to me. But now she's accepted it and says, Mother's here, but then Mother isn't here. We never see her again. She's gone.
Mother's here. She was never seen again.
She was never seen in this man's life again.
So following his release, he frequents the places Madeline visited, because that'll help. Often imagining that he sees her. Great. Let's not blast past that. That's some great obsessive filmmaking. Right?
As a kid, I was so blown away by it because I kept being like, "Oh, there she! Oh, what do you mean? That's not her!"
It's very effective. Very effective. One day, he notices a woman on the street who, although superficially very different, reminds him of Madeline. He follows her into her apartment, super stalkery, where she identifies herself as Judy Barton from Salina, Kansas.
And she keeps trying to get him to leave the apartment, and he's like, "Oh, I just want to ask you a few questions." He doesn't even do that. Exactly. He does another thing where he's like, "I'm a police officer," and I was
no. He's just the horned up dude.
Yeah. And she's like, "What? I remind you of somebody?" Which, again, it's because I mean, obviously we're being it's being laid thick on us as much as anything else. I mean, they're about to do the big reveal, but it's like she's like, "What? I remind you of someone you used to know that you were in love with," and he's like, "Yes, actually. How did you?"
Now you're just somebody that I used to know. The fact that people thought that song was great back in the day is funny as hell.
We got it.
A flashback reveals that Judy was the person Scotty knew as Madeline Elster. She had been impersonating Gavin's wife in an elaborate murder scheme.
Talk about a twist.
Gavin took advantage of Scotty's fear of heights to substitute his wife's freshly killed body in the apparent suicide jump, air quotes.
Which we never even get well, I mean, it would ruin the thing, but even during this, it's like,
we're going to cut some of the driving scenes? How dare you?
But it's like, no, but even this, we never really get a good look at, how much did the wife even look like?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Again, it's another of these interchangeable women things. Yeah.
Judy writes a note to Scotty confessing her involvement in the plot, but tears it up and decides to continue the charade because she loves him. Good usage of a charade, by the way. Great movie. That very much homages this as well as
you're telling me this was all a charade?
Yeah, exactly. Again, controversial. Some people thought it should be taken out. I think it actually makes the movie better, personally. And it's a rare time where explaining something actually makes the movie better.
Oh, it's an absolute necessity. And the shift to her point of view, it just has to happen. Otherwise, her agony and the tragic irony can't work by the end.
Yeah, but also they took it out. You would just be like, okay, what the fuck? What do you mean? What plot was I just watching?
Yeah. Well, because then it makes you re-examine what what you've seen before and what you were thinking of when you saw it, right?
Well, the bold part of it, right, is putting it there and not putting it in the bell tower when she could be like, all right, we did this to you, blah blah blah. Like putting it, like telling us as an audience, it's pretty like it's bold to tell us way before the climax actually happens.
Well,
so we sit there squirming for the next 30 minutes.
And it's emotionally important because we've been pretty locked with Scotty for a lot of this, other than those Midge moments where we sympathize with, we get an insight into Midge. But now it's going to be Judy's Agon. And, Hitchcock is considered this big misogynist, but he did so many important portraits of suffering women who are suffering at the hands of men. Notorious is one, Marnie is one. He returns to this again and again. So this is where the movie really shifts to at least a dual portrait. And a lot of the time we now see how cruel Scotty is in a way that we didn't really, we've sort of seen him as being the dupe of this. And now it's like, no, he's the cruel perpetrator as well.
And he doesn't even know what the fuck happened to him. Like he's slowly figuring it out, I think. But like,
right, it takes him ages. It takes him way longer. Yes.
This could just be Judy Barton, and he's like torturing her.
Well, exactly, because that's one of the things. It's like we're with him, but it doesn't mean he's right. He's wrong about things all the time.
Well, but this makes us partly with her.
It's a different day, people. Get over it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Kristina?
Monday. I hate Mondays, and I love lasagna.
Jimmy Stewart's Garfield, exactly.
So the two begin seeing each other, but Sky remains obsessed with Madeline and asks Judy to change her clothes and dye her hair to resemble her.
Yeah, I love you. You're perfect. Now change.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
Wow, you look just like the girl that I used to know, but not enough.
definitely a trope that hasn't been overplayed in movies. After she complies, he notices her wearing the necklace betrayed in Carlotta's painting. Realizing the truth, he drives Judy back to the mission.
Okay, wow. So there's like a lot of movie that happens between those two sentences.
They go to Ernie.
But
then go to Ernie's again. She loved Ernie.
Well, there's a whole process of her trying to get him to love her as her. So once again, we've got this reality check woman, a woman who's this is, being presented as much as there's themes that are self-reflexive about movie making. Basically the plot is Judy's a real woman who wants to be loved as a real woman. It's Midge's problem all over again, and you can't ever get Scotty to have any appreciation for a real woman.
Yeah, he's too into AI women.
Yeah, you know what we did? Kind of like how the new Scream movie dabbled with AI. They can do remake Vertigo with AI.
I'm just too into chatbots, Mitch. I just can't do it.
That'd be the modern remake. Lord help us. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
This woman gives me everything I want, Mitch. She's on my computer.
All right. So back to the mission, everybody. Back to the mission.
So there he tells her that he must reenact the event that led to his madness, and that he now knows that Madeline and Judy are the same person, with Judy having been Gavin's mistress before being cast aside, just as Carlotta had been. History repeats itself, y'all.
Yeah, and there's a lot of this unspools fairly quickly, considering how much of a dupe he's been almost the entire movie. And that's a common complaint levied against the movie, that it all happens very suddenly at the end. But I think it makes sense. Again, and I don't.
I think it makes it.
Right, well, yeah. So I was going with that is that like Midge's homage / only way to get through to him how obsessed he got of painting the painting with the necklace. That is like the key to like why him recognizing the necklace on her like works. I think because unless you get that, and why it would be upsetting to him, right? Like, and that's a small piece of ephemera, but again, great production design, great costuming.
He's turned real real hard. He's pulling her up the stairs, and he's like, "That's your problem. You kept a souvenir from a killing. You never keep a souvenir from a killing.
Right.
It's not sentimental." And then it's like, dude, it took you until now to figure out there was even like a murder plot. Shut the fuck up.
Exactly. We're exactly being top cop right now.
He forces her up. He forces her up the bell tower and makes her admit her deceit. Judy confesses that Gavin paid her to impersonate a possessed Madeline and begs Sky to forgive her. He embraces Judy at the top of the tower, but a shadowy figure, a nun investigating noise, rises from the tower staircase, startling her.
Yep.
Dun, dun, dun. Judy lunges backward off the tower to her death. Scotty, worried once again, but cured of his fear of heights, stands on the ledge in shock while the nun rings the mission bell. Yeah, that'll definitely cure your fear of heights.
Yeah,
I mean,
they call
it is a shock.
They call it therapy. Like if you expose yourself to something you have a phobia of slowly over time, which is what he's doing in the beginning, like you can kind of slowly get over it once you've had a trauma. But this is like exposure therapy taken to like the maximum where
Extreme,
it's just
like
no, we're gonna throw you from a plane. That's the only way that you can.
Fear of heights. Bungee jump.
What do you think about the ending, Eileen?
I've just read quite serious takes on this where there was one critic, I wish I could remember who it was, who said, no, but in the end, his masculinity is affirmed because he gets over his fear of heights and he solves the crime. Dude, he's shattered forever. He'll never get past. He's destroyed. So getting over your fear of heights in this situation cannot help him at all. Oh my God.
There is a moment of not the end of the movie, but like in that moment where he makes it to the top of the bell tower. It is like I
made it.
Played as like a masculinity affirming moment, but it's like he loses it instantaneously once you.
Well, the whole movie is it's about taking it apart.
Yeah,
just blasting it to smithereens.
Yeah, coming in the 11th hour trying to Columbo it isn't going to really pull it off, man. I mean, it's come on. It's
supposed to be
you did extreme makeover on a stranger because you were so obsessed.
Extreme makeover, Vertigo edition.
Seeming stranger, I should say. A seeming stranger. Not that it wasn't warranted. I mean, it was one of those things where it's like, were you trying to just look as different as possible? Like, okay. But yeah, great use of the bell tower, Chekhov's bell tower, right? It's there's a rhyme to it for sure.
Ding 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 with the bell.
I think if Hitchcock had shown like the body or had any interest in showing that piece of it, maybe that would be the more expected result, right? I don't know, but for me, it's like one of the more iconic endings to a movie.
Oh,
because it's not about how close the women look to each other or whatever.
It's about a MacGuffin. All of that stuff is
Yeah.
not what matters. Oh my God. Yeah.
None of that matters. It's all about this nature of obsession and this dude's journey up, down, and all around to the detriment of everything as he gets caught in this web that he basically still doesn't really understand. I mean, he kind of gets it a little bit. And then they had this, thankfully it wasn't ever part of the actual movie, but they had this happy ending because there was a thing in certain parts of Europe that you couldn't show a villain and get away with it at the end. So they have this which is like, what? Who made that rule? Concerned moms of Poland? Like, what is this?
Yeah, it's one of those production code, idiocies, unfortunately.
Yeah. So it exists and it's available as a special feature. It's just these you see Midge hanging out. They're hanging out together wordlessly, having a drink, and you hear this radio. Oh, they're closing in on him. They're gonna arrest him now. What are we doing? What is this? Are you kidding me? That's not the point of the movie. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Thank
this
you.
Is
anyway,
not a movie
that's a stupid deleted scene that's not in the movie that I'm bitching about, by the way. Thank God.
Thank God,
Says
this is not a movie for literal-minded people.
No.
Moviegoer who gets hung up on whether it's all plausible and hangs together logically. This ain't the movie for you because it's not about that.
People really want something that's so simple and doesn't challenge them or makes them think, and it drives me nuts.
Well, and it's one of the reasons why this was considered uncommercial at the time. Too, which again, history has not only validated it; it's validated in tenfold. That even the Academy, they were like, "Yeah, we'll give you some below the line nominations," but come on, what are we doing here?
You are the first line of this award season.
It's like trying to. I mean, Lynch is obviously pretty inspired by this movie. It's like trying to decipher literally a David Lynch movie or something like Picnic at Hanging Rock. It's like you're never going to be able to fully explain it, and it's like, all right,
when I say it as definitively and canonically known as a plot guy, right? But yeah, like when it works, it really works. And in this case, it absolutely does work. And part of it's the visuals, parts of the incredible score, the Bernard Herrmann score that's happening here. Part of it is, the incredible costume design, as we've gone into at length, actually, which I'm very pleased we were able to do. The shot composition, the uses of colors, my word, the change up between like the restoration and before. It's okay, it was a different movie practically. Because the color here matters so much. Kristina, you were mentioning, thank God there's no piss yellow like there is so many modern movies where it's like, oh, don't you have anything else in your palette? Just the one, huh? Just yellow. All right, great.
Hey, if there's one thing one of my favorite makeup TikTokers is like, color theory's fun. Experimenting with color's fun. Can we please just do that again? I get it, CGI, but not everything has some CGI, and there's no reason for a low budget, drama to still be so bland. I mean, that's why I hope people come for the new Hunger Games movie, because that shit looks colorful.
Well, Barbie, right? Yeah. One of the reasons Barbie was such a shock to the system is, first of all, it shouldn't have worked. but secondly, it really leaned into, the Jacques Tati of it all, like just the bright, the bright colors, like the color palette of just being like extremely like vibrant. And we just aren't used to seeing that anymore. Everything is just washed out. Well, if it needs to be serious, it has to be like shades of gray and really dark. You can barely see what's going on.
Even Twilight, they were like, it's Pacific Northwest. Let's make everything look blue. Dabba dee dabba da,
Anyway. Letterboxd, of course, is a social media site for film lovers to talk at with and to each other about the films that they love, maybe the films they didn't love, and maybe the films that they pedantically picked apart the ending to the detriment of all, including the reader, myself. Where it's a bottom-up democracy, everyone gets to have their say. Not just Siskel's and Eberts of the world. Everyone gets to chime and opine about the movies that is best expressed for the purposes of this bit succinctly, where they are gathered by yours truly for Forrest and the rest of the panel to relate to, react to, all in real time. That's what this is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Vertigo. Let's go. Valid crash outs all around.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the secret, like valid crash out would be like, they would ship it as that name and not Vertigo.
Oh, I'm crashing out. Oh, I need some kind of energy drink to pick me up. I don't know what's going on.
Like if they remade Vertigo to see valid crash outs all around be the name of the movie. This is what happens when a man fails to develop hobbies after he retires. The Giants just moved to San Francisco, brother. Buy season tickets or something.
What a long one-liner. That's the best way to summarize that film, though.
He loves that the one guy that designed the cantilever bra has a hobby.
Cantilever. Yeah, okay.
You can help that guy. You can contact him.
Get in touch. Make a love connection. Ah, shit. Here we Vertigo again.
Jimmy Stewart gets vertigo at the thought of the cantilever bridge. Bra.
Shots were fired at the White House today, and I gotta say, again, seriously,
Vertigo again.
At this point, no one cares.
Yeah, truly.
You gotta vertigo to the polls,
Exactly. Midterms. The dolly zoom is such a cool shot. Like, fuck, man, maybe I have vertigo too.
Yeah, maybe don't be. This is when the edible kicks. You take the edible. You think you're having a good time, and then whoa.
This is like when you're watching a movie about anxiety, and it's clearly designed to get, like, Bo's afraid to give you anxiety, and you're like,
oh sure.
Well, guess I also have anxiety. Fuck, like.
Movies that make you realize, oh shit, you do have it.
That'd be a good letterbox list for sure. Nowadays, you never find this kind of parking in SF.
That's true. It's such a mouth-watering view of San Francisco that's long gone.
Not one Waymo the whole movie.
Can I tell you? I'm gonna spoil this. This is the one I laughed at the hardest.
This movie might have turned out very different if they had a Waymo that was, just driving them. Jimmy Stewart being the one driving them. Well, I don't know where the car's going.
If there were like half as many driving scenes, this movie would be an hour shorter. True.
Yeah. How do you know how they got?
No wonder the Wikipedia had to be so short, because the IMDb just had a lot of driving plots to fill in.
It works though. It's an important part of the movie.
Driving.
Fumbled the baddest bitch ever just because she was an accomplice to murder. Sad face.
Yeah, I would have. You know what? We live and let live. You know, we're starting over again.
Your Honor, she was hot.
Yeah, exactly. And who would argue, man?
Your Honor, have you seen her? Have you looked at her?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I beseech you, please look at her face.
Entitled men are scarier than ghosts.
True.
Pretty good.
Now put your hair up like that. Like the way I like it.
Alfred Hitchcock managed to make a scene where the main character takes 3 steps on a 3-foot stepladder that's scarier than 90% of all horror movies.
And you know, it's like, you know, it's the rule of 3. It's just like 1, 2,
3.
And then he's too cocky about it. He's like, whoa, wow. I'm really doing.
Exactly. It's a great scene though. It gets the point across, right? Rule 3 or not. If I was Judy, I would simply not fall in love with Scotty because Jesus Christ, he was the worst.
Scotty did.
It's like Scotty is the worst, and then slightly higher. His rear window guy, like when he's in Rear Window, is Jeff.
Yeah. Exactly. Those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Vertigo. Please follow our Letterboxd HQ account at Movie Night Extra, where we have all the Vertigo, indeed, where we have all the great episodes that we do on movies. All there. There's 10 short form content, all sorts of great related extras. Follow the show at there, Movie Night Extra. Missions on Flacco at Always Flacco. That is your host, Forrest Miller.
She's buried over there at the Mission del Flacco. Oh, that one other point I wanted to make. When the wife
While
died,
I'm back announcing the bit, really? Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna remember it otherwise. I kept trying to. When the wife dies, right, and it's the gravestone. The gravestone says "wife of Gavin Elster."
Yeah. There you go. Conan Neutron at Conan Neutron. Vertigo, get a restraining order. I had that on before any of the other discourse, by the way. I had that on for the beginning. Let the record show. ... You can follow me on Letterboxd from the highbrow, the midbrow, the populous fair. I am back on the Criterion Challenge and doing all that. So follow me along for that or anything else associated with the show or not. Vertigo or Dizziness. I'm Kristina on Letterboxd.
Because there's a distinction between the two.
There is. There's entire Wikipedia articles about this that are deep linked in the synopsis. I'm like, I ain't clicking that. I know the difference. I don't need to read it. But people are real mad about it.
Vertigo or dizziness just by reading them. You don't know.
I always think of Liza Minnelli in Arrested Development.
Oh yeah, right. The character's totally
Is it from the pills or is it from, what is it?
Great stuff. There we go. Let's hit it with the plugs, please, Forrest.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
So I got Nathan Carson of Point Line Plane, Witch Mountain, and Nano Terror Booking. Great dude, very intelligent, very thoughtful guy. Prospective guest for this very show, actually. I think he wanted to do Mandy. But I like that guy a lot. Been meaning to have him on for years. Great first episode back for, I don't know, month and a half, however long I was gone. So that's up in the general feed as of this morning. And then let's see, I've got the fellows of the band Neptune coming up. They're a Boston band. They homemade their own instruments out of like saws and crazy things like that. Really interesting band, interesting story behind them. Bob Bird of Sonic Youth and Chrome Cranks and John Spencer's band, so on and so on, coming up as well. Lots of great Protonics coming up. ProtonicReversal.com for the archives, all of that. $1 a month. Patreon.com/ProtonicReversal. Advance access. Back at it at the podcast factory. Cranking them podcasts out. So go imbibe or don't. Whatever. That's fine. Of course, tours over. Code Neutron, Secret Friends. Still hawking those bags. I got them right here. There's one of the Who Dares shopping bags. They've been moving very nicely. The Death is Coming, Eat Trash, Be Free raccoons. Especially popular, so you can go to your, I don't know, local Whole Foods or whatever and buy some overpriced kale and put it in there, or you know, other things as well. Someone's using for sewing.
Books.
That's great. Books, records, yeah, they're bags. What are you gonna do? NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com to get those, as well as there's going to be an LP package that is going up at a discount that should be good value for the newcomers. We have a lot of new fans from the Red Cross tour, so notable. Hitting the East Coast into June, Youngstown, Ohio, Baltimore, Brooklyn, East Hampton, Boston, the last two with Miracle Blood. Should be great shows. Hope to see you out there. NeutronFriends.com for all those, for any of those places. Pretty close to you, Eileen. Not quite close enough, but, you know, unless you really want to make a drive. One of these days. One of these days. We have a West Coast tour that will be touching Redwoods on that is going to be end of August. Don't quite... maybe next week, a week after that to announce, but that'll be the very end of August as well. Of course, Caterwaul in full swing, 3-day passes. We're down to single digits when I checked before coming on stream for this. So if you're looking to go and you want to get 3-day passes, better act now, because it's the only way you're going to be able to get them for Friday, which is sold out. And Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be a Saturday and Sunday pass as well. About a month away for Caterwaul. It seems like Caterwaul comes earlier every year. Ironic, because it's actually a week later. So come check that out, caterwaul.org, if you're in the Minneapolis area or going to be traveling as such. Anything else? Nothing I can really speak of. We should probably mention, I'll just mention it here, that next week we have Josh Olson coming back for Charlie Varick, which is an interesting movie. If you ever want to see Walter Matthau act like a criminal, this is the movie he wanted to do. So it's like, okay, it's great. I enjoyed it. You got Joe Don Baker as a hitman. Okay,
it's on YouTube. I mean, I'll put it in the Discord for anyone who hasn't watched it to watch it.
Folks that follow along, oftentimes people will, even if they haven't seen the movie, they'll check out the show, so you can check it out ahead of time. And of course, Adam McKay, director Adam McKay, coming back to the show. And
so number 3 out of 170 more to go, right?
That's right. And we're doing Over the Edge, which I'm really excited about because I love that movie. And let's just say it was totally different than the other ones are being bandied about. But that's foundational Gen X cinema. Also really hard to find.
You're excited.
No, I mean, it's a little before I'm not quite that old, but it was but the generation before. I mean, it's like one of Matt Dillon's first roles. Like it's interesting movie.
Matt Dillon, great artist. He does a lot of good stuff on his Instagram page. Highly recommend, and also anti-Trump stuff. So I'm like, cool.
There you go.
Yeah, I just rewatched. I got a log Drugstore Cowboy. That's one of my favorite Matt Dillon movies.
We should have we've never done Drugstore Cowboy.
Yeah, we've never done Drugstore Cowboy.
We should totally do that. Anyway, so now we're just chatting. Okay, so anyway, that's all my stuff. Kristina, what do you got?
I've been doing a lot of spring cleaning and streaming that. The other day, Michael Jackson on his YouTube channel has like all his music videos, and everyone agrees Speed Demon was a mistake because what the fuck was that music video? It's just claymation and him running around like a film studio. But like I've been cleaning, doing laundry. Yesterday because like when you're doing like chore streams, people just don't want to watch you like move around and not talk a whole lot. So I had stuff on.
I can't imagine wanting to watch somebody do chores.
That is so deeply not for me. Peace and love, Kristina. I love you to death. I would. It's not. I think I would watch. I would want to watch nobody do that.
Listen, my friend Marianne, I'm assuming a lot of people are banned in Hassan's chat. She has his stream on while she's doing chores and stuff. And
what is
she has like 300 people watching and talking.
I'm not built for this age, I don't think. Because I hear this and I'm like kind of mad, but mostly perplexed.
It's called like coworker study. Like if Forrest was like,
I would detach my retinas willingly rather than watch that.
Probably watch Forrest edit stuff, like edit videos. Like people watch people do like their jobs and stuff like that. That there are people who watch DJs on stream. I'm like, hell yeah, party. But
claymation is the best. That may not be the lesson to be learned from this conversation, Jeff. But I appreciate it. I do like claymation. Yes.
And then yesterday I had Scooby Doo. Where are you playing? On Tubi and
people watch Scooby Doo Solve Mysteries on stream, and you never. He's like,
I'm doing laundry.
And he's like, hey chat, who do you think the bad guy is? Sometimes.
Yeah, do you think it's Mr. Henderson or the janitor? Okay.
Or the butler. It's only joke about that. Also, I figured out that usually Thursdays through Mondays is when I'm going to stream at like 6 p.m. Start to do 6 p.m. Eastern streams. I never was like, Kristina, it's like the worst time to stream. Everyone and their mother's online, but like it's the best for me when I have a job and I can get sleep because I can't wake up at 12 a.m. stream at 2 a.m. to like 8 a.m. then go to work, and that's like 12. That's like most of the day. So it's like I just gotta stick with the evening schedule and hope for the best.
You're still doing the Absurdity Space, right? That's on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
It's gonna be on
Forrest.
That's an actual show and not like something else happening in the background passively, right?
Yeah. And I think that girl Stephanie wants to come on, Forrest. That you and I know.
I'm down to that would be cool. She got laid off from Marvel, and it's like talk to her about that. There's I was gonna say tomorrow I'm mowing the lawn first thing in the morning. I was just imagining like, hey guys, hey chat, watch me stream as I mow the lawn.
It'd probably be huge. Apparently, all the stuff I think is stupid. People
there
love.
Are people who watch like the animal sanctuary cams of like animals sleeping. Like you'd be amazed what people are into. It's crazy.
Maybe the internet was a mistake.
I 100% believe the internet was a mistake.
Yeah,
and most of it's dead.
I'd rather, but let's go back to drinking from the hose.
Yeah, terrorists hate our freedom. I hate our freedom. This is what we're doing with
it. I'm excited to go over Met Gala. Looks so much bland.
So little time. Eileen, what do you got?
Recent pieces for Jacobin. One that's out is on the Corporate Thrillers series that's on Criterion Channel right now. Which I was very unfamiliar with. I had somehow skipped those films, feeling I wasn't going to like them. They're better. A lot of the movies are actually better than I thought, though they're wholly inadequate in really representing the toboggan ride to hell we're actually on because of the turn in our society.
You know what did a better job? Us on Monday Night Extravaganza. We did the theme month on that. I think we did a much better job. Well, you were on for the last of it. You were on for Dumb Money.
Oh, right. I was. That's right.
I think we did a much better job of kind of showing the arc of it. But,
yeah.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe I have a very high opinion of this show.
So I wrote that. I've got a piece that hasn't come out yet. It's a longer piece on the Michael Jackson biopic because. And then for the Film Suck podcast, we're of course are dealing with The Devil Wears Prada 2, which again it's also it's the other juggernaut international hit that is
are people digging it? Maybe
way more interesting and way grimmer than I would have ever imagined possible. But it really
I'm excited because Simone Ashley, Lady Bridgerton's in it, so I'm excited to see it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's really we're seeing, and I know there's a kind of male bias, a kind of general one against it. I've heard some very snarky remarks about
God forbid women have chick flicks.
I know, and it's really amazing that this persists. It's absurd. I mean, how many crap Marvel movies have I seen? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't have a bias against it. I just never saw the first one. I mean, I saw the memes and that was about it.
That was kind of
like my editor said I didn't even know it was now a franchise. He also never saw the first one. So
yeah.
I'm just like,
I mean, that
I remember Meryl Streep thought she was too old for it the first time, which is
that kind of helped revitalize her career, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember.
And it's her finest turn, if you ask me.
Yeah, but like also that was the time where like Stanley Tucci started appearing in everything. That's just like late 2000s, 2010s. I'm like, damn, he's everywhere. He played a pedophile murderer and then a flamboyantly gay. Like, what's happening?
Yeah, but he apparently
I cannot watch that movie ever again. By the way,
like everyone from then on has assumed Stanley Tucci's gay, and he's not. And he was like,
no, he's so good at it.
Oh yeah, he
And he
like
also played the best dad. And
he acted his way into typecasting himself somehow.
but as like a very classy gay man, and even Meryl Streep had to be like, there's a raw sexuality to Stanley Tucci that you don't understand. And
hey,
well, all right, so. Should I watch Devil Wears Prada then? Is it a good movie?
Well,
I don't know.
It's a fan phenomena that somehow flew under the radar for a lot of people, even though it was huge and is built steadily over 20 years. So that now this film is just.
This is why people care about
it's
movies
colossal.
like that.
They
Movies
literally,
like
for the first time ever, have kicked off what's called the summer season, even though it starts in May, with a quote unquote chick flick. This is all they always start with, I don't know, a Fast and Furious movie, a Marvel superhero movie.
Mortal Kombat 2 is just around the corner. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it since like 2007, 2008. Like I watched it when it came out, but I remember it being pretty good.
Oh, it's
I mean,
good.
It's kind,
The first one is
it's
excellent.
kind of the reason why we care about things like the Met Gala. It's like, oh, fashion, Vogue, and all that. So.
Well, at least, I mean, people cared about it, before, but it definitely brought it back. Like it brought back that sense of like, because she's clearly supposed to be like Anna Wintour or whatever. Like,
worst, always the worst dress at her own like events too. Like, what the fuck? Anyway,
that is that is
expect that to turn catty at the end, but there we are.
That is kind of its own flex. Like that is like there's a look that for a long time fashion designers had where they would just be dressed in black, and it's like.
That's still typical. You'll see them in very quiet outfits while other people are
fucking Jeff Bezos' new wife wore the most boring black dress in the Met Gala. I was like,
all right, so all this is advance hype for your column on Devil Wears Prada 2 that's coming out in Jacobin. It was in the middle of your plugs. Yeah.
Or
was that a film psych episode? I lost.
It was
track
a film psych episode.
Okay,
But,
okay, cool. All right.
I also persuaded my editor, who again didn't want to have me write about it, that I should write about it. Because he was just like,
Well,
is
what
that
else?
a
I mean,
thing? And I'm like, it's a thing. Yes, it's a thing.
All right.
Anyway, carry on.
the socialist case for
care about the Met Gala.
Fashion
Again, this movie is taking on like the fashion industry is getting killed. The magazine is folding. Journalism is dying. It's like it's really going into the grim realities of.
So now it sounds more interesting to me. Yeah, that sounds interesting.
The first one, it's like the whole thing is Meryl Streep treats everybody like shit, but especially Anne Hathaway, and just like engages.
And she still does. Just kidding.
It's like no, but like engages in like an almost sadomasochistic, employer-employee relationship with her. I remember just be like, she's so mean.
Key delights of the film. Yeah, indeed.
All right, Eileen, you got final thoughts on Vertigo, which is the movie we're ostensibly discussing.
It's a must-see for anyone interested in cinema. It's Alfred Hitchcock working at the absolute peak of his form, being more daring and more inventive than perhaps in any of his other films. But if you haven't seen it before, you cannot bring a literal-minded, I need to understand the plot as somehow logical, blah, blah, blah. It's not how it functions. Hitchcock was invested in psychosexual disturbance, and that is what the movie's about. So if you can get into that, this is your movie, and it's legendary for a reason, so see it.
There we go. Kristina.
Like, this is Hitchcock at his finest and obviously his most classic. When we think of Hitchcock, we think of the string of hits he had in the 50s to like the early 60s. And I always tell people, like, if you've seen The Birds, or you're gonna love all of Hitchcock's films. And this is just one of those where everything, the editing, the camera work, the cinematography, everything is just peak Hitchcock here. And I always highly recommend it if you love something that's, not boring, a nice color palette. Vertigo. And you won't even get vertigo when you watch it.
You might
feel dizzy.
Right, exactly. And there's a reason why, when there's young up and coming filmmakers like Jordan Peele or whatnot, like, that have this level of craftsmanship that we're like, oh, it's kind of Hitchcock-esque, right? It's for a good reason. All right, so I'm closing this out. Great, amazing uses of color, incredible SF locations, the sound, the score in this. It's one of the best movies about obsession ever. I still think it's insane that Hitchcock wasn't thinking of Kim Novak originally, because she's perfect in every way in this. It's like one of the great castings.
It would have been weird with Sarah Miles.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I love that, as a director, he hated shooting on locations and preferred to do it on set. Yet you get the iconic, San Juan Bautista, the Redwoods. It's one of the great on-location movies. And there's multiple sites dedicated towards the Vertigo then and now sort of visuals where it'll show you what it looks like now versus what it looks like then. And for good reason. It's really fascinating. So much innovation here, like the dolly zoom, amazing. The restoration is really something to behold. Highly recommend it if you can watch the restored version. I totally get the obsession with Kim Novak. Believe me, I get it. But our girl Midge got done wrong. I'm just saying.
Justice for Midge, hashtag.
Right, exactly. It's a slow build. It's also a lovely time capsule. I love it. I'm glad we finally got around to doing it. It's great to have you on for it, Eileen.
Oh, it's been great to be here. It really has.
All right. Well, we'll be back next week with Josh Olson and then Adam McKay. We have a stacked month coming up for you guys.
For the serious movie podcast and such.
No after party tonight because I am sleepy.